Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. This is stage 3, but the very first day in the very first game. My name is Bryson, of course. Joining me, Chris Tunn.
Thank you very much, Bryson. Excited to get into another season of Challengers. Last one was, well, kind of how we expected with Omid dominating proceedings. Is that going to be the case again? Whatever is going to happen, I'm sure there'll be banger of a game every single day. Bryson, that's what we get over here in Europe.
We certainly do, and it's all been a little bit of a mix-up with some of the teams, but we'll get through those. To begin with, though, this is how the teams do look. In Group A, Noctum Esports, Exceptional, Team Falcons, Omid EU, Maestro Season, and Revived Gaming Ton.
Yeah, there's a couple of different things to talk about, as you just kind of alluded to. There has been some mix-up of rosters. There's been teams combining together. There's two teams combined together, just to confuse us. Don't know what we're going to call them. Clutch Rain War is a long, elongated thing to try and say in the middle of a 242-40 hard point, but we'll get there somehow. But yeah, there's loads of different teams in and amongst it. Might mix up who's going to be at the very top. That's what these teams are aiming to do. But have they done enough work to get rid of Omid? I do wonder.
That's certainly something we will end up finding out. But one of the big stories, of course, that people have been talking about, this Team War Clutch Rain, as you alluded to, Ton. A smashing together of two teams, and a successful one at that, from what I've been told.
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at this team, and when they did have Denzer on them previously as well, had a couple of successes in the Cups. Let's see how they do. They brought in Cobra, who I do think is a very, very good player. If you were to say any standouts from previous Clutch Rain rosters, or just as a standout from that roster over Challengers the past couple of years, Cobra is very much one of those players who has been at the very top. One of the only players who was in the squad with the Boozer and Co, right? And he is the only one who didn't get picked up into the CDL. So this guy still has some stuff to prove apparently in Challengers, and let's see how he's going to do on this very much top tier roster. Coming in with Banson Harry as well, who have performed well. I want to give a quick shout out though to F Dot. I'm not exactly sure how he did transpire when he did come down to the line a bit. I know the placement wasn't great in the top 12, but he looked great online for them last season. So let's see how he does over on a different roster. Let's see how this team do well together.
Certainly. Well, of course, this is the roster we've been talking about: Bans, Harry, Cobra, and Denza. We will see just how they get on in this elite stage. Lots of hopes for this one as we go towards what is now rapidly becoming the end of the season, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just tweeted out about it. You know, there's not too many other opportunities to really stake your claim here. I mean, okay, we got Toronto. That was a really big, important moment. You got your final Challengers, and then, of course, whatever is going on at Champs, you need to make sure you do well there, too. But there is not many more opportunities, Bray.
No, there certainly isn't. But speaking of opportunities, these are the very first ones we will get to see. This is our schedule for Europe Group, and it starts off with Notorious versus Clutch Rain X War. We will have to come up with a name for them as we go through. And then we have our second slot, which is Exceptional versus Omid EU. If you haven't watched Challengers before, the way that this works is we watch the game in number 1 slot. If we get the time, or if there is a break, we will jump into that second game as well. But that second game will always be on the Bravo channel, so you can watch whichever game you want. Whether or not you want to hear us, that's a very different story. In our second slot, though, for Europe, Team Falcons versus Revived is our primary game, and 22 Esports versus 5 Media Clan will be our secondary.
And I'm going to look at Falcons. Last season really did, I don't want to say surprise us, but they've been getting better and better. They're easily my favorite team to watch. Like, the slaying ability of these boys, when they start to put it together a little bit more in terms of their cohesion, teamwork, experience, they are going to be extremely scary. They are very much getting there, though, and they did prove that last season. Some very, very good results coming in here with a decent placement in the end. I'm interested to see how they're going to do again. Can they continue to improve? If they do so, they will challenge for the win this season.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, I agree with you, actually. I think Falcons are never an easy game for anybody they play. What makes them so special to watch, and they have been performing pretty well against any opposition they've come up against. It'll be the same story this elite, I am sure.
Let's see how they go down, of course, in their very, very first game. It should be an interesting one, but looking towards it, you would expect Falcons to come out on top against Revived, I believe. So that should be an interesting game. But yeah, Falcons, I suppose they don't have necessarily anything to prove. They have been improving, but whether or not they can continue to do that, that's the question.
Yeah, we will certainly see as it goes forward. But this is what we've talked about the entire season long, right? Like, there are opportunities for these teams to shine. It's the reason some of the top teams get shaken up as their players get stolen and thrust into the CDL to see whether or not they can perform at the next level. But everybody right now is just trying to get that final win down. The rundown towards the end of the season is fully underway for everybody. Any roster change we see will probably happen in this next week. Other than that, we expect these teams pretty much to stick now and be successful.
You would expect so. Let's see if they can continue to do so. I mean, honestly, you're saying the season's nearly done. I feel like it barely even started. I think we've got like 4 more games to cast or something. That's not true. There's a lot more than that. But it does feel as if it's just came around very, very quickly. And again, just to allude to that point, there's not many more opportunities to prove you should be in those spots. And typically, these performers that come out of Europe are going in there and doing very well. I mean, there's only been the odd occasion where, you know, some certain players haven't necessarily done too great, but you think of Lin's heading up there from last year. You think of Abuza, both these two spring to mind pretty much immediately, and how well they've done in the CDL. Typically from Europe, when you do get brought up, you typically do well. So let's see if any of these guys get a shot next year.
Wow, that's exactly what they're playing for. Exactly that, and the glory at the end here. But speaking of glory, let's take a look at our first game going underway. Train X War. Oh, we have got to figure that out as we go through, but this is how it will go down regardless. Vista Hardpoint is where we start off, then Invasion Search and Destroy, Invasion Control, 6-star Hardpoint with its wonderful new 4 hardpoints, and then 6-star Search and Destroy ton.
I almost feel like there should have been 6 hills. I mean, just purely from a numbers perspective. But irrelevant of that, yeah, okay, let's see how it goes down. Vista, for me, is probably my favorite hardpoint map now. I really enjoy playing it. I love watching some of these teams on it as well. It just kind of makes sense as a map. Invasion, Double Invasion coming up after that. Less we said, the better. 6-star hardpoint, though, it's mixy. Very, very mixy, of course, with how things have kind of changed around. It was already, but now more so. Especially the same can be said once 6-star Search and Destroy. When watching it over the CDL weekend, just gone crazy. I was struggling to keep up, man. I was play by play. That time, it's your turn this time. Good luck, all the best.
Hey, look, I love the fact that we're seeing these teams now fully embrace it. Do you remember the start of last stage of the Elite where teams just wouldn't play the new maps and were like, well, we'll never get to see them?
In absolute defense, the hills did change about an hour before Challengers broadcast in the previous season, so I will give them their due there. But irrelevant of that, yeah, okay, we're starting to really get to grips with these maps now. If you're everybody kind of, you know, we talked about last season how you can come into some of these games and not necessarily have had as much time to practice, or, you know, sometimes you don't understand the map fully, so sometimes not necessarily on cheese, but random things can kind of happen because you haven't controlled spawns better. There's too many variables that kind of get thrown into it if you are a top team and you're expecting to win a game based on fundamentals. Sometimes, you know, if you don't know the spawns, who does, then of course you are going to struggle. So yeah, we're not seeing that necessarily too much anymore.
Yeah, there certainly will. As this game gets ready, let's go through the teams again. We didn't get a great chance to look at Group B, actually, where we've got Clutch Rain X War, but 5 Media Clan are in there. They've had a good run as of late as well. I want to say it's Rena Pedri, I'm going to go with. I'm sure we'll get corrected. Then Notorious XCR, lots of players kind of combining at the moment. And then the Funhouse and 22 Esports. That'll be our Group B for this one, Ton.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to check what that translates into, because who knows what you've just said, in fairness. But to actually just touch on something ever so slightly different whilst we do have the team names up here. In terms of how things have actually broke down in terms of how they did in Toronto, not too hot, to be honest with you, Brycey. It wasn't really a great placement. Of course, everybody at home who was watching this probably already knows what happened, but just to remind any of you who didn't, Oma EU was the highest placed in team, which is no surprise whatsoever. But relevant to that, top 6, I would expect more of them. They really do set themselves up here in Europe to be the best team. They're looking at the roster, multiple Challengers LAN winners across the board, yet to really do too much on the LAN stage this season. They'll be wanting to change that by the time Champs comes around.
Yeah, exactly my kind of point for these as well. And it's kind of a weird feeling for some of these teams. You know, we've spoken about the tumultuous roller coaster that they've been on throughout the season. Some players have, some teams have lost key aspects of their team, either to better teams in challenges or to the teams in the CDL, and it has thrown things into a little bit of disarray. And now they're probably hoping, hey, this is the best we can do towards the end of the season. we don't suspect any more kind of disruption from the European side of it at the very least.
Yeah.
But hey, weirder things have happened. And speaking of weird things happening, Ton, it looks like our game is ready to go.
That one caught me off guard. Yeah, look, I think we're too late in the day, really, for things to be changing in terms of some of these rosters now. Even those teams at the very bottom who are, struggling in terms of making that champs qualification, it would be very, very bold to make changes at this stage if you think it is going to change things up. But irrelevant of that, the changes have been made in challenges. Cuttrain and Team War combining together. Again, this is going to be difficult. Nominations in the chat and on Twitter for what we should actually call them, because it's a mouthful, Brycey. I'm not going to get it twisted. It's very, very difficult.
We call him Clutch War for now, but on board with Cobra just doing his work to try and stay alive in this P1 point. And I've heard some really good things about Cobra, especially from the coach of Marky B. Very impressed with this player and expects him certainly to kind of be nabbed at some point, maybe moving forward.
Well, Marky B had the decision to team with me once upon a time, so whether or not we take that as gospel or not is another thing. We'll figure it out as things go on. But yeah, look, he is a very good AL player. Let's not be serious about it. Now, very, very solid, has been throughout the entirety of challenges this year, last year, and even the year before. Look, the guy is a very, very good player, and things are looking good so far for the Cuttrain One side. They do have P2 rotations locked in a good spot here as well. Notorious, have to be careful and not be too one-dimensional here. Bit of a difficult push if you can't have somebody coming in from the mid-map, which they have done. They will find a break. Cuttrain One will back on down, but still have a 30-point lead.
They're trying to slip through here. He's going to find the first. Doesn't even find the second. His teammates get it, and they get straight back into this point hunt. Pretty commanding lead from them already. Looking to lock out the rest of this one. Notorious, though. Oh, now stepping up to the plate. They are trying to get bodies into it. There are nades banging all over this hill. Still haven't managed to get Denzer out, though.
Rotation coming up in 20 seconds, though, and it is an important one. Neither team really committing to anything so far. Van starting to pop off, though. There's 3 in a row. Good job from him. Spawn still towards the back for Notorious. They can try and push for these back spawns to this left-hand side where Bance is. If you can get control of that, things would look good. But a front hit coming in from Denzer as well. He's actually slipped the net over towards the back, so really working on these spawns. They may well get them. There's a big kill coming in from Bance. Can't find the second to secure it. Notorious just about keeping control, but spawn out coming through. Big kill.
And you can see Cuttrain, Clutch War, they are trying to get into this. They have been battering the back of this for so long, and now Bance is here. Doesn't want to commit. He knows he's giving a position away. They are looking for an entrance here. Notorious are just playing for position. They know this push is coming, and Bance looks for the first. Finds one. Can he find any more? No, he cannot. And still, Notorious hold this.
But the positivity here for Cuttrain War is the fact that they do have the spawns over towards P3, which is where we're going in 26 seconds. Not a bad spot to be in, especially if you find a break. You've got the spawns, you've got the hill. This is 20 seconds and then some. If they can continue to hold on and get a hold of the spawns for P3, which they already have, things looking very good for the squad.
You see them now just back out a little bit, trying to get control of the rest of it. Last player there going to be Fabrone. Staying alive, just trying to be a problem, holding this door open for his teammates, but Notorious running into Bance. He's still on the outside. A little bit of a jump there from Fabrone. He should be able to get the first kill. He does onto Lucifer. And while Clutch War had control of this, it's rapidly slipping away.
Didn't start getting the spawns over towards the backside. It's a big kill coming in from Bance, though. His team will very much be there first. The cut's not going to be watched here yet. Fiber, I'm going to get cut down by Denzer. So 45 seconds to play with here, and this is really where teams can start to stretch away over towards P3. If there's a money hill on this map, it is this one. Might be trying to find the push through the backside, but Cuttrain in a good spot.
Well, they're looking. They're waiting. They're trying to get through, but they're just not finding the kills ton, and that's what's putting them on the back foot. Yaza is waiting to see if he can cut anybody, but without the reinforcements there, he can only look one direction. And you see already this push coming through. Cobra will be shut down. Notorious will have the advantage here, but they try to get in a bit of a better position for it.
Not keeping up. Lucifer is, of course, Harry. Sitting 7-5 right now, just doing his job on the rotations, on the shots. Not going to be quite there for Bance. The follow-up coming in from Harry. Good cut-off coming in from the middle of the map, though. I like the aggression coming up from Notorious. They're going to have to start backing up very, very quickly, though. As they push down the bridge side of the map, starting to come on through. Everybody performing well on the side of Cuttrain, just waiting for the moment to try and pounce. Denzer may well be the tip of the spear here.
There they go, looking for it. This is a difficult hill to break if you don't get those back spawns. And Lucifer just throwing bullets everywhere, but isn't going to happen. And this is going to go down as well. And I'll tell you something, Notorious are fighting bitterly for this.
Trying to break through. Not going to get it. Did try to make the push. not going to be able to find anything. And all of a sudden, this is some more good time for Clutch Rain War. 20 seconds plus on offer. And all of a sudden, that lead is... Well, it's not insurmountable, Bryce, but it's getting a little bit scary. You're 100 points down after one rotation. We did know that one side of the coin here is going to probably look a little bit stronger. Wasn't too sure if it was going to be this strong. Cobra and another 5 spree. Didn't manage to convert it to his 6 last time around, but he's going to have a couple of opportunities. Not if we get shot in the back. Twitch coming through. The kill is in. Notorious needs some good timing. Needs some.
Well, they're holding it off so far. They've got everything they need, and with the kills and the kill feed, shouldn't be too much of a problem for Clutch War. They are going to play this slowly. They have the time, they have the opportunity, and that's exactly what they've been waiting for. Pushing from different angles, but now really into the crunch here, but it doesn't matter, as that is a huge kill straight away. Denza opens proceedings, and they have been punched out of this one.
No surprise to see that punching power, though. Good play coming in from Vance, putting up those interactions. Cobra there with the aggressive AR. Denza just alongside. It's working very well so far. Vance looking for his second. Rotation over towards P2. Going to be incoming in a second too, but really going to have to be thinking about the spawns on that side of the map if you are Clutch Rain War. Notorious having to be back down. Still about 100-point gap, but the 3 dead. Not going to help that. Rotation is going to come in. Yes, it is. Fibron will get a hold of the last couple of seconds, but good spot now for Clutch Rain War once again.
A little bit of reinforcement here for Vance, but alone on the point in the beginning, but it will be Harry on the Overwatch, and you can see they're looking for this one. Nobody able to get near his teammate as they just continue to pile on the pain. Notorious just looking for an opening, but they will have to try again, and they're not being allowed to stack anything here. Bodies just dropping every single alley they go through, and Clutch War are holding this.
Good shots coming in from Denza, which hold the middle of the map. Vance down on a 4 spray. You'd have to find the 2 to make it a 6. Doesn't quite get it. Clutch Rain being very, very close to a few cruise missiles. Haven't been able to solidify any of them so far. Cobra on the cutoffs here, though. 20 seconds to play for. They could deal with the time, though. This rotation is going to be coming in the second. Notorious not too bad of a spot, and if there's ever a time to try and turn it around, it's that 2 to 3 rotation. But you don't have control of 2. Yes, okay, you may well have the spawns, but you need to find a way into the point.
For Notorious, this is basically the last hurrah. Try and find something. Try and see if you can contest here. They've already got 2. Harry has gone defensive. They are trying to do something, but yeah, realistically, nothing but holding the back spawns for them here. Wow. Clutch War have been pushed out. It is going to be Notorious who get back into this point.
Might do with the gunny there. Harry gets gunned out of his socks, and all of a sudden, this rotation isn't looking as simple. These spawns that they thought they have are not looking as secure. The problem is for Notorious is the fact that they are there's some amount of 130 points behind. They have to be pretty much perfect from here on out, and that's a good start. 3 kills in, 30 seconds remaining on this hill, and spawns for the next. You get this 30, another 60, all of a sudden you're still 40 behind.
Yeah, it's difficult at this point. Realistically, Clutch War, all they've got to do is just play the numbers, trade where they can, get the right position, and that's what they're fighting for here. It's going to be a huge kill for them. Twiz will get 1 back, but because they don't have this rotation now, all that Clutch War have to do is trade.
Should always be our primary objective on this map. These P3 spawns are so important. And right now, Clutch Rain War in complete control. They're breaking 240. They're getting to lose.
And with 10 seconds to go, Notorious trying to make something happen. Mighty now has to die for it. It's hero play. He finds one, looking for it. Unfortunately, just not able to get the trade out of there. I said it before and I'll say it again. All Clutch War had to do was trade. Trade they have done, and that'll be the game almost.
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 I'll let you go for a couple more seconds. They are going to find the break back through. Big one-on-one. Not going to happen. Swizz will get inside the point. Clutch Rain War 2 seconds away. They could literally just rotate. They might actually have to here with the positioning that's coming on down. But Notorious now backs against the wall. Vance will find 2. Pressure comes in from Cobra, and that will not be game. There we go. And that will be game. Nice kill. He's on 2. I don't believe it. We've been teased 3
We're
times.
trying to set up the end of the game here. What are you doing?
I love how it was the team name who stopped it this time. All right, who's got the rotation over towards bridge? There we go. Clutch Rain War get map number 1. My word, I think we were very fair in saying when these games were going to end. That one, it took a couple of goes for Clutch Rain War. Very good performance. The rotations are there every single time. Yeah, interesting ending in the end. But yeah, really, really good from Clutch Rain War. Very good start to their Challengers campaign. And let's see how they go together. This is a good start. Yeah, okay, look, you're going up against a roster who They will not be challenging for the win. They'll be there or thereabouts in terms of going for that playoff spots, trying to get that top 8 placement. That's where they will be. But that's a very, very convincing performance on Vista so far. But I think if I want to recall that Team War previously, I know the roster is completely different, but we're very, very good at this map in particular. So let's see how it does go as time does go on. But very, very good performance so far in map number 1.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I think for Notorious, there were certainly kind of points where they fought back into it. But the entire story of that one for me was kind of just watching where those trades would come in. It was the inability for them to string together any sort of trade that caused Clutch War to kind of step back. It just didn't happen in those key positions. Every time you thought Notorious could do something when they went to the spawns or when they were trying to break, they would lose 2 to 1 player, not even 1 player sometimes, just 2, and it would stagger them. And once you're on that staggered spawn, you either have to slow things down or hope for a hero play to bring the numbers back in line. Neither of those happened time and time again, and that's the reason the game got out of hand.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Sometimes when you find yourself 100 points behind by the time you're over towards P4, obviously it's not a good situation to be in. But it can happen if you don't get a hold of some good spawns over towards P2, you don't have that side of the map, then all of a sudden you don't have P3 spawns, and the other team are doing really well. You can be in a really sticky position. That's when you are right. You need somebody to start popping up. You need somebody to be able to bring something in. You need a full 60 out of something. But going up against Clutch Rain Wall, that's always going to be quite difficult. Really good job from them, though. Let's give them their flowers where necessary. Everybody really popping off where needed. But on the other side of things, let's go into the Search and Destroy invasion coming up. And it will be Clutch Rain to defend first. Notorious on the attacking side, looking to try and find something probably over towards the B side. But look at this aggressive push coming in through. Already in Hotel, in a very advanced position. Clutch Rain making them work for this round initially.
Oh, Yars are in a bit of trouble. He's going to go down to Harry. They're trying to get forward here. Notorious want to push this, but already having lost that one, they're going to have to do something bold, and Twiz does. Tries to dive through. There is smoke everywhere. Potential takedown for Brone, and already these players are dying. Bance gets out of here. He knows he has the numbers and the reinforcements, and Twiz is like, all right, maybe I can get something. Oh, well, okay, it's just me then. Tun's PC has decided it didn't like his voice and has jumped him out, so it'll be just me for a minute. I was expecting him to jump in, but don't worry. Well, that was a pretty dominant stop there in the end. Bearing in mind, of course, that in round 1, things play out a little bit differently. No trophies on either side does mean that those tacticals and those nades become much more of a factor, whether we want to be attacking or defending. With those, very much dependent on who can get that first pick. And with that first pick going down for Clutch War, it went in their favor. Now, speaking of which, Bance has to back off here. Big push coming in from them. They're looking to try and get any sort of hold towards this B street. They are committing 3 players towards it, and Harry is watching what I like to call the hook. The player who is lurking behind, watching for flanks, watching for anybody he can kind of exploit. He will hold that position for the rest of this. For Clutch War, this is all about the push. Can they pick somebody? Can they find anything that will allow them to put the pressure on to the B site? LeBron finds Bance. That's going to slow them right down here. Harry's now moving out, and he's moved out of that position. There's going to be a player behind him as well. Twiz is going, searching the spawn. Harry has no idea now. Smoke's coming down. It looks like they're going to commit to this. All of Clutch War are trying to push the site. Cobra will get one as well. There is a bit of a pinch going through. I don't think they think no Twiz is here. And Twiz is in a great position. This will all be timing. This will all be timing, and Twiz will find him as well. 2 versus 3. They've got the site, but at what cost? Yaz is going to find one, and it should be all over, and it is. Notorious. A brilliant breakdown of the Clutch Rain there. They have managed to lock them out completely. That first blood onto Bance completely demolished everything Clutch War were trying to do. And we'll see. We will now see how this plays out. One apiece for these 2 teams on the Search and Destroy. For Notorious, got to say, this Twiz play, it was everything they needed. It took the pressure off of the site. I mean, they couldn't look both directions. The timing was there a little bit for them. But that's what happens when you don't have everybody you need in every position. If you lose that first blood, it opens up gaps on the map. That's why Harry had to move. And now on the other side of it, you can see, back on the defense, Clutch War looking to just hold them off. And I believe, Tanya rejoining me here, it's been now 1-1.
Mate, I think it was the sunburn on your forehead just set my computer on fire. Don't know what happened, mate. Everything just froze. But we're back. It's irrelevant. One apiece between these two. What happened, mate? I missed it.
They tried to make a B push, lost first blood, and then they got a pinch by Twiz.
Great analysis. Right, here we are.
Twiz
now pushing forward. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Not able to find it. Big gunfight coming on through from Cobra. And that B push is always a difficult one, especially in the latter rounds. And losing a couple of bloods that early does not help your attack in round 3v2.
And now, numbers down. They're worried. Do they commit again? Do they try and find a way onto B here? They found Cobra. They put a few bullets in him. Making a bit of a play for Brone, who's gone wild there through the middle of the map. And Harris says, all right, thank you very much. This is the kind of gunfight ARs dream of.
Headshot multiplier on the MC. I mean, be damned at this stage. Great shots in. It must have just been through the wall because Yazair has put so many bullets into Harry there and still doesn't find a goddamn thing. Good stuff from Clutch Rain Walder. I mean, you find those first couple of kills, especially on a high position up B. It means the team have to sort of dot their I's, cross their T's. You can't necessarily just sprint down. In the end, it is going to be another Clutch Rain round. 2-1 to the good now.
But let's see, everybody on the defensive side having a good time. Harry throwing some things here. Has to get over here. There was a nade through. We saw the animation. Well, Twist, though, opens up for proceedings. Gets that first blood. And again, Clutch War have to back off. Twiz almost gets caught with a stun in the middle of the street, but it's fine.
Good position from Twiz, though. Really good position, actually. Watch cross over towards their side, kind of. And of course, his eyes on DVD. Any shots, any kills here from him really do result in a huge, huge problem for Clutch Rain. There will be a 3 versus 3, but in terms of the real estate and the shots from Mighty, both of them very, very good from Notorious. Not going to be able to get out. Cobra will trade that. 2 versus 2. Bance will quite happily take that gunfight. Air control is kind of there for Clutch Rain Wall, but they don't have a lot of information on exactly where Febron is.
Chris gets out of there. I thought Bance was going to die, but has stayed alive. Time is going to be against them, though. Clutch War have got to make a move. They've got to commit to this. And they have. This is going to be a pinch for Brone, who's got the timing perfectly right. Should get them as that goes down. And there's one, there's two. Easy peasy. And Notorious take another round.
Nicely done. Just one of those moments where you got to be 50-50 if you bounce. Like, which way do you look? Bombs going down. You got to keep an eye on something. You can't cover everything. Really good job. One fine, Brone. There we go. We'll get to see it again. One dead. No problem.
Great timing. Just perfectly got there at the time they needed to be. They knew they had to commit. Sometimes it can be a bit dangerous that you never want to really swing on yourself to kind of commit to it, because if you had gone down, could have been round over, but that's perfect. That's exactly what you want at that time. It ran out of options for Clutch War, and they're feeling confident again. It looks like maybe another bit of a B hit for them. Twiz was aggressive last time and lost the first blood. Being aggressive again, and is going to do the exact same thing. Lost it to Bance.
Yeah, you're right. It didn't work last time, and they tried again, and it hasn't worked here either. You're able to make a 3 versus 4 work, but the problem is, it's all about that control around the map. Right now, Notorious have really committed over towards B. Their flank could be full of enemies, and it is. So this is your problem. You really do have to try and actually just commit over towards B. Now, you're going to get caught on rotation if you don't. Harry is here to try and watch the cross. Tough position to be in.
Here comes the push.
Seeing him. There you go.
And positioning finds 2 as well. Will go down, but it shouldn't really matter. Mighty left alone in a 1 versus 3. Backpedaling furiously. Does not have the bomb. Does not have the time. Sees Denza, but loses the gunfight. And Clutch War, hold on for that one. It might just be that first blood. Every time we see one of those, it's really hammering out these rounds.
It was the first blood, and it's the flank that comes in from Denza. So the fact that he's able to push all the way through the hotel, all the way around the flank, and see nobody gives you the exact indication to where they are. So one player is going to try and make his move. This time it was Bance. He finds 2 on the flag. They know they've got them concentrated around that area. Good shots coming in from Mighty. Not quite good enough. Clutch Rain Wall, really, really good job. Just tighten their grip around that side of the map. And Notorious were all there in free fodder. Nicely done. Notorious, can you turn around with a defensive win?
Here comes the push again. Every round offensive so far. Stun check for Cobra isn't going to do an awful lot yet. For Brone and Twiz will be overlapping. Are we hoping for a good trade out of this scenario? Clutch War, it's just going to be a slow game here. I think Bant saw Twiz. For Brone moving. There's the stun check. Twiz is going to get away with life. Just 19 though. For Brone is going to be alone here, but they don't know.
It's whatever happens to him is a huge moment. There you go. Oh, goes for the challenge. Yeah, okay, he might find that one. Does he find anything else? Not quite. Well, Clutch Rain this time around. You seen what happened to Notorious last round? They stuck around over towards B. Clutch Rain immediately pivot. A is now on the cards.
So he's trying to get out into a better position. Through the smoke. Through the smoke. Almost finds them. They've pinned them back, though. They've given up control of the site here, and they're outnumbered. Clutch War, while the bomb is down, this isn't a great scenario for them.
First kill's massive. Can they find anything while somebody's on the bomb? Somebody could still be on it. Fibro now just going to start making his move. Gunfights are going to go the way of Clutch Rain War. Cobra left all on his own, though. In a 1 versus 2, gets behind the tank. Good shots from Yaza, though. Notorious will tie things up. Always difficult when you don't have the numbers there, especially if you aren't able to find the first kill. But trades coming through kind of don't work out in Clutch Rain's bit. Clutch Rain War's favor. Really good job from Notorious. Nice retake. Good use of the smoke to get out of dark as well. Good job. Good job all around.
Oh, it's difficult. It's always difficult if you get that bomb down. Post-plant is something some teams really don't think about. I'm not saying in this scenario, Clutch War, I mean, they're veterans at this point. What I am saying is it can be a really difficult position post-plant if you don't actually have control of the site still, especially that one. And you saw, especially with the numbers against them, they had to keep backpedaling. They weren't able to get any of the kind of trades they wanted to. And I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised Notorious didn't jump on it earlier.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, though, but if he does that, then you put yourself in those even numbers, right? I suppose you had that +1. You want to make it count as much as you can. Combines that pressure in. Those shots from Bounce back are very, very good. Yaza has to back down. Pressure over towards B has not been working for Notorious, though, and yet they still find themselves a 3-3. Close game between these two. Notorious maybe need to think of a different attacking perspective, because so far, not a lot of joy down this side of the map.
Well, they've not let Twiz run down B Street yet. This time, Twiz will be holding bomb as well. Bant is here. It's just the tiniest advantage. He's got to get out of there alive. They found him. Unfortunately, speed and movement has kept him alive, but the pressure is mounting down B Street. Cobra only has 12 health. They're going to jump on this. Notorious are going to find him as well. There's the first blood for them on the attack. This might be the difference maker. They've not done this yet.
Huge moment. Oh, Bance gets behind, but he does get taken down. Oh, big kill's going to come through towards the end, though. Everybody combining well for Notorious. There's an attacking round for them. And it comes down to Cobra. No trophy system behind them. Nothing to help out. Or did they actually manage to get rid of it? I'm not 100% sure, but we didn't get that POV. Cobra, we went over. Very, very weak. Dead to rights. Opens the site up. And all of a sudden, Clutch Rain War have got a lot to do. 4-3 Notorious now making a game of it.
And now for Clutch War, there is real pressure. This has been defensive based every single other step of the way so far. And Notorious just won this S&D with a single attacking round. We will find out. Clutch War looking for something. Still going to be a gunfight. Harry and Yaza trading blows all the way down A Street. Brone looking for Bant as well. It feels almost impossible for them to get anything.
We're trying to see if Harry can make a play over towards A, but Twiz is going to make a play of his own. Here we go. Harry should be dead to rights. Absolutely is. Shots didn't land. Oh, and just about gets it finished. Can't get the trade off. Clutch Rain War nowhere near it, so they just hightail it straight through. For Brone, he's just used the smoke wonderfully. Doesn't find the shots, though. We'll have to back on down, but Mighty does. Denzer gets taken down. 2v4 now. This is for a 5-3 lead.
So much pressure, and they should be able to just pick him apart. They're looking for it as well. Bant will find one, but he's worrying. Going to jump straight out for that one. Isn't going to win the gunfight. And Cobra has completely backed off. No way for him to get back into this, surely. And for Notorious, they will just play this time as much as they can. Cobra looking for it, but has to jump into well-prepared guns. And Notorious looking like they are about to take this S&D ton.
Yeah, that attacking round really has made a difference, right? It's been hard for both two teams to find much on their attack. but the one you get can make all of the difference. Now need 3 rounds in a row. Clutch Rain Raw, if you do want to take away this map. Still 1-0 up in the series, so all is not lost. Quite the comeback from here, though.
Well, here we go. Victorious. Will they win the second attacking round for them and put this one to bed? Hills are going a bit aggressive. Nade already gone out towards B site. It looks like, though, Twiz has bomb and is hovering around A. And you see the rest of his team there as well. Going to try and get it, but Bants will get yards of first blood. Big gunfight for them. Clutch War do have the advantage, but Notorious really want to go towards this A site at the moment. Cobra will get the second one as well, and that might be enough. Twiz trying to get out of there with just 8 health.
I mean, they were trying to get something going for Yaza. Twiz will find one back, so makes it a 3 versus 2. Makes it a 2 versus 2. Vibron will find one, gets traded immediately. Now, all of a sudden, Twiz left on his own. But if he gets his bomb down, there is more than an opportunity here. They were trying to work on a cruise missile for Yaza. Doesn't work out, but they do get the bomb down 1v2.
Twiz just wants one here. Desperately wants one. Bant does not know. Bant is going to fall as well. Twiz is aggressive and he tries to get out of there. They were not pinching. That was a beautiful calculation by Twiz. He's like, hey, they can't surely both be coming from the same angle. Unfortunately, this time he was wrong. Because if not, that would have worked.
I think the thing is, for Clutch Rain 1, why Bance does get caught out there, I'm thinking to yourself, like, you know, wait on Lucifer, wait on Harry. But I think they would probably expect him kind of playing in and around the site, and that's the reason as to why he gets caught off guard. But Harry there for the trade, working together, just about close enough to get it. So 5-4, but Clutch Rain need to find an attack if they do want to force this to around 11.
Can they do it? Not successful so far in this game. The Clutch War, they need to do something they have not managed to achieve in their last 4 attempts of it. IT is heading towards B now. That was open for a brief opportunity, but obviously there's no way Clutch War could have known that. We hear Harry just trying to throw bullets down that A street again. Desperate for some information here. Cobra finds the first blood.
That's huge. Second kill's going to be massive, though. Twiz should have this one. Oh, he's going to have to dip out. The reinforcements come through, and Cobra finds a second. Strikes when he needs to. Clutch Rain, though, in a really good position now. Looks like they're pivoting over towards A. The bomb's in no man's land. They've just found 2 kills at B. And the bomb carrier's at A tank.
Yaza may have just completely stopped Clutch War in its tracks. Oh, he's so weak now. Has to back off again. And Bant has got for the bomb, and he's going for A as well. Clutch War a little bit all over the place. Bant has got out here again, though. They're checking the bomb. They've got to go B now. This is all running. Clutch War had the advantage, but now they've had to just run for it. Harry's in serious trouble. He's going to be pushed, but he is going to get that gunfight down to a 2 versus 1. What a chaotic round so far.
Indecisiveness from Clutch Rain, but irrelevant of that, they will get the bomb down, and this is as difficult as it gets for Fibron. Can he manage to find anything? Just 1 kill. Good shots in the bands. Not good enough. Don't have any utility to work with. Cobra will find another. We head to round 11. Really, really good job from Clutch Rain. It's going to be important who gets a hold of defense here. Let's see where it's going to land.
Well, Clutch War, we said they hadn't won an attacking round. Now they have. That first blood from Cobra was huge. The fact he got the second as well. Could have gone a bit wrong in the middle, but hey, all's well that ends well. We'll have to do it again, though, Tan. It will be Clutch War on the attack.
Well, they managed to get 1. And that was just basically off the back of Cobra gunning a player down the B side. And he has been the X factor so far, if anything. Look, he put up huge numbers in the hard point. He's doing his job of trying to find picks, playing aggressive. I think if you're Notorious, though, on the other foot, yeah, you need to not offer anything up. Do not offer them the opportunity.
This is difficult. Trying to undo the puzzle. Notorious will have switched positions. They'll be watching places. Clutch War have tried this from every single angle. Bants will have to back down. But where do they go?
There's nothing worse of a feeling. When you start to play an attacking round, this round 11, somebody just nearly tears your head off. Like, right, okay, well, we can't peek that again. It's going to come down to your utility. That's been wasted by Denzer, but it almost just clears tank out. I play over towards sandbags. You got to start moving. Here they go.
They know where Twiz is. Down goes the smoke. Twiz repositions into the smoke, laying down. Nobody knows he's here. Goes for it. Looks through it. Gets into a great timing. Will find the first as well. Twiz continuing. A rain of terror for Brother. Will get another one. Clutch War have no idea what's going on. Twiz has moved through them. And now Clutch War with 11 seconds to go. No bomb, no hope, no guns, nothing. And down they fall. Great in the end. Twiz plays his life perfectly.
It's just not enough time, right? For Clutch Rain War there, you're looking for the pick. You're playing that kind of game, but when you don't find it, you get to around 30 seconds, you make the move. Don't find the kills. Twiz just gets some wonderful timing against one of his ex-teammates. Finds the kill, makes this series 1 apiece. We very much have a series on our hands now, Bryce. That was a very close one. Of course, Clutch Rain War did start to bring it back in the search and destroy. Couldn't quite get the job done. All of a sudden, we're 1 apiece heading into a control, Bryce. Anyone's this Invasion Control coming up next as well? You never know. You never know.
He's certainly down. You got to say good credit there to Twiz. Obviously, just playing his life. Knew that he was going under a little bit of pressure, especially when he saw Bance move into Broken. But just holding it down, crucial all the way through for them. And you can see pretty even across the board. I mean, for Broken, obviously doing a great job there as well as Yaza.
Yeah, if you were to go on the other side of things, Denzer a little bit slow behind the rest of his teammates. As an SMG on that map, sometimes you can live and die by an air push, which we didn't really see too much of. Couldn't really get anything going down this side of the street. Very much an AR-based competition between these two, specifically in this matchup. Great shots coming in from Bance. On the replay, we will get to see a control on this map, of course. Coming up just after this, but yeah, I think it's probably a frustrating one for Clutch Rain War, because it's a difficult beast to tame as Invasion Search and Destroy. It's not the easiest thing to be able to do, to find these attacks that teams are playing so differently every round. But I suppose that's where you got to give the credit to Notorious. They were mixing it up. That plays in the back, that plays in the forward, like you had from Fibron here. There's so many things you have to consider when you're hitting this B push and even over towards A. So it's a tough one for Clutch Rain. But either way, Notorious will tie this series up and make something of it.
Well, we've always said S&D swing can happen. There are always ways rounds can break down, but realistically, the defenses from both teams were very, very strong. But this is the play here, right at the end. Twiz lays down in the middle, in the smoke, finds a gap. A very small gap, but a gap nonetheless. And then he gets out of there, and Clutch War, the comms were probably chaos at that point, Ton.
Yeah, when the smoke goes down in that kind of position, you kind of just got to hope and pray you don't get a bit of bad time, which is exactly what happened to Cobra. But they have time to make amends. Evasion Control going to be coming up. We will be seeing 6-star Hardpoint. Will we see 6-star Search and Destroy? I'm not 100% sure. Tough one to kind of judge now, because Invasion Control coming up. I would always say that typically War look relatively solid. Obviously, the rosters are kind of mixed up now. Twiz obviously being part of that Clutch Rain lineup previous seasons. I would still say Clutch Rain War are my favorites here, absolutely. Especially you think of 6-star, you think of that fast-paced SMG gameplay. Is that going to work out for them? You would expect so. I think they should still do it in 4, but we'll see what happens. But we have another game going on, Bryce, at the same time.
We certainly do. This is how it's going in our secondary game in Bravo.
Hold on.
As you can see, it's pretty one-sided, Ton. It's been going pretty good for them, which is surprising. Omid struggling so far.
F. Henry, Rafi, and Pack 2-0 up against Omid. That is a smoke show so far. 250 to 135, 6-1. Nothing to write home about if you're Omid so far. That's got to be disappointing for them. I'm expecting them to come into the season firing. I don't even think they lost a single game last season. They're on the brink of losing one in the first day.
Wow, that is an update like I wasn't really expecting. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, it's certainly a very good team that they're playing against. But, you know, we always kind of say, oh, they've had such a ridiculous kind of run in challenges and the lands. You always expect them to come out on top in most of these. But, hey, maybe a slow start. Maybe some of the patches are hitting them a little bit harder than we've been expecting, Ton.
Possibly, I suppose. Like you would think of some of the good ARs that are on that Omit roster should be benefiting from that. Maybe it's benefiting other teams a little bit more, the MCW buff, but we are actually going to jump into that Bravo game, I believe, in map number 3, because I mean that will be a crazy upset if it does come through immediately. Or is that one just on Bravo? I'm not sure. We might be jumping into it. Let's have a look. We're going to go into it. We're getting amongst it. Exceptional 2-0 up against Omid here. Very different than what we thought we would see.
Yeah, realistic, like I said before, although I will say Exceptional Gaming, it is a very good roster. Certainly not a team to be underestimated at any point, but we will see, because right now they are struggling to get out of their spawn. Omit have turned on the taps and put them in the blender.
It's always a difficult position when you are on the attacking side. Gotta pick your way out. It turns into a very different game. First for us. I'm happy with the second, straight into the slaughter. And that's pretty much an example of how not to do it and go one by one.
Find a breakout. They just need a good trade. There goes one. Weeman is going to be swarmed. And he's
That's more like
going to kill for it, but still they're in. Mythics will continue to hold the door though, and Hixie will back him up. The first set of trades. They just cannot get anywhere. There are bullets flying from every single direction. And that is the kind of thing you just hate to happen to you. It is frustrating in the extreme, because even when you get a trade, you just cannot break out. Omid EU lock the door and throw away the key here in the first round of control.
Emery has found a route below, though. He has getting out on the ground. Onto B, 3 dead, 4 dead. There you go. That's how quickly control can change. You are in a bad spot. You could really do with finding a couple of points, and they got a good opportunity to do so here now. Omid just after respawn down the A side will want to be safe here. Trophy's going to have to be good from Exceptional. Also, the guns are going to have to be good as well. But at least they do get themselves a tick. Not going to get any more, though. Forced back. One last chance.
Well, 6 seconds ago, they basically have to run straight to the point and jump on it. It doesn't look like they are going to get there in time, because Vortex is sitting into this point just waiting for the player to come up onto the lobby. But, hey, Omid EU not had a good time so far in that series, but at least a good first control round. If you want to watch the rest of that one, you can catch it on Bravo right now. However, we've been told our game is ready, Tons. The Notorious versus Clutch War should be going into their own control and invasion.
Yeah, and we've had some closer games. I mean, we were, I'll not be afraid to comment. We were having conversations about the games I've seen today. I was like, a lot of them are 3-0s, I would imagine, with you, but my word. Bit of a turn up, especially in that Bravo game. Notorious with a good start here, though. That's straight onto A. This is a massive opportunity straight from the rip.
They've gone into this so fast. Even just getting this second tick would be massive for them. They're going to have to chow, and can they stop it on this tick itself? No, that second tick has got in. Yards are still alive here. Will eventually be taking out, but that might be damage done. Twitch is going to be here as well. That's a huge 2. Jump straight back into the point. They are looking to lock this down instantly, but Twitch has no health, and unfortunately no hope of locking it. But for Clutch War, sweat would be just dripping off the foreheads on that one.
The problem that they had there, though, was the fact that they had, if you Clutch War, you had to send a couple of players back to A just to cover that. So B is an open road straight into it. First tick's in, second on the way. If they lock this down pretty cleanly, they are going to have a mammoth amount of time to try and make one good, not even good, like just a decent push over towards it. It's looking like it's going to be locked. There's 2 ticks in. I don't know if Vance and Cobra are going to be able to do too much about it. I say that. Cobra will find one. Is he going to be able to find anything else? Absolutely not. There's pressure coming in over A, towards the A side as well. B has now got terrible situation for Clutch Rain straight out of the game.
And now they just have to scramble. They have to do the hard hold. 1 tick, 2 minutes. Clutch War, this is basically about as bad of a start you can get, except for losing that A side instantly. Twiz being a problem again. 7 and 3. Staying alive. Looking for any more damage. Dive straight out of this one. Almost wins that gunfight. Not quite, though. Mighty is going to be in the backfield and almost gets caught. And he does eventually win the gunfight. Mighty's now back into the point here. Going to be massively outnumbered. War are going to throw everything at this.
They had to. Now the lives are very, very similar. But the problem is here now for Clutch Rain, well, they don't have much mid-map control. There you go. That's a little bit better. Cobra can find that kill. Needs a little bit of help inside of Hotel, though. Just make sure you can lock that down. There's a bit more pressure over towards the A-side street. It's all about mid-map control. Can you find it? Twiz is going to shut it down momentarily. Big stun on the Bance as well. There you go. Here comes some more pressure. Clutcher and War gonna have to tail up.
Just continuing to try and hold this. They want a little bit of map control. They've got to be careful. With only one tick,
That's massive.
everything could go badly for them at any point.
Those 2 kills inside of Hotel from Harry are absolutely huge. Oh, and there's a huge nade goes in. There's your cruise missile. Just out of absolutely nothing. Double kill, comes around, gets a trail on a weak player. Nade in there after he found 1 kill as well. Fantastic work coming in. And Lucifer himself. Shot's going to come in. He will eventually go down here. You win a matchup, but his damage already done. 86 in 30 seconds. Big flag coming through from Cobra. And just pretty much puts a stamp on this round. Notorious. Going to be very difficult from here.
Yeah, they've got nowhere to go. And you've got to give full credit. Harry and Cobra went to work. They absolutely did not allow them to capitalize on that start. Benefit here for Notorious. 5 ticks off the rip. And Verbrone's like, I'm not going down without a fight. I will continue to try and get some more kills out of this. Isn't going to get any more. But Clutch War do win that first round of control. And it looked a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, look, that's I would say a small L really for Clutch Train. I mean, you will still win the round, but it's just one of those moments where you don't want to allow them that much time over towards A that early. Nade coming in. Oh, we got a good POV from Vance's side of things. I will see when he nailed that down. Oh, boys. I don't even think Vance landed a bullet.
No, I think Bance, I was fairly convinced Bance was going to die there. But saved just in time by a great grenade. For Clutch War, though, battle's only just beginning. They are down 5 ticks so far in this, even though they got the round win.
Another 3 spray as well. That's going to be cut short. Pressure in from Bance, though, over towards this B side. Will give Notorious an opportunity just to stretch their legs down the A side of the map. Get a bit of control. It looks like they're pretty much going to give this one up, other than Mighty having a little go at it. Not going to happen. Oh, big kills coming in the middle of the map here as well. Clutcher in now with an opportunity to get some hotel control, which makes things very, very difficult for the defensive side. It's big.
Just trying to get through. Twist does not acknowledge him. Unfortunately, they're going to get caught with a bit of timing here as both of those players go down. They were hoping just to catch maybe another wave of kills. For Notorious, they've said, all right, we've lost B. We don't care. Let's just continue to get kills and move forward. The Clutch War it's just a difficult run for them.
So Bance finding his way behind here. If he can survive, they know exactly where he is, but easier said than done just killing Ben Bance. You'll have to find a way out. But the big problem here you've got is Fibron. Look at his position on the bottom left corner of the map. He is forced himself so far forward. And that's where you need to get rid of. You need to kind of dot your I's, cross your T's now if you are Clutch Rain, because you are in a bit of a precarious situation. Fibron surviving the cover from Yaza. Really, really tough for them now. 22-17. Clutch Rain need to get out of the spawn.
It's always difficult in this scenario. The amount of kills you have to make, the amount of corners you have to check, the amount of gunfights you have to win. Because if you don't, this is a scenario you find yourself in. Push back into the spawn. And once you're in the spawn, everybody knows it's a nightmare. Yaza just piling on the pressure.
It's free for him. It's just not stopped rolling ever since the round started. Pressure now going to come in down the A street. They are all going to run towards Fibron, who they need to get rid of very, very quickly. May well be down at 8 lives and not have a whole load of time, but one good push that can make the difference. Mighty's playing this so well. Yeah, fair play. Done really, really well. It was Yaze who finally got a hold of the kill. He's on a 9 spree now. Having a hell of a round. 15-8 from him. Notorious looking to even things up here, but just that little bit better.
So let's say Clutch War, one benefit they had is they had taken a little bit of map control back, but that just went into the wind as they haven't found a kill. And for Notorious, just the tick advantage. 2 ticks to the good here. It realistically doesn't look like Clutch War will get anything else out of this one. They're looking for the mid control, but they've got players in the backfield. And Twiz is saying, hey, I've managed to flank. I've caught them all aware. Bance is alone. Bance finds for Brone, but he does not have a teleporter. He is not getting towards A.
Not a lot Bance can do there, but my goodness, a 10 spree from Yaza in the end. I don't think we died in the round. 10 kills without answer. Fantastic performance. That's going to be a 2-tick advantage now for the side of Notorious Yaza. My word, that was incredible.
Well, advantage now to Notorious XCR. A great attack into a good defense has given them the advantage. Now 2 ticks to the good. I suspect Clutch War will be a little bit more cautious around A this time, though. So it might be a bit of a benefit to just go for a big B hit, and that's exactly what they're doing.
I mean, we say it so often that the easiest time to push over towards A is pretty much off the rib. Yaza looking for his 11th in a row. Not going to find it. Will eventually get shut down. Vibronico starting to get something going over towards this piece, but if you start to lose a couple of gunfights here, it's a dangerous prospect. 3 players investing a lot of time over towards this side of the map. Clutch Rain trying to get something done, trying to shut this one down pretty quickly, but Mighty will be able to slow them down. We'll find one, but the rest of the team only slowly coming out of their spawn, and now Fibron probably needs to find something here. Denza with a big gunfight all of a sudden. Welcome to the spawn.
Now they've got to lock them in. Cobra, he's ready for it. Be a bit careful. Wait for that trophy to go down as they are throwing everything at them. Unfortunately, Denza for the backup. And they are still breaking out of this one. Putting more and more bodies towards it, but advantage is firmly in Clutch War's side as Harry goes to work. Even more bodies for it. They do have Bants in the spawn as well. And everywhere they go, a gunfight win.
That was an absurd snap coming in from Harry. So what, they were 2 ticks up by the time 2 rounds were done. They might only be 1 tick up heading into another defensive side. Things have went from bad to worse. This defensive round is as good as that first attacking round out in Notorious. This has been relentless.
Well, they needed to claw back those ticks, Ton. And they have done it potentially. If they can get 3 here. So it's 6 ticks to 3 at the moment. This does mean Clutch War have an opportunity. Obviously, it's better to win the attacking round. But being realistic, just doing this kind of performance puts them back on even ground. That's what they wanted. Here he is, Lucifer, aka Harry.
This second snap. That's absurd. He's killed him so fast. Did Bans shoot? I hope Bans shot him.
8 streak. Here they go.
I mean, now it's you still have work to do. Of course, if you cut terrain, but it's always the thing when we talk about those round 5s being so important. The thing is, for one of those teams, if you all win your defenses, the team who got there first are going to have that match point very, very quickly. Can you do something, especially with this cruise missile now? I believe they might have another one as well, to be honest with you. Cobra is not far off, but I thought he was close. I thought he had one anyway. Let's be gone, and all of a sudden you have 2 minutes and 15 seconds and a couple of cruise missiles to use to get a hold of it.
But this is where it gets a little bit tenuous. They have to keep making these trades. They have to be outside of that spawn. Only Denza is at the moment. He'll be key. He's going to call out Twiz. Not going to take that fight with a rival 9. Let's call it out, but they want the rest of the team to join them. Twiz finds Bants already, and there's the second. Denza will now be trying to make his own kills. I don't think they know he's out.
Big fight going on over towards the top end of A Street as well. Yaza looking for it. Does find it.
Oh, they do know. The bro knows.
Yaza's just found 2 huge kills, though. He'll be keeping the other players in the spawn. Denza is very much on his own now. We'll find one. Is he going to be able to get across? That's going to allow the rest of the team to potentially get out here. The distraction comes through. They have to turn around.
Still got to be careful. The spawns are so much in their favor. All it's doing is stopping the clock, but Denza's in trouble. He's been found. He is going to go down as well. But you are right. That door has been opened for them. Just a crack. Just a little bit. Oh. Clutch War. If they had got that tick, they would have defense in the next round, but they don't have it yet. It will come down to kills if it stays as it is.
Got a minute and 10 to work with. Lives dead even. Next couple of kills are huge. Notorious starting to turtle up just a little bit. They've been forced to. Mighty could do with finding something here inside of Hotel. Twiz is going to fall. Plenty of opportunity now for Clutch Rain.
Huge kill. More pressure mounting though. 50 seconds for Clutch War. They can secure the defense if they can get into this point and get a single tick. Already, Turtling coming in from Notorious. They're just putting bodies in there as pressure continues to mount. This could be the moment. Twiz trying to stay alive. He knows players are going to be around here. Chow's nade goes out and Bance gets him, but Bance stays alive somehow. We'll go down to Yadra as well. The rest of them now piling in. The kills have gone through. It's only going to be for Broden the Point. They are looking for him. They know there is blood in the water. Down in they go. Cobra dives into it as well, but loses the trophy to another trophy.
He's another one in there very, very quickly because those stuns are going to start to rain through. You got no cover on the cross. Yaza's actually going to invest the cruise missile here. So everything being used by Notorious.
That is going to go down. Mighty flies into the point. Damage. Oh! It's a wonderful 3. Damage might have already been done, though. That tick, if my maths is correct, means Clutch War will have the defense for this final round. Was a valiant effort for them, though, to try and win it there. I wonder if that trophy had been a bit better or had waited just a second.
Yeah, that might have made a huge difference, to be honest with you. Get that down. The players don't get stunned up. They're talking in game chat now. Who's got it? I mean, not the first two are very much inconsequential, but the third onto Denza, disgusting.
Well, there we go. There's a confirmed. Clutch War have got the defense. They did just enough in that last round to get it. And now Notorious will have to do the much more difficult job of winning an attack on invasion control.
Can they find anything? If you recall back to the very first round, though, Brycey, they did have an opportunity to win that first round. They were 5 ticks deep, and then Clutch War eventually started clutching up. B is going down very, very quickly here, though, and Twiz has found a gunfight on the other side of the map. Things are opening up. That's 3 dead. All of a sudden, flags coming in. Cobra can find 1. Can he be good for 2? If he could, that would be huge. Can't find anything. All of a sudden, though, Twiz, he hasn't even jumped on the point. Stayed aggressive. Wait for these teams to come over. There is no way they read this. Absolutely not. There you go. There's one from Twiz. Bance will be there for the trade, but the pressure's already on.
Huge kill. That entire push was millimeters away from being successful. A couple of gunfights gone the other way, and Clutch War probably would have been scrambling. As it is now, Notorious still have a bit of map control. They are looking to push this mid completely. Looking for Bance. Bance will find the first. Going to be in trouble as well, though.
Trade does eventually get there. Harry will find a kill on the Mighty. But it is very, very evenly poised. Plenty of time on this side, but lives are very much even. Pressure starting to come on through, though, but the positioning was good. Denza can only find 1. He also will find 1 on the Cobra, and all of a sudden, this is a little bit of a dangerous prospect.
Oh, and they're going down. Harry tries to find them, but just cannot get a gunfight that he needs. Cobra will find 1, though. Mighty will stop the clock. And that is a complete wipe.
That's huge. I think I'll find the next wave. This might be done.
Taurus keep making great plays. Only just stop at the second. There is a triple Chow. They are not allowing themselves to be punched back into the spawn at any time during this. And here they come again. Continuous pressure. Clutch War having to commit the cruise now. Cobra's all the way out. He's looking for it. That is going to do nothing for them. Apart from just give us a little bit of lag here on the screen. Eventually we see a Bance trying to stay alive as well. 37 seconds. Notorious mounting up in towards mid-map. They are looking for one final swing at this ton.
The Cobra positioning. That might make the difference here. Oh, the 3 dead, though, is going to be a big reason for it. Cobra now going to be forcing them to spawn so far out. Denza on a 4 spree. Knows they're going to be pushing in from this side. Hasn't reloaded the MCW that he managed to pick up. Does dip out anyway. Bance finds another. Do or die now for Notorious.
It's a sprint. It's a sprint straight to it, but unfortunately they don't have the bodies. Bance is hunting and will take down Yaza. And with Cobra watching the spawn, that is going to be all they wrote. And Clutch War will win the control. They were behind. They had a bad first round, but the rest of it was good enough to get the W.
It's that really good defensive round that they were able to counter with. They managed to lock down Notorious straight into their spawns, and it was just so difficult From then on out, as soon as they get that last tick in their final attacking round, you get a whole defense and they hold it very, very well. There was a couple of opportunities, though, I think I want to say for Notorious to potentially do something there. There was a couple of moments where they did find the push in. They did get some control. Were not able to execute. Really good job coming in from Clutter and War. And again, deservedly probably find themselves in the lead. Unfortunate in the Search and Destroy, I want to say. Now heading into map number 4 and 6 star, they'd be feeling confident they can close this in 4.
Yeah, they should do. I mean, it was a great hardpoint first time around there for Clutch 4, but a little bit spicy in the S&D. This is how it did play out, though, with some of the statistics. Harry, 30 and 22 in the end, really putting the slaying down for his team with some huge clutch moments. Cobra also pretty much the same, 25 and 18. On the other side of it, Yaza, we saw him do some great work. Twiz, 24 and 33, but I think Twiz, the pressure alone was worth volumes, Tom.
Yeah, high interactions, right? He's all in and amongst it constantly. And looking towards it, though, I think if you're Yazi, maybe you're disappointed you went at 10 spree. You didn't really find a great deal with your cruise missile. Nobody did, really, to be honest. But there was opportunities for both two teams to win attacks. Neither one of them took it. Comes down to defensive rounds, all winning. And honestly, I think, you know, I'm going to contradict myself, actually. In terms of what Harry did with his cruise missile towards them, because it just forces everybody to have to start moving in positions you don't want to be in. And Notorious kind of got cleaned up from then on out. A really good job on a couple of their rounds, though. Yaza's 10 spree will be a highlight, but Harry answered back with an 8 of his own and made sure he made it count. Really good job from Clutcher and Walt. Deservedly 2-1. This was disgusting, by the way. Wow.
Yeah. I was just waiting for that one. That snap was crazy. This control really come down to some small moments. That was the moment we talked about with the trophy going down. It might have made a bit of a difference. You also got to remember that trophies are a much bigger resource now. The patch a little while ago, where it took down the amount of projectiles it could destroy, dramatically fell off. So realistically, you need every trophy you can get out in those scenarios. But enough from Clutch 4 anyway to carry them over the top in the control. 2-1 to the good now, Tom.
Yep, looking good for them. Based on what we've seen in map number 1 as well, they'll be feeling good heading into the 6-star hard point. Very much about your SMGs. Are they going to be able to perform? That's going to be the question. And what's going to be the answer? I'd be really curious what happened in the other game, actually. I know that was a very, very tight one. We'll find out what has gone on there. I'd imagine that Omid haven't went quietly into the night. Interesting set of games to kick things off here, Brycey. I was expecting a couple of one-sided affairs.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. It's certainly going to be an interesting Elite Stage 3 if this continues all the way through. These teams are practiced. They are ready. I mean, we are moving into that part of the season where everybody has a very firm grasp of how they should be playing and all the tricks and tips they can kind of pick up from the scrims and the competitive games they have played. So it always gets a little bit tighter at this point. But hey, love the fact that it's been going well. But let's see how our secondary game has been going.
Way.
It's a 3-0. Wow. Omid, in their very first game, have fallen at the first hurdle. Fortunately, this is a marathon, not a sprint, but this will be the end of the control time.
Let's see how it went down. Not much going on for Omid. Attack over towards the B side. 8.6 seconds and they've clutched it. So presume they get a hold of this. Lives 12 apiece. 2 HP and a dream. Stay alive. Yeah, get a hold of it. There you go. And then from there, they got over aggressive. They overextend it. Try and get a hold of it back. All of a sudden, 3 people on air. That's a game.
Yeah, they've just jumped on it with bodies. They've stacked it and there's nothing they can do. That first tick's already in. The second one is about to complete. And there is nowhere. They are just not winning any gunfights either. Henry's going to find 2 as well. He's on a 5 streak. They're still on the point. Nobody able to get them off. And that is a devastating way to lose the control. That was 8.6 seconds away from ending, Ton.
That's a tough one. Vortex will not be very happy about that one. 3-0, by the way. Wow. All of a sudden. Well, we might. I mean, look, you can never count them out by any stretch, but do we have other contenders who potentially could be here? Clutter and Wall with the exact start they needed. Kills coming in from Banson Coat to kick things off on this mixy map. P1. The mixiest hill of all. As we head over towards the bar. So far, so good for Clutter.
They want to end this here. They've had a few close calls and lost the S&D. trying to keep them off of it. This is always a bit of a mixy hill. See both teams just continue to just wait for the opportunity to jump in. Harry goes round and just about to get it, but Cobra actually backs him up there and gets the kill himself, and Cobra will find his third on that point.
It's all about this rotation, though. Coming on through. We saw here in numbers, they have a hold of the spawns. They have to be making sure they are finding these kills, though. One player's actually going to manage to find a push through the middle of the map. Harry, again. It's been absolutely insane for Cut Train War. This is a huge moment. Baz finds one from behind the palm tree, just about gets in his way, but spawns towards the back. This is okay for Notorious if you can continue to hold.
Looking for it. You can see Harry just trying to wait, see if there's any pressure come through, and a bit of timing goes against him. Just not holding the irons as long as he could have done. And eventually he's going to go for it, but they seem to be struggling here. I say that as Dender just eviscerates the second guy. That is a wipe. They are back on the point ton.
Rotation is going to be there, though, for Notorious. Because of the spawn, it's actually a bit of a split. Yaz is going to be behind them. See, Harry's actually made his way through. He slipped the net. That is a disaster for Notorious. Just a couple of holes in their defenses on occasion. Okay, the final 10 seconds for that old scrap time are going to go over that way. Going to be a spawn here for Mighty as well. Or has it been here this whole time? Can't remember. Either way, you need to get rid of them if you're Clutch Train.
And now, Clutch War in the point. Lucifer just tries to hold it, but isn't going to. It leaves Cobra alone. Cobra not able to win that one. Too damaged. They're still trying to keep a toehold into this. They know it's much more difficult to break this if you get completely locked out. Denza really working those those muscles at the moment. Constant pull-ups.
Trophy system down. You can try and get a contest from here, but you need to find the kills as well. Cobra, how's he snapped onto the second? Had to be weak. Here comes Harry to find one more. 1v1 for the point here. Mighty's going to go for the push. Finds it with the nade. Big kill.
Victoria's doing a great job just keeping the pressure up, not allowing them back into this point. Eventually finding it. Both sides throwing everybody they can. But this is now the rotation. For Clutch War, they've done a lot of work onto that point, but Notorious will walk away with it in the end. Yaza, they already know he's going to be here now. You can see they're trying to hunt him down, trying to get him at some point, but back up by Twiz has meant the Notorious are here on this rotation.
The only positive for Clutch Train in that situation was the fact that they absolutely did not have the rotation there, and they kind of limit Notorious to, what, 20 points or so? 20, 30 points. But now the rotation, very, very difficult to try and find a breakthrough here now. Can you manage to get a little bit of control? Some mid-map pressure coming in here as well. If you lose P3, you don't have the spawns for that. P4 always going to look likely for the teams that did. Pressure's starting to come in. They're inside the point.
Twiz looking to just play the sneaky role. Is not going to get enough bullets into these players that he wanted to. Harry on a 4 streak, now a 5 streak, looking for the 6th, and will just thread the needle for it as well. Hunter's player down low, but it's already been taken out by a teammate. It's only going to be scrap time for them in this one as we go into the next rotation, but it's a fight every single step of the way.
Harry seems to be very much thriving in this new Clutch Train War roster. He's knocked lights out all game long. Never 6 in a row did get a hold of that cruise missile. Maybe just able to work with Cobra that a little bit better. Is the snapper going to be there? Not quite. Mighty would be there to hold this down as we head into another rotation of hills. Of course, is only 4 hills on this map, and number 1 is the craziest. Fibron Co inside the point now. Clutch Train, can you find a breakthrough? Not if Fibron's shooting like this. There's 2 more kills. 3 in a row from him. Some good time on offer here for Notorious.
Twiz is trying to make a bit of a play and slow down Clutch War, but it is working. Clutch War now going to have to make the push. Nade's now raining into the point here. Fibron tries to get a bit of the pressure alleviated. Cobra has already found 2, though. And pressure has mounted. Everybody's fallen but Mighty, but Mighty's really just not in a position to really contest anything at the moment. It will be, again, it is scrap time for Clutch War as we go over to this rotation. Notorious will be here first. At the moment, they are looking like the team in the driving seat. They are getting to these rotations first, Hun.
Yeah, it's one of those games that I think the scoreline at the top of your screen doesn't necessarily always confirm what's going on, but that break might just do that. It's about a 20-point lead. It's about to increase. Clutch Train will find a way in, and they want to keep Notorious here.
Holding. Trying to get enough down for it, but they still have it. Harry's very, very weak, but fortunately Cobra to the rescue. One of the highlights here for Clutch War is just how well these two are working together at the moment. Every time one comes under pressure, the second comes to the rescue. Harry doing his best to shoot everybody like a shooting gallery. And so many players going down. Cobra looking for another one here. There's a 5 streak. And they are really putting the pain onto them again. Notorious have tried to break this with numbers and speed, and have unfortunately fallen to the ARs. That looks like scrap time should go to them, but not the rotation this time around.
Yeah, they had the rotation last time. It's where they made a lot of their points. Going to find themselves, well, after all of that, to still find yourself only around 20 or so behind is not the end of the world. It could have been a lot worse than it was looking. Really good job from Notorious to keep that from being really bad, but Clutch Rain played that perfectly.
This is big now for Notorious. They managed to hold this last time, or at least fight Clutch War to a standstill. This time they are locked down. It is a hard hold, which means they have to try and get through everything here. Bant is being a problem. He's got one of the cuts. They'll have to deal with him first. Twiz is going to do exactly that. The rest of the bodies pile in. Have they watched this correctly? Cobra and Harry again, the duo going to work.
25 seconds to play for here. It's been a great hold so far from Clutch Rain. Next wave of kills is going to be massive, but the trades are going to actually start coming on through, so that's some kills over towards the Mimban. Notorious going to give this up. Vance has made his way through, and this could be big now for Clutch Rain to try and find a break over towards the next. That's going to help as well. Denza with a kill. Cobra with another. Notorious seem to be falling apart now. Bricey, Clutch Rain have found another gear.
That team kill could be problematic. And staying alive. They've given up the point, but for positioning, and it's working out as Pants is finding kills. There's the third. Same scenario again. They will have to find Bants before they make a serious effort at this one. He will play his life. He will find as many kills as possible before they can commit. Here it comes. Looking for him now. He will still stay alive with help from his teammates. And there is nothing Notorious can do. They are being battered back into their spawn, eventually finding Bants. This is their first real opportunity to get onto the point ton.
Another cruise missile, though. Coming in from Harry. He wants to just solidify this game. He doesn't even need to call it. Denza's found 3 all of his own, and then straight off the respawn, have that down your throats. Fantastic work coming in from the Clutch Rain side. 13 seconds away on this hill. They're going to close this game out, surely, Bricey.
Oh, you'd think so. They found another gear on this hard point. S&D, when the way Notorious, control very, very close. The hard points, though, have all been Clutch War, and almost turns, burns, and ends it right there. 18 seconds left to go. Notorious will have to move, and they've got to move the mountain that is Clutch War now. Every single body into the point they must. Mighty will find the first one on the bounce. LeBron will find another one. Cobra tries to hold, but isn't going to. Denza on the flank is also going to fall. Notorious have a lifeline.
Got to hold the P2 spawns as well, but they cannot let an iota of this time go over towards Clutch Rain. They also find a big important kill over towards the outside as well. They're holding it down. Good job so far. 20 seconds still to hold here over towards P1. You need to think about P2, but you cannot let Clutch Rain have a look yet.
This is, I mean, it's a long way back for Notorious. But if they can find a miracle, if they can find a massive hold, they might be able to put the pressure on Clutch War enough. And this is what they are doing, trying to get every gunfight. The rotation is theirs.
Now, this is a time where you wish you had that cruise missile that was used over towards... Oh, P4, was it? From Harry. Didn't necessarily work out. There's another 3 dead. 40 seconds. They can hold on to this perfectly and get a good rotation. They're still going to be within 30. It's doable, Bricey. It's difficult, but it's doable.
It is Clutch War. Oh my goodness, those 2 kills. Oh, it's going to be a team kill as well, but Cobra finds one more. Mighty has to hold. He finds the first. Super low on health as Cobra finds the second, but it will be Twiz. Twiz from behind gets him. And they are back into this point again. Clutch War went for one big swing, and they have missed. 15 seconds. The rotation must be Clutch War's now.
Got to think about the rotation. You've got to think about it. Mighty's just gunned dead. Clutch Rain still in prime position here, though. Spawns should not do anything too funny here. Got to get these mid cuts. It's all about Bants actually trying to find something on the flank. One kill's going to go through. Twiz will find Lucifer, so it has to work something from the front. Mighty's going to find one. Yaza finds another. The break comes through. What on earth is going on here?
Oh my goodness, Bants, that's a huge kill to keep his team alive into this one. Notorious have done the impossible and broken in, though. Can they do anything? They are still fighting from the worst position.
Massive.
Battlefind 2, after he found Twiz as well. That's a 5 spree for him. Cobra will get Yaza, and that will be game. Unbelievable. Notorious almost made the Cinderella story happen, but Bans somehow held them at bay.
Just denying the inevitable, really, but Notorious started to make that look scary. It was nearly 3 back-to-back-to-back hills that worked out perfectly on the third rotation. But the problem is you can't let the lead become that. Yeah, it was good hard point towards the end from them, but when you find yourself that far behind, it's always going to be really difficult to try and bring that one back. Really, really good job, though, coming in from Clutch Rain. Whoa. Hardpoint looks great. I mean, maybe, to be fair, I think you'll see plenty of teams kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit. In that kind of situation, you're 9 points away. They're 140 behind. We're not losing. In the end, it was about a 100-point deficit made up by the side of Notorious before Clutch Rain War did close it out. Huge games coming in for absolutely everybody, putting up the numbers where needed. Considering how well he played in the previous map, Yaza not quite finding the time. A really, really nice job coming in from Clutch Rain. Cobra doing the dirty work. Lucifer alongside of him. Harry was being just phenomenal throughout that entire series. Cobra, very impressive debut on the Challengers Elite stage. For Clutch Rain War, I just want to point out, obviously.
I was going to say, for Clutch War, it really looked like they kind of found their groove on the hard point, but you got to give credit to Notorious. That fight back was legendary. If they just found Bance, they could have had an opportunity to bring it almost to a tie game, and then it really would have been a roll of the dice for who ended up winning in the end. And you can kind of see as we go through these replays as well, Clutch War just took command, went massively into the lead. It should have been over a while ago.
Yeah, it's one of them, though. As I mentioned, teams can sometimes just, you're that far ahead. At one stage, it would have got a little bit panicky, but I don't know how worried that Clutch Rain War would have been. But look, it was a good comeback. Didn't quite get the job done. Notorious will fall. Clutch Rain Team War will get the win, so that's a good start for them against a very, very solid team in Notorious. In the end, a 3-1 victory. Close control, close search and destroy, but the hard points comfortable there for Clutch Rain War.
Wow. Got to keep an eye on Notorious this season, though. They do look like a very good team. And yeah, I'll be honest with you, this has been a great opening to the elite stage. Teams kind of showing us just how prepared they really are all the way through. The Clutch War, obviously, it's a good time on hardpoint. Maybe a little bit of tightening up in the other game modes. And on our other game as well, we've seen Omid EU drop 3-0 in their very first game. That may be the story of the day.
I'm going to have to speak to somebody and see what's actually happened here. My goodness, how has that ended up happening? Look, I mean, the team you're going up against are a solid lineup, very much so. You've got players in there from War of last season. You've got F.Pack, players who have really impressed us. Did they impress us enough to justify a 3-0 win up against Omid, though? No. So that's a big surprise result to find. Let's see how they do the rest of the season, though. It's a very, very long one. One game does not make it the champion, Percy.
It does not. It's always a marathon, not a sprint. And speaking of a marathon, here's our schedule for today. Of course, our 7 p.m. slot was filled and has been completed. Moving on, our 8:30 slot, Team Falcons versus Revived will be hitting your eyeballs in just a short while. And our secondary game for that will be 22 Esports versus 5 Media Clan. So a lot of games left to go, of course, as well as all the updates from all the goings on here in Challengers Elite. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a short while for our second slot. And yeah, it's going to be a good one. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Challengers Elite. This is the European side of Stage 3, and we're in our very first day. Coming on your screen right now, some wonderful highlights from a game we saw earlier. Lucifer, aka Harry, versus Notorious certainly put the hurt on, and it ended up with them walking away with the victory ton.
Oh, demonic plays coming in from Harry throughout the entire series. Absolutely ridiculous. I think time and time again we've seen just kills that shouldn't be happening. The MCW buff, as you can tell by that clip, looking pretty good in Harry's hands. So if he can continue in this form, then War Clutch Rain are going to be looking a lot better as things do go on. So interesting to see how things go between those two teams. But realistically speaking, Bryce, we've still got a couple of more games to get through.
We certainly do. If you are joining us, here is the schedule at 9 p.m. BST, or any second now as it should be. Team Falcons versus Revived will be winging its way into our first slot. In our secondary slot, 22 Esports versus 5 Media Clan. So we will catch up with that game when it gets going. But here are the maps and modes for the game we were just talking about. You can see Karachi Hardpoint will be our start, then Invasion, Search and Destroy, Invasion Control, Rio Hardpoint, and Karachi Search and Destroy to end things off. Ton, what do you make of that?
Well, looking over towards it specifically, I think it's a very fast-paced game in terms of, well, at least the hard points. Karachi Search and Destroy, Invasion Control, Invasion Search and Destroy a little bit slower, but the hard points will suit Falcons, I believe, at least anyway from the top of my head in terms of how these teams play. So let's see how they do go down. But yeah, I would still like it for Falcons. Like, realistically speaking, I would have always presumed Falcons would go into this game as the favorites, and they absolutely will do. But Revived are a very solid roster, so let's see how this one goes down.
Yeah, well, speaking of going down, that's exactly what is happening. We're jumping straight into the hardpoint. Revive Gaming versus Team Falcons. I've got a feeling this might go the difference. Very, very good teams on both sides.
Plenty of big names on each of the rosters, right? I mean, just to be fair, though, I'm going to kind of go back to what I was saying at the top of the show. Team Falcons impressed me so much last season. Let's see if they can continue to impress, though. They're a very, very solid roster. Can they bring anything more to the table this season?
Well, this is going to kick off for both teams. Just trying to make sure that everybody gets ready for it. You've got to remember as well, these teams should be warm coming off their first set of games, so everybody should be firing on all cylinders. Right now for the Falcons, they're just trying to break in here and get a few kills under their belt. Not the greatest of breaks for them originally, but now some points on the board.
It's all about the rotation over towards P2, though, which will be coming in 14 seconds. So time to get some kills if you are Falcons. Luigi will find one on the outside, find two. Incredible work. So Revived will have a good position here, heading over towards P2. Falcons trying to just make sure they soak up every single second they can over towards the old side. And now we'll try to break through. That's not a good start, though.
They are quite some way off. They're looking for Roxas. Bit of timing here, maybe going his way. Finds the first. Just trying to open up proceedings here. You can see they are swarming all over this. Falcons have an opportunity. Bodhi just going to get back in that point. And that was actually a really kind of calm and collected break there, Tan. They just sort of walked in.
Managed to get their way through. No problem. But I was just looking at the previous game. Team Falcons actually winning that game at 3-2 against Team Maestro. I was expecting us to maybe a little bit more comfortable in that game, but well of it. Not doing too badly now. Revived inside the point. Falcons now on the back spawns. Only 20 seconds to play for. I have to really think about this rotation. Yeah, okay, they're going to get at the final 15 or so, and it is going to be pretty much a tight game. But do they get enough to warrant what is going to now be a very difficult push over towards P3?
Luigi just now trying to hold this down. There's a little bit of pressure coming towards him, but reinforcements have arrived. Kez has the cut, and they are firmly entrenched here. Revive Gaming in a very good position. Falcons will have to break this door down if they want to go for it. You can already see top 3 control, and every single direction they are going for. It is a massive spawned out for Revive.
That's a tough one, but if they can hold on, then all of a sudden you get a pinch on the cards. Can they lock it down? Big kill coming in towards the back from Khalid, but it's cleaned up by Revive. Nice hold so far. Big pressure going to be coming in from the Coop side of things, though. Roxas will find one. Genesis can answer back. So far, so good for Revive Gaming. 72 points and, well, not quite rising. The scrap time will once again go over towards Team Falcons, but that's a good hold coming in from Revived. Falcons doing a good job to find a break back through, though, right? It keeps it within touching distance. You're not far away, but so far, rotations, 2 out of 2 for Revived. Are they about to get 3 out of 3? Although not quite as important when it heads over towards P4.
This is the hill that nobody really does very well on. He's looking for Exnid, though. Very patient. Just going to try and be a problem. Almost gets that kill, but with 6 health and a dream, he will get it done eventually. Still staying alive. Health coming back. Exnid just causing so many problems and finds the 3rd as well. Huge play there from the Falcons. Exnid keeping his team alive into this point. Like I said, shame it's this point because you just don't get that many uncontested points to actually get anything going. The Falcons doing a good job of it so far, keeping Revived off.
The teams are getting a lot better at it, though. It's just about sort of picking and choosing when is the best time. Now, with your Falcons, you're not going to win that rotation, so you will soak up every single second that you possibly can. Revive Gaming have allowed the commitment for Falcons in terms of scrap time. It means that they have committed already to the rotation. Luigi going to turn around just in time. Khaled will manage to find the kill. So just waiting on his team coming back around. You will have some company directly above him. Connor is going to be there. The Falcons now making their push through the side of the map. Not going to be able to find anything this time around. But for all said and done, good time over towards P4. Really good job.
Got to be careful. Kez just trying to just get enough bullets in, but the great repositioning has actually worked wonders. Fantastic in the end of the 3 streak, and it puts Falcons completely on the back foot.
They do have one member from behind, though, so if Roxas can pinch at the right time, then all of a sudden things become very, very difficult. Now they've got an eye on where the rest of the players are. Keza trying at the back just to stay alive. Eventually will fall. Brick looking like it's going to come through from Falcons. Good job. That was about 30 seconds or so that Revive Gaming managed to get a good chunk of. 15 seconds. It's going to be Falcons heading into this next rotation with themselves a small little lead. It's mostly been off the back of scrap, finding some breaks. If they can find a rotation, they might look dangerous here, Brycey.
Right, it all comes down to this. Into it as well. Roxas looks for the kill up top, and Revive Gaming, they're going to look down this P1. Sometimes, if you get the positioning right, which they might have done with all the control they've managed to get, Red towards the back spawn top 3, they can bleed a lot of time here off Falcons.
Good time. Continue to take it. P2 rotation coming in. Keep an eye on Luigi on the minimap, number 6. He's going to be the one that's going to make the play, and there you go. There's the spawns for your team for P2. Yeah, okay, Falcons are inside the point, but rotations have absolutely been on point for Revive. In the same sense that Falcons could be doing better rotation, maybe Revive can be doing better at holding these hills. I think that's maybe every single hill they've won a rotation to outside of the first one, but, you know, it's hard to count that one as much. But, again, it's looking like rotation is going to be theirs, Bryce.
Well, now they're waiting. The rotation is there. Genesis might have to just take away the positioning a little bit and actually get onto the point when it pops in 4 seconds, but you can see the Falcons pushing through. I tell you something, right now I have no idea who's going to win this. It is very much back and forth. It is very, very even between these two teams. And the Falcons flying out there. That is an unbelievable maneuver just to cause issues for Revive Gaming. Eventually it has been deflected.
Spawn out here for Revive, spawn in for Falcons. 45 seconds to play for here. It's a hard push over the dumpster, though. You're going to have to make sure you try and push over from the top of AC. Try and push through Red. You need to also make sure you don't give up the rotation over towards P3, which is what Luigi might be working on if he can find 2. There you go. He may well hightail it, but he's going to wait for the rest of his team. Genesis is already there, already rotating. Falcons, all at sea here. 22 seconds remaining on this hill. Revive Gaming going to get every single second.
Oh, just trying to stay alive. Kez backing out. Oh, just not going to be enough for them. The pressure on Genesis, though.
Spawn at the back, yeah.
This is massive. Does he play it really defensive? Hope they don't know he's here. No, they're going to find him the timing. No, wait. They went inside. They're going to go around the back now, and that is huge from Khaled. Cleaning it out before it can become a problem. That should give them a clean hold here at the moment. Bodhi looking for players underneath them. Going to go down there. That window is now open just a fraction. They've got 3 kills, and Khaled finds himself outnumbered, outgunned. And Revive Gaming burst straight back into that one.
And that was a huge opportunity for Falcons to try and stretch a bit of a lead there. Had a nice setup, had players coming in off the pinch. They lose every single gunfight. And now all of a sudden, if Luigi starts winning some towards top 3, it makes things very, very difficult to find the push. Falcons found some good time over towards P4 last time. They need to do that and then some this time, right? Wow.
It is really a slugfest. Both these teams throwing everything at the board. Luigi coming back up for this last 11 seconds. Eventually takes down Exnid. The rotation off over to the next site. We've spoken about it before. It's not that many points, but you can find it if you're heavily on the slaying. Kez looking for Exnid. Gonna find the first. Stays alive. There is no trade. A little bit slow there from the Falcons. Cullen eventually coming in. He's going to lose that fight as well. Kez staying alive. Unfortunately, a Bodhi with a nade through the window will take them out. And it will be Falcons on the point first with a better spawn.
Holding it down, but they have to think about trying to clear this out. And the rotation. Rotations have not been their forte whatsoever here, Brycey. They're actually not working out for the side of Falcons. Find themselves around 30 seconds behind. That can change very, very quickly, though. There's more than 30 seconds. Well, by the time we go on to the point, on offer here, but Revived are going to say absolutely not. Do they keep spawning them towards the backside as well? Yes, they do. Good job from Revived. Prime position to win this game at the moment.
Gotta hold on. This is now massive. The Falcons have got to move and just find the players they need. But Genesis already got to find the bloody in the middle. You can tell the Falcons, they are trying to get in position. They are going down the lanes, but they are being found. Roxas will find one, though. More pressure coming on. Revive Gaming, they know they're under it here. Connor trying to stay alive as well, but the Falcons clear the site. Connor's trying to hold the cross for them, but unfortunately the rest of his teammates go down. Genesis isn't going to get that kill either, and the Falcons have taken it away.
X-Net comes through red and finds 2 kills. That's absolutely huge. Breaks it open from that side, all on his own. 2 kills answered back here from Revive, though. Can they find the break back themselves?
Connor doing God's work, and oh my goodness, that is amazing. Not only holding that cross last time around, but stayed alive at the back, found more kills, and has broken back into the point with that scrap time to come. The Falcons thought it was locked. It was not, and it's still going to be advantage for Revive Gaming.
Good position to be in now. P2 rotation is going to be huge here. Obviously, both two teams, well, not quite. Revive Gaming can win it here over towards P1. But for them, the rotation is paramount. If you can manage to get yourself over there, you've got a really good chance of finding 30 seconds. Control here now for the side of Revived up top. Going to make the pressure to come and count if they potentially can. Can't quite get there. Genesis will find a breakthrough. And there's the break you potentially need. You can still win it here.
Connor just going to hold down this entire side of street.
20
All
seconds.
they're going to do, take this away from them. Do not give them the option to flood. They are now holding for the win on P1. Luigi is already mounted up as well. Falcons trying to hit every single angle, but he finds it. Luigi with the awareness, just keeping the back foot. Connor will get one, Luigi will get another, and that'll be it. The AR duo lock it down, and that'll be map number 1 for Revived.
Keep getting surprises thrown at us tonight, Brycey. Revived Gaming finding the win. Back and forth, but to be honest, they deserved it. Karachi, for them, was all about the rotations, which it so often is. Falcons never really answered back whatsoever in terms of those rotations. Yes, okay, they will find a couple of breaks here and there. Got 30 or 40 seconds off of P4 at one stage when Revive was just like, right, okay, well, we'll just rotate it. It wasn't you. Not really anything to write home about, Bryce. That was a really, really tough game for the side of Falcons. Always felt like they were a step behind.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. They have had some great moments, but it does seem like those big plays really getting them out of it. Bodhi not having a great time, but sometimes when you haven't got those rotations, you are just running into guns over and over again. It can get a bit disheartening, and it can take you out of that kind of great mindset to get going. But yeah, in the end, it was just a better play from Revive Gaming. I think BB Connor really was the highlight for them.
Yeah, the AR battle was very much won by Revived, and that does make a difference. A huge difference, actually. I mean, just positioning themselves correctly, making sure you're finding those crucial places to stay alive. Just an all-round fantastic job from Revived. I think it was, what, like 3 or 4 rotations in a row at one stage? If you're discounting P1. It might have been 6 or 7 in a row at one moment, Pricey. Revived Gaming on the rotation job, and that's making it so much easier. Falcons, never there first, never really in the game to a certain degree.
Wow. We will see. And if there's one thing I know about the Falcons, Ton, it's this. It's never an easy game to beat them. and they usually take it to a map number 5. And with how close that was for the majority of the time, I think it's going to be another kind of example of that.
Be interested to see how the S&D looks as well. Like, it's going to be an interesting game, no question about it. Revive Gaming have made that interesting by finding map number 1. Invasion going to be coming up for Search and Destroy, then Control will stay on Invasion if we need to see a Rio Hardpoint, Karachi, Search and Destroy to close it out. I really don't know. I mean, look, I know Revive started to impress, especially towards the latter stages last season. And for all I said that Falcons were never really in the game, they were in the lead for a couple of hills, but it always felt, even when Falcons were in the lead, that Revive were a step ahead.
Yeah. That's kind of the tail of the tape, though, right? Like, it's just unbelievably close. I don't know who's going to come away with this. I thought the Falcons might have been the favorite team going forward, but Revive Gaming, maybe it's just one of those. Like, if Falcons had been more concise on the rotations a few more times, it would have been a bit of a different story. But Revive Gaming, you know, fundamentals do play out well, and once you have that rotation, right, that's where you kind of get the slang. It doesn't always tell you in the KD side of it, because you do essentially have to break it. You saw, you know, Falcons doing very good work to try and split. So it was, how do I put this? Essentially, the fundamentals for Revived were the rotations were there. The fundamentals for Falcons is they were going about breaking hills the correct way, even though they haven't rotated to them. So it's kind of the tale of two fundamentals. Realistically, you should have the rotation, but Falcons very good at breaking it regardless.
Does always make your life easier, though, if you are rotating. I think what I want to say, I recall it being a heavy stat that we used to lean into, specifically back in Vanguard. You would always see rotation. The team with the better rotations would 99% of the time win a game of Hardpoint. It does really make a difference, but a very different story here in the Search and Destroy. Free kill coming in for a Bodhi. Is that going to get traded? Of course it is. Luigi is there. Genesis for a nut there. So a good defensive start, but Roxas has found a way through towards B. Slipped the net. May well be able to get this down.
All the way. Just waiting. And this might be part of the problem. Like, once he commits, you're basically out of the game for the entire plant duration. That's why it's taking a second to check the corners. Smoke going to go down. Problem is, smokes go both ways. It might allow them to just get onto that point, but no, Roxas get that bomb down clean.
And away. That information. Now, the thing is, for Revived here, they will presume both are on site. Roxas needs some help from Khalid very, very quickly, but he can find one. He's been stuck in the face, though. Is he going to be able to manage to survive that? Not quite. Luigi's there for the return. They're looking around. Khalid can defend it from here. If he finds his first kill, this is absolutely massive. And now just needs to stay alive. Get back on down.
As well. Gonna be chased. Gonna be chased. Gonna keep chasing, and he'll keep shouldering and keep getting further and further away. Just has to check it at the right time. All he's got to do, go for it now. Wow. And perfect play from Khalid. The Falcons get it. A 2 versus 3 clutch ton.
Quite literally perfect. It's a big 2 versus 3 to get an attacking round straight away on Invasion, Search and Destroy. Shots crispy at the end as well. Loved the shouldering. Played it perfectly. Not really much you can do if you're Keza in that situation. It's kind of a weird one, because always when B plant does go down, especially in round number 1, you always presume that teams will probably be stacked over towards that side. They didn't have a read on Khalid whatsoever and could not find the kill.
Back here for them. Revived. Just playing a bit passive off the rip. Not really going anywhere. You can see every single lane is just being watched by them. A Bodhi. Putting a lot of bullets through. Roxas actually backing up as well. The pressure hasn't really come here yet, but takes one bullet. Will the nades now fly in?
Ooh.
No, another bullet. Roxas got to be careful.
Yeah, doesn't have a trophy. Has to back on down. Oh, big shots from Genesis. That might just open things up, but Khalid can answer back with one. Roxas in a hell of a position. They won't be expecting that. So aggressive, gets out as well. Perfect Search and Destroy so far from Falcons.
This is the discipline. This is a team that has stuck together for some time. And you can tell as well, Chaos outnumbered. Nowhere to really go. A big chow coming in. A Bodhi goes for it. If he'd won that first one, it might have been a bad position to trade, but they get it regardless. 2-0 to Falcons.
And just again, Keza is kind of left all on his own, isn't he? not a great deal he can do in these situations. Falcons are playing with him. 2-0 up though. Looking good. Good attack, good defense as well. It's a long way to go. But the perfect start. That 2v3 must be a stinger for Revives. They'll be thinking to themselves, how on earth are we 2-0 down here?
For Falcons, again, a slow burn. Kala and Exnid looking to walk the B street. On the other side of it, you can see a Bodhi has Roxas backing him up. They are just checking their corners. This might be an A play here. Going to go for mid-tank control.
You haven't seen too many A players tonight, Bryce. B is usually the more focused side, but it's so hard to get out and over towards A, but that smoke may well help. A player towards bridge now, entirely useless, but BB Connor not. Bodhi will be there, and he will get taken down pretty much immediately. Khaled, though, just lurking. Playing that island role as a player in search and destroy. There's a certain art to it, but he's played it well there. Now Kez might be in trouble.
Kez throws the smoke down on his own self. Stays in it as well and keeps alive. Exnid in a 1 versus 3, but with time ticking away, finds the first. Need a little bit of a miracle, but unfortunately will be found straight away. Revive, get a point on the board.
Yeah, just no info, and the guy behind him may well have been on the cards. So the opening kill just makes things a lot easier. Pressure can come in over towards B, just makes it that much more simple. Genesis gets the read, finds the kill. This is a tough one. Yeah, smoke down. Always a difficult gunfight when Kez is there first. Has eyes on first. Luigi finds one at the collar as well, and then all of a sudden, 2-1. Revive Gaming not too far away now.
There they go. This is aggressive. Kez bursts through that door. Oh, wow. Genesis goes down first, though. I was going to expect Kez to maybe try and make a play, but that has gone out the window. There is nobody really in a position for trade. If this gunfight kicks off, Kez might go for it. There we go. Kez has straight out the door and alive and away. Back down to a 3 versus 3. That's what they were waiting for.
Yeah, absolutely did need it. Player potentially going to flank through DBD here, though, for Falcons. They can get the timing. He'll make his move. Exnid now on the way. Roxas just putting a couple of bullets in. DVD control, but one more player. It's Connor's going to be the big difference maker here. You can see Revived in a good position, but they need Connor to help them. Is he going to find the player on the flank? But Kez is going to find Roxas. B-side wide open.
That's huge. Exnid just slowed this down completely. Connor's going to go in for a gunfight. I say a fist fight. Revive Gaming get it. Chaotic there at the end. They almost threw it away. Revive Gaming with a little bit of hesitancy. But eventually it just comes down to it, and Connor dives in, and it literally was a case of who gets there faster. There we go. Back to a 2-2 ton.
I think it's always a bit tough. You just get a little bit of bad time, and Exnid does the right thing here. Reflanking through DVD. But then the flank comes in from Connor, just completely kills the round. There kind of ships in the night through the middle of the map there. All of a sudden, 2-2. I'm really struggling to see which way this game's going to go, Bryce. It's been so close so far. Closer than I thought.
Well, I said it's the Falcons. It's the Falcons, always. I don't think I've watched them at any point during this year and not expected them to have close games or to take it the difference. They just never stop battling. That's the key.
A lot of pressure coming in over towards this A's side. Bomb has been lost by Roxas pretty much immediately. Shots coming in from Genesis off the rip, helping out, and he would have probably seen that player make the push over for the bomb. So all of a sudden, you got a little bit more information. You've got the numbers advantage, potential lead on your hands.
Connor's coming under so much pressure, wants to get out of there. Genesis though makes the play, and it pushes them back. Exnid all alone, and eventually will fall. Falcons, they had a game plan, almost got away with it, just weren't able to get the last gunfights going through, Tom.
Yeah, and losing that gunfight pretty much off the rip down A Street. Never ideal. Put yourself at a disadvantage for a gunfight that's always very, very difficult to win when you are on that attacking side. Look, to be honest, Revived are unfortunate not to be 4-1 up here. That 2 versus 3 was well orchestrated by Falcons, but around that Revived, they'll look back at and sort of say that we probably should have won. So for them to be in this position, not too bad at all. Kez is one off a cruise missile.
Can they find it though? Kez making moves, same position again. Are they going to play around this?
What's the play going to be? Kez peeking around DVD. Not much aggression coming out from Revived here. But Team Falcons don't know that, so haven't taken any more, I want to say, control around B side. Revived now. They seem to be having a look down B, though. That does seem to be the target.
Kez wants this kill. It feels like the team are playing around for it. Kez hoping somebody makes the flank move.
Oh, that's a big shot. Doesn't find him, though. Stunned up. Has to be careful. 2 players now over towards that B site. Time ticking down here, Brycey. Not long to go.
Luigi almost gets himself killed. Kez is still waiting. 20 seconds to go. Revived have burnt about as much time as you can possibly burn on this map. 15 seconds to go. They do not have site control. They will just have to go for it. And they are not going to get a single kill. Kez does not have the cruise either. Connor will dive into it, but they cannot get bombed down. The only thing they can get out of this is a cruise missile.
It's almost that double-edged sword that we so often see when it does come down to cruise missiles and search and destroy, especially on maps where they're really effective. Players have earned 5 kills playing a certain kind of way. As soon as you're onto that 6th, you start playing very, very differently, which is fair. But at the same time, maybe just try and do what was working so well for you previously. How often do we see players get to a 5, change how they play, and get nothing?
Well, a lot. Because they just kind of did it there. I mean, you could tell what Revive were doing, but it was always going to be difficult to kind of bait them in for it. And when you burn that much time, you really are adding the extra factor. Sometimes you can catch them, but it is very much a gamble. And that's what they did and lost.
You still have Kez around that 5 spree, though. So there is a silver lining to this. So here's the Dora DVD. Goes for the rechal here. What am I seeing from a body? That is ludicrous to go for it. Roxas had found the first blood in between that, though. Kez now stuck in a really, really difficult position. If you can get him off this spree, that would be phenomenal. He gets out because of the smoke and then gets taken down by BB Connor. Disastrous for Falcons, but have found themselves in a rather strange position here, Bryce. I don't think Revived have got any.
Revived have no idea. Falcons are in their spawn, and I don't think Revived know. It looks like they might be getting wise to it now. Yeah, they've all turned around. Still playing careful, but you got to be. You are right. That Kez playing the smoke. That's twice he's done that as well. Kind of going for the fight. Everything reversed here. Kez still playing alive. Going to be a close player as well, and Kez will get taken down. Exit will take down Luigi as well. Connor finds himself last alive in a 1 versus 2 and falls. Falcons clutch again.
Production will see I've got a very confused look on my face. I don't really understand. I mean, I suppose Revived have got, you know, they've given up the site because they don't expect it. They pushed up the map, so that's give them the information that they probably are behind. What confused me even more is that Falcons just went for the gunfight. They just ran forward. They just ran at them. It wasn't about planting the bomb and then holding tight. They've ran at them and won the round because of it. Incredible. Falcons find themselves 4-3 up over some strangely aggressive play, but they will take it. And that cruise missile for 2 rounds that Revived were working on, and Kez specifically does not exist.
3v3, but both teams having to back down a little bit from that engagement. But Exit goes straight into another gunfight. Rips Genesis' lid off. And now Revive Gaming find themselves in a horrible position. No map control. Outnumbered. Falcons have won twice from this position, though. They've won 2 versus 3s. Revive Gaming just want 1 right now.
Starting to squeeze the net, but can you find a gap in it? Oh, you have. You found some timing if you're Luigi. Now, all of a sudden, A is wide open, but do they know?
Well,
Bodie's behind them. They do now. They do now.
Revived, desperately trying to solve this Rubik's Cube. Committing to B. It's somehow got away with it.
I have no idea how. No clue.
I think Falcons just, they play slightly different to some of these other teams. Luigi's going to be in a bit of trouble. They know where it's going to be. He wants up and out. Not going to get it. Not clean at all. A 2 versus 1. Kez trying to stay alive. Too many nades. Too much utility left this late in the round. Revive Gaming will not win their 2 versus 3. Falcons will go up 5-3 in the S&D.
And all credit to Falcons. They're a very, very strange round of Search and Destroy. But the fact that they've held their nades this long. I remember it was, I can't even remember the guy's name, but back in COD 4 was always like, always save your nades. Never throw them right at the beginning. This is a long time ago I was told that, Bryce, and I still remember it. And still to this day, it is a good idea.
Well, it certainly paid off that round. The Falcons looking in a good position. They've just got to find one more round out of a potential next 4.
Aggression coming out from Revive this time. 2 of them in Hotel. One of them going to find a kill. Bodie gets cut down with bomb in hand. Makes things just a little bit more difficult now for Falcons to try and get a hold of that bomb. Pressure coming in down the B side. They're going to lose a gunfight there as well. Looking like Revived. Going to make this just a 1-round difference. But Roxas has 4 potential kills on the map right now. You can find 2. Cruise missile in the back pocket. You lose this round, not the end of the world.
Roxas being careful. And well, there we go. And everybody goes
huge.
for the trades. Flying out. Luigi will get it, though. Revive, stay alive. And it's probably off that first blood. Just kind of threw a little bit of a problem to the Falcons. But there's the first. There's the second. Kez would have got it, I think, if he hadn't. But they really put the pressure on. Very aggressive defense.
Well, here we go. Still match point for the side of Falcons. Did not get that cruise missile. A couple of players being very, very close. Would have been 1 kill away for Roxas. Kez had his opportunity too. Revive Gaming now on the attack. The shots coming in from Collet to kick things off. I mean, I want to say he's quieter side of things in this game. He's usually been somebody that we can trust on for a ridiculous snap, but maybe only seen the 1. This blood did come through for the side of Revive Gaming. Now 3 versus 3. Things being added back, and oh my goodness me, a Bodie. The shots are going to be fantastic. Luigi's going to find one. They're just going to back out the site. They've got no idea. It's a 2 versus 2.
Luigi has bomb and is actually going towards the Falcon team.
That's
it as
careful,
well.
yeah.
Oh, he's in so much trouble. He's gone for the reach out. That is outrageous, Luigi. Somehow gets away with it. Now running away on the site. Roxas comes to reach out. Finds one. They're going to both know he's here as well. Roxas will find the first. He's going to be weak. Luigi hunting. Luigi gone all the way around the outside. I don't know. I think he knows where he's gone as well. And Roxas has the timing. Roxas has the opportunity. Oh, round and round they go. 26 seconds.
He's got so much information. Double backed on himself. Luigi's playing this one so awkwardly. Did he see him cross? He did.
Oh, should be easy for Roxas in the end. 1, 2, 3, and that's
Fantastic.
the end of the round. Chaos. The Falcons, they love chaos, but they get the win regardless.
Some outrageous gunfights in that final round, by the way. Luigi, the spin inside a DVD. You think to yourself, right, he's going to get himself out, puts himself in the corner, drops and fires. And then towards the end as well, a fantastic play coming in from the Falcons. Tie the series up, and we very much have a game on our hands now. It was a bit of a tough watch for the Falcons in the first map, a little bit of a slow start, and all of a sudden find their win here in map number 2. Bryce, honestly, I think it's really hard to call. Every single game tonight has caused a bit of a surprise for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I would agree as well. I will say that S&D, it just seems like the Falcons, it seemed like they knew exactly what the kind of break they wanted, but after that, they played a little bit unconventional, and it really worked out for them. Some incredible plays from their players. Roxas, obviously, we saw the clutches. If you're Revive, you got to be upset at letting those clutches go as well. I think Falcons, what, won 2 versus 3s and a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, a couple of tough situations. I think especially that first round, you're like, oh. But you head into that kind of situation where it takes 10 rounds. You lose a couple of those in a weird kind of way. But Falcons, got to give them the credit for clutching up. Revive Gaming now. Not quite a backs against the walls job, but work to be done. Find yourself at 1 of PCS. But how do you fare when it does come down to control on this same map? Because Falcons look like they're ready for this series now.
Always said it. Falcons go the distance. Every single time I watch them play, they always fight. And I still don't know. I genuinely couldn't tell you who's going to be end here. Great plays from both teams. Maybe some mistakes from both teams as well, if we're being perfectly honest. But at the moment, it's hard point to Revived. S&D to Falcons. Controls up next.
Curious to which way this one's going to go, Bryce. Difficult. Honestly, it's really surprised me how close so many of these games have been. It's not necessarily been a one-sided affair in Europe, but there's very much has been Omit at the very top for the past 2 splits. But now we find ourselves where it's very, very hard to call every single game. Invasion Control going to be coming up next. We will be seeing Rio Hardpoint, which the only thing that actually kind of reminds me of Falcons was one of their games. I believe it was in playoffs last season. Like a crazy end. I remember there was a stupid cruise missile used. It was a bit of a daft game, Bryce. So we'll see how this one goes.
It was. Well, we have been told our secondary game for this slot is underway on the Search and Destroy as well. 5 Media Clan have taken the first, but it looks like they are falling short in the S&D.
Yeah, falling well short. 0 down against 22 Esports. Tough position to be in. 5 Media usually a pretty decent Search and Destroy team. Not able to get anything going here by the looks of things on Invasion. But as mentioned, if you do want to keep up with this game, when we do go back over to our main game on Alpha, this will be, of course, be on Bravo. Follow the channel, make sure you're getting yourself locked in for everything challenges. Not much more of the season to go. Big shots coming in from Overlay. He should be dead to rights. Oh, the cover is there. Lampy will help him out. And all of a sudden, it's a 3v2 in favor of 22 Esports.
They're trying to get their first round on Renko. It's got the bomb, but Overlay still staying alive, still dancing, still moving, still trying to find the fight. They are desperate. But 5 Media Clan now in a 1 versus 2.
Didn't see him.
And it doesn't really matter because he's not going to be able to get this bomb down. They've fallen. 22 Esports 4-0 in the S&D right now. Well, they're having a good time over there. We're having a good time over here. Revive versus Falcons should be going to the control ton.
Yeah, we'll be heading in just a second. That's why we've dipped out. Well coordinated. Oh, we're already in. There you go. A minute to go. Not much happening on the attack here for Revive. So a good start for Falcons, if anything.
Well, now we're looking. Bit of a push here, Kez. Big kill. Not going to be able to get the second. Not going to get away either. Just want a bit of control here on the B side, but got to be careful, Connor. They could be locked in, Ton.
Oh, they are now. Genesis couldn't get out. Onto the God Heady. So naturally, he's just going to hold a tighter angle. Carl to the other side. This might be the round. He survived as well. Oh, no, he hasn't. There you go. Kez will find him. So a little bit of an outroad potential. Careful on the side of Revived, and they will head straight over towards A.
Kez?
Big shot from Kez.
Yeah, they're not going to let him survive. Semtex take care of it, but what it has done is pulled Falcons away. And now Revive Gaming are going to be on that B point. They've stopped the clock. Falcons will set up again, though.
Oh, good shots. Have you found that angle? Connor will find one inside the DVD and keep that pressure on. Roxas was expecting the push. Genesis deals with him. Now you have to be careful here. If you are Falcons, you do thankfully have Collard in a really good position to shut down that entire push through the A street. But Revive Gaming have a hold of B. They have a minute. They do not have the life advantage. But what can they do with it?
I'm looking for some sort of progress alone, though. Oh, there's a couple of kills gone down on the map, but Connor not able to find his own. Exnid finds 2 as well, and that shut down this push for a second. They need reinforcements, and they need the continuous staggering of Falcons to get this one done. Luigi desperately having a fight that hasn't worked out. Genesis, doesn't matter, eventually gets a Bodhi with a nade. But this is just little bits. This is not a river. It is a stream, and they need to turn it around if they're going to get in here.
Last chance saloon. Got to find the next couple of gunfights. Falcons have just done a really good job at staying alive down the A Street with 15 seconds to go. They've eventually lost a gunfight. Big opportunity here.
Bodhi finds Connor. Shuts down at least one of them. Roxas is getting into the point just in case. And Bodhi will find the second. And Roxas says, all right, I'll clean it up. I'll put them to bed. And it's just the standard 3-tick B for Revived. The Falcons will win that first offensive round.
And that's fine. You have plenty more opportunities, but you would at least, especially like this stage in the game, in its cycle, teams are getting better at attacking, but teams are also getting better at defending. Really good job from Falcons on that side. Now their turn to attack. Can they be a little bit more fruitful in their approach over towards A?
And this does come down. Sometimes just to the breaks, it can be a tick game. We saw it earlier. Invasion Control, so heavily defensive based. You have to be careful, Bodhi. Taking a few shots there as he runs across mid to get here quickly. And they're going for a full commit to the B point.
Get it locked in. Make you move over towards A. A lot of teams just try to head over towards A pretty much initially. Not going to be the case here for Falcons, but you wish they did, though. They've lost 3 lives very, very quickly. Thankfully for them, Roxas still alive in such a good spot. Yeah, the call-out not coming quick enough. He's done really, really well there. Seeing one go up on the other side. Now a little bit weak, but on the 4 spree. 6 wouldn't be bad.
Here we go. Falcons. Just trying to resist the pressure. God, it goes for it as well. Stays alive. Gets back into DVD. And this is what I feel like they want to do. Just make Revive play to their own tempo. And again, Khaled being a problem, not committing to the B point. They are dancing around. They will stop the clock eventually and get back onto it. There it is. It looks like they're going to go for the convert. They want to go B and then go straight to A. But if they get a string of kills, they're going to do it.
It's going to be tough. Already butted up. Luigi's done really, really well. They haven't actually locked B in here. This is dangerous. And just at the right moment, Revive managed to get themselves over towards this B side. Now you're in a really tough spot for your Falcons.
Well, they went for the risk. I was going to say they were pushing out. They were trying to get kills so they could rapidly progress over to A. Haven't managed it, and that's taken their time away from them.
They're going to be able to get out. They only got 2 ticks there, so if they don't get anything more behind you, that gunfight might help them. No, it won't. Connor is there to clean up. 13 seconds, just no time to get anywhere. You've got to be very, very fast. You've got to literally be perfect here. Exnib will find a big gunfight, though. Onto Connor. 5 seconds to get a touch. They may well do so. Genesis is getting hunted down. He's just trying to keep them off it if he possibly can do. 1 kill is massive. Can't find any more. Pressure still here, though.
1.2 seconds, and that's a huge amount of kills. They should surely look this up, but Connor finds 2. Massive from Connor in the end. Falcons made the mistake, and Revived have punished them for it. Falcons currently only have 2 ticks. Revived will have 3. Advantage to them at the moment.
Long way to go. But that is a 1-tick advantage to Revived, which can have all the bearing in the world. Things can change very, very quickly, of course. I kind of feel a little bit bad for Falcons. They're in a really good position. They thought they had it. Made a really good push, and then Connor nade shots. Very well played. Big push over towards the B side now for the Revive gaming. Can they start off like they did the previous time? The very, very quick B.
There's another tick towards them. Happy just to get this on the board. Like I said before, this map can come down to the tick control. And it will now be Revive gaming on 6. Falcons on 2. That does mean if the Falcons hold this on the defense, they will need to get at least 4 just to bring it even and bring it to a kill differential for the defense. It is now an uphill battle.
A lot of work to do. But what? All because of that one tiny millisecond that they didn't stay on the point long enough. There's a team kill in there as well, Bryce. It's a tough one to take. Could be the difference maker between a win in this series or not. And I will be able to find one at the call it there. Now we'll just start to force them back. Five spray for Connacht. Looking to try and get a hold of the 6, and that really would help his team's chances. Out there it is. Gets it. Dies immediately. Good job. Kind of done.
This is all the play revived. They're trying to do what everybody tries to do here. Get enough kills so you can get to map control and then hopefully get another one. And it's a crazy gunfight, but every time the Falcons trade, it's actually their benefit. You're always going to be close from defense with the spawn. You're always able to get there in time. And that's all they'll want to do. They'll keep doing this until they get a wave of kills. This might be it.
Yeah, very, very dangerous for Revive now. Plenty of control here for Falcons. They don't know where they'll be spawning here as well. 45 seconds. Revived won't quite be being thrown into the blender yet. They were very close to it. Oh, that's not a gunfight you should lose if you're Exnid. Kez finds it. A little bit of pressure.
Bodhi waiting now. He knows the pressure is coming. Last roll of the dice, but the Falcons steel in the spines. They are not bowing away from this. Exnid's going to go for it as well. Easy kill for him. They know that trade may have put them away. Exnid has been very, very confident in this series with some of the gunfights taken. And it looks like it's going to end like this. This does now put the onus onto Falcons for this next round, Tom.
And still, you know, a minor win for Revived. You do get a hold of 3 ticks. You're all right. So they are now 4 ahead. Can Falcons have that successful of an attack? Wasn't looking too far away in the previous. You get a hold of B, maybe you have some opportunities over towards A. Let's see what they're made of.
Wow. I wonder. For the Falcons, do they go A here to try and get an early tick onto it?
I don't see it nearly enough.
I think the problem with it is if you commit to A, you can't just be locked in afterwards. As soon as they get that kind of push up on the B, you're in a very, very bad position if you're an attacking team. So you don't usually see a full commit towards it. Exnid, though, they're doing what they did last time. They're trying to be a problem around DVD. And it's working for them now. Exnid looking for his cruise.
If you can get it, that will definitely help them. It's not choosing when to invest it. Cruise missile invested on the other side of things. Dipping the DVD, you're absolutely fine. Not a good investment whatsoever. And there's another one, and there you all of a sudden, a lot of people are Revived are dead and making that all 4 momentarily. Roxas now 1 off 1 of his own. Trying to work on number 7 here for Exnid. Already has 1 of his, but Roxas falls. Big kill coming through. But is the damage done?
Oh, Exnid gets another one. Surely not. Connor will eventually stay alive. They had to make that kill as well. Connor will find one. Abodi's into the point. Falcons are swarming over this. They are keeping the pressure up. They are making the kills. They are now in with 2 bodies. These 2 will have to hold for reinforcements. The Revive Gaming team is closer. First tick done. They have done just enough ton. We asked them to bring it to kills, and they have done it.
Opportunity now. Not just to force a round number 5 in your favor. You've got 1 minute and 42 seconds to find 1 decent tick. You have a life advantage, but it is slender. Sometimes the best way to do it, get it done 3. Don't leave it up to the round 5 gods. Got shots coming in from Exnid. Can they get something rolling here off the back of that kill? He's 23 and 15. Nobody else can find anything.
Can we see them go one further? The Falcons can end this game here. They can also get defensive. They can find one more, but it's a big ask. A really, really big ask. A minute left to go. Exnid will be the only player of Falcons out of spawn. And he knows it. He knows he has to be better than good.
They definitely have the kills right now, though, Brycey. 100% in that category. It just feels like Revived are finding the kills where they need to. Nothing really too dramatic has happened so far. Those kills that time around, though, it's not going to be enough. Falcons should... Which way does it lie then? Let's have a look. Was my maths good? Yes, it was.
Wow. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. So, for Revive Gaming, it is the difficult task. They now have to win this attack. They have to do something nobody has done today, I don't think. At least that we've been watching. Luigi trying to sneak through. Body's just falling all over the place. Only Kez left alive. Big gunfight if he can make it, but backing up. Doesn't really want to let this one go yet.
Right thing to do. Stay alive inside of hotel. Creates that question. They have to search for you. They can't just run forward. They found you, though. And now they know they can maybe lunge forward. Khalid now just trying to hold this down on his own 22 and 18. The shots are good. Not quite good enough. You do hold them down here if you accident. There's one. There's two. Backs on up. Has a cruise missile on the back pocket as well. Really, really good performance from Falcons. They do very, very well to lose this game now.
Exnid is being a menace. 27-17. Almost 28. Still piling the pressure on. Falcons are just running up the street and finding everything from Khalid. Unbelievable. Revive Gaming had a hope. They had a dream, and he has shattered it asunder. That is ridiculous here. It does look like Revive will be able to just thread the needle and get onto B for a brief respite, but a Bodhi is going hunting.
Come around from behind, and that's just going to probably solidify the round in the map. Now for Falcons. Connor can't find a kill, though. Can they find anything else to open things up? I just don't think they've got the time to touch, Bryce.
They do not. The Falcons will get the control. They will lock it in the end. And the confidence was overflowing. Demolished Revive Gaming, who seemed to lose all gas on that attack.
Insane.
Wow.
From Khalid here, though. I mean, we said how good he has been. I mean, it's just one direction, spin to the other. Another one coming from a different one. It's just a lovely, lovely clip. Really well played from Falcons. 2-1 to the good now. It's been a strange one. Enjoying Invasion by the looks of things, but can you do anything when it does come down to map number 4? We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, we certainly will. Obviously, the Falcons will be looking to get a hard point this time around. For Revive Gaming has had some very close games. Unsure if they can fight back into this one, but yeah, it was just the case of, you know, get those ticks done. And for me, the Falcons, they did enough. And once they're feeling it, Ton, they are really moving. A very aggressive playstyle from them the entire way through. Exnid, as we've seen, Roxas, Khalid, just the slaying itself. Even in that last round, they just went to work. Not a second of hesitation.
Yeah, and then, well, that's what we said we loved about them, right? In terms of the way that they played the game. It's so aggressive. And it's so interesting to watch. Huge props to Exnid there. I said halfway through, it feels like he's having maybe a bit of a quiet series. Don't know if he necessarily has the live stream on in his ears, but somebody must have told him because the boy started piecing.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, that's just the way it works. And you have a little bit of a good flow and you get into it and suddenly you can't miss. And that's exactly what ended up happening. A back and forth control again from these two teams. Revive had an opportunity. They could have shut it down. They could have got that defense in that final round, but no attacks won. It is the story of Invasion Control.
They had a very good start as well. It's a bit of a shame that they couldn't manage to make it in the count. Now we'll be heading into map number 4, which I would presume is Falcon's pick. They're finding themselves behind. Don't quote me on that, I'll find out.
for me, this could still go the distance. I always say it when we watch the Falcons. It's incredible, but Revive did look very good in that first hard point. They can certainly win the Rio as well. But when we talk about the evasion, search and destroy, the Falcons, it was chaotic for them. They clutched up 3 rounds, 2-2 versus 3, 1-1 versus 2. But the invasion control, it came down to the minor detail of ticks. It moved us onto the kills, and the Falcons were better slayers. That gave them defense.
Rio Hardpoint is Falcons' pick as well, so they'd be feeling confident heading into this one, but can they actually make it count is the question. They've been, I don't want to say they've been their swashbuckling selves to a certain degree, Bryce. They have not quite been on that kind of level, but we will return to that game very, very shortly. Looking how the other game is going to go down though. 5-star going up and finding themselves 1-0 up. Then at the search and destroy goes over towards the other side of Q2 Esports. 5 medium, not 5-star. Just called 5-star, 6 stars the map. Come on, Chris. It's an easy mistake to make, I want to say, but you know, 5-6. I do struggle with numbers. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. But speaking of surprises here, 22 Esports, after what can only be described as destroying 5 Media Clan on the S&D, now find themselves in a little bit of trouble here on the control.
I mean, they all line up for overlay. Doesn't necessarily go for the chart any further. But now the pressure's starting to come in from 5 media over towards the B side. Good shots. This man's sensitivity looks high right here. I don't know if I can keep up.
Well, maybe high. We've got to be careful here. The pressure's about to hit them. Crawl's going to find one. The trade comes through. Oh my goodness, Zappy, they line up for them again. And Zappy needed that as well. Finds the third. That might end 5 Media Clans push into this. They have got a close spawn. Lampy's going to go for the flank as well. This is all timing.
Took his moment and does. That won't make a difference to the remaining moments of this round, you would think. It'd have to be a 4 versus 13. A 3 versus 13. Very much less likely. Good job coming in from Overlay, Zabi. Everybody combining well. 22 Esports tie things up, win their defense. Obviously, we don't know how many ticks either side got locked down.
I'll tell you something. In 5 Media Clan, they were always on the cusp of winning that, and then somehow it disappeared.
Switch up now. The opportunity for 5 Media to defend themselves. That's the vibe here. Must be just that little bit more difficult to get a hold of. Seemingly just a formality on occasion.
Oh,
but it's one of those when you do get 4 people defending it, Bryce, it's sometimes a bit difficult to get rid of everyone.
It can be. Well, we'll see how this one continues out. At the moment, 1-1. If you do want to continue watching this game, 22 Esports versus 5 Media Clan, will always be on Bravo. So if you ever say, hey, I actually kind of want to see what goes on that, or they've got my favorite player, then you can always make sure you keep it on. If not, just keep both open. That's always a good idea, but we're just waiting for our primary slot to open back up, and we'll jump back over. At the moment, though, a little bit of pressure. 5 Media Clan will clean the houses.
Who's your favorite player, Brycey?
Callum Swan.
I miss him. Anyway. You know what's really sad? That some people in the chat will not know who he is, and that is a shame. We move on. 5 Media looking to try and just hold this one down. Good job from 22 Esports, though. They have found a road in. Zappy Overlay combining well. Ranco's the only one who can answer back. They're looking to try and elongate this round if they possibly can do. Yakko wants to try and have something to say about that. Zappy ready and waiting, so the progress will continue. 2 ticks in over towards A. But you can continue to watch this, of course, on Call of Duty Challengers. Bravo, we're going over towards the primary side of things. Again, Brycey, Falcons 2-1 to the good. Deservedly so, would you say?
I think so. I think, you know, like I said, they're a very tenacious team. It's the best way to describe them every single step of the way. It's never an issue. You never feel like they've lost hope at any point in any game I've ever seen them. So Yeah, I would say at the moment Falcons are battling hard, but as we go into the hard point, it's a bit of a more difficult game. We saw how good Revive Gaming were last hard point. Can they do it again?
This time around, it is Falcons' pick. Prachi was obviously the pick of Revive Gaming, so they will have felt stronger on that, but now you got to go into your opponent's map pick and somehow take it off them. Falcons very, very scrappy on this map. It's the kind of map that does absolutely suit them. Now going to start coming through. Xnid though with the double flank. Here we go. 1, 2, 3 from Xnid. Stunning play from him. Big flank comes in. You've still got spawns at P2. 15 seconds to play for here at P1. Big plays coming out from Xnid again.
And maybe this is a problem. The Falcons, if they are feeling themselves and being as confident as they have been the last 2 maps, it might be a bit of a different story, but it will be about this rotation. You can already see Revive Gaming are not going to be here first. They are trying to get into this spawn, and they're putting the pressure on, but they've lost that first couple of gunfights. They are going to be hitting the front now.
Big.
Luigi with a huge kill, and Roxas just trying to stay alive. Reinforcements are on their way, but not enough to grab this point yet.
Still the back spawns. So if you can finally get through the kills here, you're going to have to... Well, everybody's going to be here pretty quickly. Good shots coming in from Roxas and Khaled. You can start to force the issue now. There you go. You get those reinforcements so quickly. Next in, now going to go on a run through the middle of the map. Isn't able to find the second kill on the Genesis. Huge kill from Genesis, if anything. Vexnid then can walk through the middle of the map. All of a sudden, things open up. Genesis has found another one. It's going to find no more. So that's going to be the final 15 seconds. You would like to think going to go over towards Falcons. They have a healthy lead heading into P3.
And they really are feeling so confident. It is terrifying for Revived. This rotation will mean an awful lot for them. They're going to have it first. They've managed to clean out a Bodhi already. Roxas looking for that cruise missile. Not always the most useful on this map, but getting it would be great. Not going to get it there in the end. Kyler going to go for it. Kez finds 2, and that's what Revive Gaming needed. A little bit of a breather, a little bit of a room to get this locked in.
Push down the bridge side, probably looking more likely, or they're just going to go through the middle of the map. You try and do something with it now. What was a zigzag staircase, if they can find a way through. No, just straight over the top of the escalators. Trades work in their favor. Close spawn's kind of there, though, for Revive Gaming, so they can continue to get the time. 25 seconds or so here remaining. If Revive pick up every single second, they're looking good. Falcons already thinking about the next rotation, though. Need to be a lot better on those rotations than they were in map number 1. This time around, they're going to be, but they get nothing to little in terms of denting Revive Gaming's hold on this point. They're going to be very, very close, if not just ahead, as we head over towards the next hill.
Well, back and forth again. You can already see, look at these Falcons. A little bit turtled up, actually. They've not really gone for an awful lot of map control. Here they are. Luigi will already get taken down. Xnid gets him. Abadi will find a second, and this big push through boxes has really come to nothing, but Kez will find the first. We'll just get out of there. Keep playing the boxes. Keep this angle open. Connor eventually finds something. Luigi diving back in, and the snaps don't work for them. Falcons still holding control here, Ton.
Just about, but they have been really forced to deal with the issue eventually, which it is dealt with. Falcons do a good job because their backs were against the wall a little bit there. 25 seconds now. This is a big fight because the pressure is going to start coming in from the other side of the Bodhi. We'll put the extra bullets in. Betty wish he had them now, as Luigi will also make that push from behind. You see the players up the front coming from the ramp side are waiting for the player to push from boxes. Coordinated, not necessarily, and there you go. The hold is there for Falcons. 10 more seconds. It's going to be about a 50-point lead as we head over towards New.
Just waiting for a Bodhi. Looking for almost turns and burns. While stunned. Not going to get it, though. And again, a slugfest, these two teams. Revive Gaming just threw a haymaker and have cleaned Falcons out of this one. They will be first onto the bridge point, and they have the lock-in. Connor will fall, though. A Bodhi opening up a second place they can attack from.
That's the only real way that you actually have a guaranteed time where you can get some points on the board here over towards bridge when you get those kills down, and all of a sudden the trades start to come over from the other side of things. And Falcons have some time on the board here. 30 seconds to play for. That's a pretty clean wipe in the end. Falcons, 25 more seconds will put you in a really, really interesting spot that Revive Gaming are going to have to start doing something about.
Trying to get through, but every time you see Revive Gaming throwing bullets at the Falcons, they just don't get away with it. And unfortunately, we have lost connection to the host. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's just us. I don't know anything. We'll tell you as soon as we know.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll get told, I'm sure. Yeah, that's a shame. Hopefully it hasn't dropped the game, because it was a decent way through, and I think Falcons will feel very aggrieved if it has done. We'll figure out what's going on, and we'll get that information across.
Well, we'll also find out what's going on in the other games as well. Because there's been obviously we have our secondary game up at the same time. I believe that was in the control. It might even have ended because we were in that hardpoint. You are right, for some time. Let's talk about what we did see though. Like I said, at the moment, Falcons looking like they were in the driving seat, Tom.
Yeah, no, they controlled throughout. I think, you know, you can tell that this is their map pick, so to speak. They have been finding those rotations. They've been keeping Revived off it when needed. Been interesting for them so far. Can they continue it is the question. I'm curious whether or not that game actually did drop. I presume it will mean a full restart if that is the case. We'll find out though. We'll get there in the end and figure out what's actually going to go on. But no, they looked really good there. They will be feeling very, very good. Irrelevant if they've got to go back in or not. But I believe we're going to have a little look into the secondary side of things. We can look over towards Bravo. And control is continuing. This is the replay of it.
Well, this is just, by the way, this is the ending of the control. And because the ending, I think we know which way it's going to go. But this is how it plays out at the moment. 5 Media Clan jumping onto the A point. Echo has slipped the net. Do they know he's here? They do not. Finds the first. He's going to go down, but at least taking them off that kind of respawn.
Yeah, on the presumption that this being the replay. 5 Media 1 round away. I'd like to put my money on that 5 Media win this one.
I don't think anyone would take that bet, Tung, considering they're already in.
No spoilers though.
It looks like Lampy's actually kind of waiting. He's sitting all the way out here and really needs to get back. Because that door is closed to the rest of the team. Great job, Super. That is a massive 2. Surely not going to be the third. Goes for the chow out the door.
Straight out as well.
9 streak for Super, 27 and 11 at the moment. Not dying.
Oh my
God.
Surely
not.
There is no way.
Zappy will eventually get him. But basically fighting the other team by himself. And reinforcements flooding in. 22 Esports should be in a good position here to try and close this one back off. There's a lot of time left in it, Ton.
You would think so. Honestly, I was mid taking a drink because I thought the round's over. Then eventually they are going to find a way back through. I mean, some of these gunfights, my God. 5 Media really putting 22 Esports to the sword journey. Oh my goodness. Isn't able to quite secure that one, but that will secure the round. That should be that. And there you go. 3-1 victory for 5 Media Clan in the control. Rio Hardpoint will be coming up in that series as well. That is going on over on Bravo. Hopefully we'll have an update on the primary game. It is going to be a full restart, unfortunately, for the side of Falcons because they were in the lead. But that's how it be. Back into the game we go.
Well, second time around. Obviously, this does mean some adjustments from both sides. Any mistakes you made first go, you can kind of ignore. But the Falcons will be onto the point now. It's just taking the lead for them. And actually trying to stay alive. The stun check is going to make him a little bit nervous. Probably going to call for reinforcements at some point. A stack here from Revive Gaming. Finds the first. The trades go for Genesis. That's a huge trade for them in the end. Because realistically, Falcons were set up.
They were in a good position. But this time around, they didn't have a call-out 3-piece straight off the rip. Genesis is the one bringing it to the table. Genesis, Luigi combining well. And how is it always the way that when you go for a restart, you get a very, very different start? Spawn out. You can see a body not spawn in a great place. You can see accidents right next to him. If you are the rest of Falcons, you need to hold this down.
You are right. This does feel very different this time around. The Falcons pushed out of the spawn they did get last time. They're just not finding the kills either. Falcons almost feel a heartbeat behind where they were before. Back onto it, Revive Gaming now sitting pretty.
Can they find a way around though? You can see Roxas. How long has he been back here? Oh, there you go. There's the break. You know what? They've been so patient. Falcons, but can Keza be just that little bit more? Yes, he can. Finds 2. And now the break's going to come from the other side. He will eventually get shut down, but has that given his team the time to find a push out from the other side?
Looking for Genesis. Back and forth. 11 seconds up for grabs here, and Abodi is fighting for every single bit of it. Connor wants to get him, but knows he does not really want to give away his life here and give Falcons the opportunity to rotate. That's what he's holding for. Here it comes. Double chow over the top. Wow. Luigi will get his trade. Oh, BB Connor still alive. Not going to get that final one, but good trades for them in the end. Revive Gaming still in control here on this rotation.
Losing a bit of boxes control, though, now it becomes a little bit more difficult. Get it back pretty much immediately. Really good job. Pressure coming in from the bridge side as well. Keep an eye on Khaled. How far can he get up? Not very far at all. There you go. The kill is not going the way of Falcons whatsoever. One kill will come through from Exnid. Cleaned up immediately. A really good job from Revived. We've been so much more on point throughout this replay, which is, again, how things always seem to work out. For Falcons now, it's about steadying that ship. 20 seconds to go here on P3. You absolutely must knock something in towards P4.
Well, this is where the Falcons, like I said before, it did feel like maybe just a heartbeat off where they were last time. Not as ferocious. The tempo has slowed. Khaled getting ready for this one. That first player is going to come out and stays alive. Doesn't take any damage either, meaning he can instantly rechow. And the Falcons will be here first this time. Revive learned from that last time. They are not going through boxes.
Luigi just read the flank as well. Bodhi going for the re-flank. Been read through the middle of the map, but now a little bit of presence can come in from the box's side. This is looking like a wonderful break coming in from Revived. Meticulously created, but can you execute? Not quite. Abodi is there for the final kill. 35 seconds remaining here. We would pretty much put the game at a tie if Falcons can hold on.
Well, that's what they're trying to do, but they're not getting an awful lot of points. Pressure still coming through Luigi, threading the needle. Not going to get anything, but it does push them off the site. And that means they can walk in. Revive Gaming trying to get some bodies onto it as well. Genesis holding down one of the cuts. And you can see Connor backing him up as well. But Rox will find the first. The other player is weak. Connor does not have any health, doesn't care, goes for the gunfight anyway. And Revive Gaming, they are looking in control on the hard point again.
So keep Falcons off for just a little while. They don't get as many points themselves, but shout out to Luigi. Finding the 6 in a row. Gets a hold of the cruise missile, makes it work for the team. The Falcons are never far behind. One decent hold will change exactly what's happening on this map. Is the confidence starting to grow now? Bodhi will find 2. Call it another. Luigi's the only one who can answer back. Now if you're a Bodhi, you're starting to get a read. The shot's not quite there. Genesis deletes him. It's still time on the board here for Falcons. 30 seconds or so. Falcons would take a lead if they hold on all this time.
Yeah, very stressful though. You know, all those nades pouring through. Trophy's already going to go down, and it goes to the chow all the way in. Roxas still alive. Doesn't know which way to look. Knows a player's going to be around here again. Somehow stays alive. Roxas, unbelievable. Tucking. The trophy must keep him alive. There's no reinforcement. Somebody help Roxas, please. And eventually he will fall. The team does swoop in the last second to get these points back. But what a relay there from Roxas.
A very, very typical gameplay coming in from Roxas. Incredible stuff, and that's going to put the game within a spitting distance for Falcons now. Revive Gaming were in control of this one. All of a sudden, they may well all be dead. Connor can be the only one to find something. And Roxas has got to be feeling himself after that. That was so beautifully played. And now some good time on offer here. 20 seconds already gone over towards P1. Falcons, it's a little lead already.
Falcons may have found their groove just a little bit. Exnid staying alive, and there we go. That's what they want. High pressure. It does make diamonds, and that's what Falcons have come to play. Revive Gaming have failed to adapt to this speed. They might just find it here on this P1, but it is unrelenting from the Falcons right now.
And we were starting to see some of that Falcons typical play. Some shots that shouldn't be found, some gunfights that shouldn't be won. The typical way for Falcons, doing it the hard way. It's always about the... It feels like somewhat they rely on it maybe a little bit too much, their ability to create these moments, but it's not a bad thing to have, is it? Roxas trying to work on the flank now. Not much going on here so far for Falcons. There's already 12 seconds gone. Find a kill here, no problem on a Genesis. They will do. 3 dead all of a sudden. I'll be made to eat my words. Falcons now near the point.
Exnid. Got to be careful. Furthest player up goes round and round and round. Surely not going to win the gunfight. Isn't. Luigi will take him down. Revive Gaming. Great opportunity for them here. They've got bodies in abundance. They have the position. They can command the rest of this time. And Connor is trying to do exactly that. Staying alive. Life back. And Falcons, I don't think they're going to swing for this hard again.
No, it was far too one-dimensional in the initial push that starts to come through. And yeah, they've got to give that one up. You know, the positioning's not quite there. Luigi gives his place away, though. Know exactly where he is. Still going to win the gunfight. He's really impressed me, actually. Isn't able to find anything there to solidify that, but the spawn's towards the back. The nade is going to be solid. The bullet's even better. Now the spawn's here for Revive Gaming. They've had a lot of luck on P2 so far. Can they continue to do well on it?
Luigi. There's a little bit of damage. The Falcons are circling, but they have to win a couple of these gunfights before they can strike. Kez isn't going to get away with that one. Lies back down, but ends up staying there. Luigi towards the back, just continuing to fight over this point. Goes for the contest, knows they have the advantage of spawns. For Revive Gaming, they are looking to get a commanding lead out of this.
You're already on your way if you're revived. Over towards the next hill as well. If you're Falcons, you're committing to this push. You must find these gunfights. You must find some scrap time. They get absolutely nothing, Brycey. They have got nothing out of this. That's a bold hit towards Old. Just don't feel as if that was the play at all. Maybe they feel like they can find the push through boxes. 3 seconds, they're going to get scrap time. Find themselves about 30 behind, Bryce.
Well, here it goes. This is a very pivotal moment. The Falcons can find anything here. It might be a good time for them, but they haven't. They've already lost a couple of players. Connor is now throwing bullets at Roxas, takes him down as well. Back to the one-dimensional, but Genesis is here to cause a bad time. Revive Gaming are just getting points everywhere they need them. And for Falcons, that is starting to become a problem. They're about to hit the 200-point mark here, Revived, and the Falcons are not stopping them.
Got to win the fight on the point. Yeah, he has done. Can he win the second? No. It just feels as if Revived have been the ones finding the final kill when needed. Holding this down, 22 seconds. Falcons need a good rotation. They need a good hold very, very shortly. Well, this game is going to a game number 5.
Genesis holding. There's been nothing here for the Falcons. Nothing but pain. Nothing but disappointment. There's 5 points of scrap time, but no rotation over to the bridge. Revive Gaming on the hard point. They've been the better team. And all they have to do is hold off the green tide one more time.
I wonder if it's sneaking into the mind of Falcons that they were in a really steady spot. Game dropped. It does happen. But it can sometimes just cause those mental issues that put you in a disadvantage heading into the next time. When you go into the replay, it's always that little bit harder to concentrate on what's going on. Revive Gaming, 25 seconds away from taking over in this game and sending us to a map number 5.
You can no longer win it here, but they're happy to play this game. Trade, trade, trade. Keep you away from the point. We'll take our points wherever we can. Even a good P1 will do it. And again, Falcons have to go digging for scraps. We'll get 10 more points in this one, but they are not on this rotation in numbers. And they will have to headbutt it.
Revive Gaming playing the long game. And we see Genesis all the way on his way round. Kez has done so well. Can't find a third. Should get traded. Does so. So that's all off the back of Kez finding 2. They've got a spin. And all of a sudden, Revive Gaming 20 seconds away. They've managed to find the break over towards P1. They've managed to rally in this game. Falcons were coming back. They're almost 10 points away from sending us to a map number 5.
And Falcons are going to go for it as well now. They're trying to get onto the point.
Oh, they go.
Can at least contest it. Genesis still staying alive in you. Bodhi will get another one. Genesis is going to fall, and the Falcons will get on with 30 seconds to go. The problem is, from here, it has to be flawless. Rest of this hill and on to the next.
That loose gunfight from Exnid might cause issue pretty much straight away. Still very, very weak. Confined to Khaled helps him out. Khaled finds another thing, starting to get a little bit nervy, but look at the positioning coming in from Genesis. Are they going to expect him in this corner? Oh, he reads it. And now he's got time, and now they can move together. Revive Gaming have got to be good through the front of the hard point. They're already here.
Revive Gaming trying to stay alive, and Khaled will get it. There'll be another trade coming through. Somehow the Falcons are here. They are here in numbers. They have to spawn. This is unbelievable. Exodus just dived for him. I don't think all his health was back. They cannot afford to break at this point. They've done the hard work. Carter's going to go down to Kez. More players flooding through. Roxas now under pressure. He's going to go down at that point, but Roxas gets a second somehow. Back onto the point. Exnid finds the second for himself at the same time. They are still bleeding this one away. Unfortunately, Revive Gaming have done enough. Falcons cannot win it here.
They cannot win it here, but it will be very, very close on this rotation. Both teams will know they have to be on point. Maybe one more stab at it here for Revive, but it's a risky play. If you can't find the kills, then you're in danger.
They are trembling. The Falcons know if they lose the wrong gunfight, they will lose the game. And they're going for it. The Falcons are now going to commit. They have to go. Everything coming over. Khaled is dropping the hammer. Genesis finds 2, though. Abodi will find 1. They'll go into the ceiling. What is going on? It's going to be another fight. The gunfight, and the Roxas will find 2. They have fought this back all the way. Roxas will fall over Connor. There is nobody here, surely. Khaled goes down as well. More bodies piling in. Abodi will now fall. Exton has to go through the back, and he is going to go down. Revive Gaming win it, but by the tiniest of margins. They almost threw that away, Ton.
No, that was a stressful one. I was stressed for Revived because they were so close for so long, but Falcons did so well. But I think it's quite poetic that Revived win it over towards P3 because this is where they made up most of their time during the entire game. Fantastic performance from them to send us to a map number 5. So many surprises tonight to see things go back and forth in the way that they have gone. What a game this has been. Map number 5, rightfully so. Very good game.
Well, I did say Falcons will fight to the bitter end. They always do. They always have. And unfortunately, the ending was just not theirs to be. They were, I mean, Revive was 6 seconds away for 3 hills. And it could have been a nightmare. But they have managed to take it to a map 5, Ton.
I mean, it felt as if Khaled and co came in very, very cold into the replay. Which, again, I alluded to it throughout the replay that we just actually got there. In terms of teams' mentality when you go back into this, it's really, really hard for some teams to lock back in. You'll all have done it yourself. You're sitting there, rank play, whatever. Like, I mean, I know it's hard for it to happen in rank play, but you know what I mean. You're having a good game, you drop out the second time around, it isn't nearly as good. And that was the case for Falcons until the very end of the game where they started to turn it around, but it was just too little too late. Started turning it on, finding those hero players. Khaled will just find 6 in a row out of absolutely nothing. But what I will say, the last time around that Falcons managed to lose this map, if I remember correctly on our screens, there was a fumbled cruise missile. There was another one just there. If Luti is watching, we need cruise missile practice.
Well, I just... the ending of that game was so insane. So ridiculous. Like, just look at all these bodies flowing through. And realistically, Falcons, they ended up falling to probably one of the most infamous things in Hardpoint. You don't have the spawns. You don't get the reinforcements as fast. That's only what it was. Perfect trade, but you can see the rally there. From P4 to P5 to P1, P2. But the rotation did them in.
And it was just a trade fest when we did get over towards P3 again. It was back and forth and back and forth. It's hard to ascertain who was going to get on top, but again, kind of alluding to what point you've just said there. Revive Gaming were the ones with the spawns. They had that luxury of being able to rotate that a little bit earlier. They win the game. That's 2 hard points. Going to have gone their way. Let's watch it all again. Let's, well, not the entire thing, but let's watch towards the end, the final hill. So you can see the hold starting to come through over towards P2. Huge fights here. The fact that they found out Genesis was there, and then these huge kills that come in. I think it was Roxas finds a good few in the end. Khaled dead. There you go. It was a 5-3 that led on from all the way over towards P1. Got his 6th. Finds one here. He does so well. He actually saves the point a couple of different times, Khaled. But it's always the problem here for Falcons because they want to be in an advantageous position for P2. That's then giving up the spawns to P3. When Roxas found those two, Bryce, I thought they might have had it.
They're certainly close. Khaled kind of had to jump in. He wanted to stop the clock, wasn't able to. Abodi did the same thing. I think Exnid went round the back and unfortunately he got caught before he could make the kill he was trying to make. But here we go. Both hard points to Revived. So far, 2 and 3 to Falcons. Are they looking for the Neslo?
They're going to need it if they want to find the win. But over into the game we go. Now, my question around this isn't necessarily around the gameplay. It's where Falcons are at mentally. Have they been able to regain composure? Forget about that previous game. And let's just see if they can win a map number 5.
Well, let's see. Did that smoke go where he wanted it?
I don't think it did.
I don't think it did either.
Physics be damned.
Oh no, it's going to die as well. He wanted that smoke to escape, but the smoke said, no, I don't fancy going over there today. Oh, and there's going to be a nade hit. Roxas is going to dive the smoke. Roxas has dived the smoke. It's just an absolute monstrous game. Roxas not going to get the second, but does get the trade coming through. Exton looking for this one as well. There will be a flank, and a Bodhi will find one. And now Kez left alone. No bomb, no friends.
Just such a tough position. Not how you want to start your search and destroy. Shots going in. Exton knows exactly what. Chalsum? What? SMG, by the way. Now he has an opportunity. Just don't think he's got the time. Goes for the Chal. My God, what was that first gunfight?
Hey, the Rival 9 is perfectly balanced in all ways.
Yeah.
The fact that this was even a close round in the end. Well. First blood to the Falcons, though.
Good Lord. I'm going to be having nightmares about that gunfight.
That's what happens to me in rank play. Convinced every time.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Everyone shoots like Kaz, do they?
Yeah. Against me, they do. Bodhi. Big push to the mid here, and they are going to find it. The Falcons have found a gap. Exploited to the fullest. Kez comes under pressure. And Luigi's like, what has happened to my team? And just gunned down. Nothing to talk about that round. Falcons did it all.
Falcons had a similar start to the previous search and destroy. Went 2-0 up in quick fashion. But not quite in the same manner. It took them a couple of clutches to find themselves in that spot. And whereas they always looked like the more likely to win those rounds that we just seen there. Convincing, comfortable. Now can they continue to use this momentum? 2 spree for Abodi and Khaled. Not necessarily we're talking about yet, but keep an eye. But for Revive Gaming, back to the drawing board. We need a new plan.
Here comes the push. Kez getting to the mid-map. Trying to just suss this out. Where are the people on bridge? Where can we push? Rival 9 again. Oh my God.
Who needs an MCW, eh?
That's insane.
Ugh. We're living in Kez's world right now. He is absolutely dominating in this round. I'm still perplexed. That sentence is popped, so he is trying to move around, trying to do something, but what it looks like he's done, secured a round for his team. Connor will find the third, and now it's down to Roxas in a 1 versus 4. As good as he is, didn't fancy that one. Big from Keza, that huge.
Well, just broke it open. Both teams really just making these very simple rounds. And yeah, I don't know what to say about that Rival 9 shot. I mean, it's very, very good. Very, very good.
Just know my head would fall off in ranked play. It would fall off.
Well, fortunately, we're not playing that, so we should be okay here. But you are right. I am in disbelief. The Falcons will be looking to move. Abodi waiting for the nades to fall. They are making this move all the way towards B here. An aggressive defense, though, from Revived.
Nades over. Give them that opportunity to put themselves in a position. Luigi now. In a typical spot, of course, but a good one nonetheless. Sounded like smokes. Yep, there it is. Smoke out on the site. Genesis. He's just like, yep, I will literally just chill here. Luigi found the kill onto a body who was actually overextending with the bomb, so I'm not too sure what the plan was. But do they know that they have the bomb? And do they know that Kez is behind them?
Oh, Kez should find several here. Just been a problem for them. We'll find the first. It means the Falcons will have to go back and find him, but they do. And Exton will get a kill as well. This is turned around. The Falcons now have the advantage. Luigi going for the dive. He's going to fall. The Falcons will win that round.
Honestly, not quite sure how. The bomb is in the worst position. Well, not the worst position, but it's not a great one. Luigi was playing the site, thought he could extend into market, defend from there. Not gonna happen. 3-1 to Falcons here, commanding position. Comfortable at least.
Well, let's see if they can continue doing this, because I thought the Falcons were going to falter there. Realistically, Kez on that flank almost caused them all kinds of problems.
Something different here from Revived, which feels necessary. Oh, accidentally getting out as well. Ready for the player to push on through. This is a free kill, surely. Good shots coming back. Roxas has to back on down, but he is in the luxury of a position to do so. But Exnit gets caught with his pants down the middle of the map, as does Khalid. Now Roxas left in a 1 versus 4. What an odd round. And just no way that he does this. Revive Gaming, bounce back fast.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds, they're kind of unusual to say the least, but got to give full credit to Kez. Great shots, great positioning. The flanks are coming through. Being difficult for the Falcons to kind of keep a lid on. Bit of a playmaker.
Picking the players he is. I think that scoreboard might be selling him short. Curious
to find out
what he's sitting on, but he's been playing very, very well. Only reason that Revived are anywhere near this at the moment.
Comes the push. The nades are out. There's going to be a push here as well. Luigi makes the first. Almost catches a second player, and Khalid goes to investigate and throws himself into the path of those bullets. The Falcons are now sitting back in their spawn, wondering what to do.
What's the play here? Essentially, Extend and Roxas need Revive to make a blunder, to say the least. See Roxas just checking corners. 45 seconds doesn't seem like a lot. It isn't, but Kez will find one on the flank. Will kick everybody into gear. The dominoes fall. Revive Gaming. Found 2 rounds in a row here, Bryce. That's... wasn't looking likely after round number 4, put it that way.
You're right. And it has been the tale of the tape. Falcons and Revived, we called going the distance. And so far, they have done exactly that. We are sitting in a map 5, 3-3. And I don't think anybody watching, anybody at all, could tell you which way this was going to go.
Not many more rounds to go. 5 at most. Big win by Genesis. Sabodi gets shut down, but you're going to be ready for him up top. Vance not quite, and gets out, but only momentarily. Connor shuts him down. Great shots must have come through there from Connor. Now all of a sudden, on the attack, albeit, Revive Gaming do have the numbers. Falcons seemingly in the correct position to hold down whatever comes from Revive Gaming on this side of the map. I'd imagine there's probably a smoke about to head its way onto the B site.
Just waiting to commit. That is what this is about. Luigi's just checking the corners. Every corner. A little bit more at a time.
Do you see him?
They will commit. The Falcons are not here. There's the smoke. Just double checks that corner. Now onto the bomb.
What kind of position is Exnit finding himself in here, though? He's got onto it, and he stopped it as well.
Hiding. Not going to find the second. They're going to get straight back onto this. Roxas is not in a position, though. That bomb will go down regardless. We'll have to make a 1v2 in one of the most difficult retake sites on the game.
Back bridge. Going to be crucial. Has to line it up. Has to make it count, and does. He knows one will probably be back bridge. This is difficult for Roxas, but it is doable.
All the way around.
That's time.
Yeah, but not that much. This is difficult. Oh, this is a very long flank.
Means he has to move very quickly now. Connor ready and waiting. Here we go.
Oh,
No
this
time.
is too long of a flank.
No time. The flank was gargantuan. My word. He has run around the houses and then some to get to that position. It's just those kind of moments where you need to make sure you are thinking of the time. Look, I think sometimes it's very easy for us to say it because we know where he is, right? But, like, still.
Well, here's what it is. Here's what it is. 30 seconds feels like forever. But very quickly, you know, just 10 seconds later feels like no time at all.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of crazy, like that kind of mental tick that goes over. You're like, oh, I've got loads of time. And then you're like, and you can almost see it. It's like, I'm worried. Where is he? Hoping to get there before that time ticks down. Because you've got to remember, always 7.5 seconds is gone. So
30 seconds is 22.5.
so deceptive.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I respected the play, but almost took too long of a route. Into the next round we go. 4 versus 4 still. Revived Gaming with 3-1 down. 4-3 up now. Roxas patrolling up top 3. Having a look around where he can. First blood going to go down though. Luigi will fall.
Genesis being super patient. There's the smoke. Oh, it was a stun. It was a stun. And Exton finds him as well. Roxas will find Connor. Now Kez left alone in a 1 versus 4. I was going to say, doesn't make the jump, but that's the least of the worries.
I think if we could get that rival 9 class, he might actually have a chance here.
Just going to stay alive. No point chatting. Once you've been seen here, there's no way you're getting away with it. Does eventually reach out to Exton. Exton gets the kill. Down to a 4-4.
Tables are turning pretty quickly in this game. Both ways, to be honest. It's feeling like one team's in control, then all of a sudden they're not. So here we go then. Into the next round. I feel like Falcons did so well at finding those first couple of kills there. They find Luigi, they basically revived Gaming out. And all of a sudden, Falcons are on the defensive side to put themselves on match point.
Both teams not wanting to make a mistake. This is all about who's more patient. Luigi expecting a push. Who blinks first? Realistically, Revive will have to make that play. This will be a smoke play on the B site. Genesis trying to find something, but can't win that gunfight from there.
Carla just backing them down. Getting aggressive in his approach as well, Luigi. He slipped by him. Carla, you sneaky little beaver, onto the site. Luigi's like, how on earth has he found his way behind me? First blood's in. There's one player also behind. Kez is going to be dealt with. A body will be traded. Connor behind in the bridge side, though. Bomb's not in the right spot. What a crazy round. Roxas doesn't find him, but can watch over the site. How on earth is he being gunned there?
Genesis wants to chow. Genesis is going to try and give him cover to get this bomb down. Roxas has been back down. They will give him this bomb plant. Roxas in a 1 versus 2. Falcons had the advantage here. That bomb will go down. Connor will not get away clean, though. Down to 1v1. Roxas does not know where Genesis is. He will have to check his corners. He will have to figure this one out.
Genesis has ultimate advantage here. He thinks he's going to be playing over towards the backside. Does he check it? He checks it!
The body shooting. He gets his 5th kill as well. Roxas rolls the dice, guesses correctly, and they get the round.
Oh, I mean, everyone watching at home would think, backbridge. He was over on the scaffolding. As soon as he seen him dip, he could have just moved over towards the backside of the bridge and played his life there, knowing that the bomb's going to potentially go down. I suppose if you're Roxas, you're always going to check it right. Checks the corner, finds the kill, finds himself on a 5 spree, and finds himself and his team 1 round away from completing the Leslo.
Wow. For the Falcons.
Info.
Backing off as well. They were attempted to A hit, but didn't decide to commit.
I don't think they saw Connor there either, though. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's a bad thing now for Revived. Luigi watching over. Information gained, but they haven't checked it whatsoever. There's a free kill for V3. 3v3.
They're pushed up, though. Revive Gaming are all the way up.
Oh, no.
Kyler's still going to find them, though. Kyler's going to get it. Genesis is now pushing up as well. They're pinning the Falcons back. This is insane. There's no way the Falcons could have predicted this one as well, and Kyler will go down to a 2 versus 2. This is a topsy-turvy round. The Falcons technically have sight from the other direction.
He's planting so he can move over towards the other side. It's planted for Roxas.
Unconventional break here for Revived. They won't have practiced this that much.
This might be impossible. Getting rid of Roxas up top is going to be impossible.
He's found him. He's found him. Now he's just to run away. Going to win the gunfight. There he goes. Genesis gets the first. A 1v1. And it doesn't matter. He's already rating. Falcons are going to win it with a 2-3-5 Neslo here against Revive Gaming. Crazy plays. Crazy games. In a never a dull moment with this team. But they get the W.
What a game. Xnit knows exactly where the push is coming from. Just got to hold your irons, win the gunfight, and win the series for your team. What a banger that was to kick things off. I mean, both games across both slots that we had here in Europe, absolutely fantastic games. That one was honestly, so many of those rounds, that last round especially, was so bizarre. I don't know how Falcons actually came out on top and won that one. Crazy game. Props to Revived. Look, honestly, heading into this game, I really did think Falcons would be far too much for them. They were in the end, but it wasn't far too much. Very much a team to keep an eye out on. I know they had a better finish towards the latter stages of stage 2. Can they continue that? Falcons are a good team. Losing 6-4 to them last map is no shame whatsoever. Let's see what they can do throughout the rest of it, because to be honest, Pricey, after some of the results today, I haven't got a clue who the best team is anymore.
Yeah, it's been a bit topsy-turvy, but that's what a lead is for. It's not about the first game. It's about the entire run. You've got to be good all the way through just to get into playoffs, and then when you're in playoffs, you've got to be the best. And right now, there are many teams reaching for that crowd ton. Here we go, though. This is how today has ended up in Group A. Exceptional 2-0. Team Falcons also 2-0. Revived Gaming and Omid EU 1-1. A little bit of a surprise there for some people. Maestro Season and Nocturne Esports 0-2 in Group A. Ton, tell us about Group B.
Yeah, looking over towards the Group B side of things, Clutch Rain, we've seen them get a very nice win to kick off the day. 2-0 for the War Clutch Rain boys. Now 5 Media Count again. 2-0 themselves. 22 Esports getting themselves a win. Notorious also looking solid in the game that we've seen them managing to get a win. Otherwise, this is why you got me to do Group A. Rihanna Perdre, you know what? We're not going to go with that. And the Funhouse sitting at 0-2. You've stitched me a gun in. But irrelevant of that, looking a little bit different than what we maybe would have expected. I think the huge surprise for me is Omid losing 3-0 to Exceptional. Exceptional are a good team. You look at the squad on paper, they should be able to do some damage. But 3-0ing Omid, our 2-times champions, looking for the 3P here in Europe. It's a good start to your season. Really good start.
It certainly is. And always throws and spells, and it has upset it just a little bit, especially in Group A. Might be a very tight finish for them. But that is everything done over here in Europe for day one. Europe will be back tomorrow, but if you have not got your fill of Call of Duty action, of course, North America will be coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We will see you right after this for more Call of Duty Challenge Elite action. Oh, this was not a rollout.
I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.
my God! Surely not!
Morning, welcome back to another thrilling, well, it should be a thrilling season of Challengers Elite, this time in North America. After the start of EU earlier today, we head back over to the North American continent and take a look at our 12 teams that are going to be joining us here this time around. 3 weeks worth of action, of course, group stages to start here, Jay. And yeah, there's a lot of notable names to be sure. But there are a handful of new squads that have made their way through the qualification period, and some have included players like Mochilla and Chris Radio, who haven't played the game in like 4 months. So, a heck of a job for them to qualify, but these groups looking pretty stacked, especially that Group A.
Wait, did I just hear that right? Did you just say Mochilla?
Yes.
We're talking about Mr. Dance Dance Revolution has made his return to Call of Duty. Oh, I'm excited to see what he's going to bring today, man. I didn't even know he still played, so that's going to be fun. Obviously, we got all the teams that usually find themselves finding a lot of success throughout the Elite. Houston Spartans, who won the last stage. Couple new names. FaZe Black, who just walked away with the Toronto Championship. So we're in for another great Elite stage again.
Should be a fun one. Of course, as always, there are a handful of rosters that have moved around just a touch, so we'll talk about them as we see them on screen. In particular, it is a run back of the Toronto Grand Finals, Lord Gaming going up against FaZe Black. Those rosters largely have not changed, but there are a couple of exceptions. In particular, Arcides joins Lord Gaming in place of Major Maniac. Our secondary matchup will be Omit and GG versus In Control. We'll do our best to kind of keep you straight with which Omits we're talking about here, because there is a regular Omit and then there's an Omit B2B. So we'll kind of keep you guys up to date as that one goes. But to start things off, we actually do have a look at that In Control versus Omit B2B game. That is one of the two Omit teams that are here. They find themselves in Group B, and this is our map set here for this opening best of 5.
I feel like this is the exact map set that we've been getting into every series throughout Challengers. They love themselves some Rio HP, also a little bit of 6-star, and high-res control is always going to be the one right there dead center. So we jump into this one between In Control and Omit. Already a 7-point lead is going to be Omit. A couple familiar names in Purge, Prolu, Awakening, and Cammy. Formerly a part of at least a couple players on that Boston Academy team, but they decided to cut their losses and make this squad.
Yeah, and, well, the thing about it is, like, you know, for In Control, they're a team that, you know, we don't like to say it this way, but kind of happy to be here. Definitely unexpected that they made it through the qualification period to get into the Elite, especially considering that Mercules is a pretty new name. Same with Prada in terms of the Elite overall. But Gus and Hollow, just as sturdy as any other Challengers player that we've seen. Hollow in particular, I remember he was part of that OGLA team back during Modern Warfare 2019. He was actually pretty solid for them.
Yeah, he was doing a couple good things back in the day. I'm pretty sure it was alongside Draza as well. That was insane to see Optic LA back in the day with not a single player from the current Optic roster on that team. But hopefully he's able to continue his dominance here. Currently down by 30 points. We're finding ourselves all the rotation towards P3, where Omen are fully set up.
It's a good start for him in terms of the macro of the game to this point. Cammy, who has had a really great run through Challengers since unfortunately being dropped, you know, at the beginning of the year, he has not shied away from being a star player, this time finding himself still with Awakening, kind of that Boston Academy mentality that they had when Boston Academy was still fielding the roster. So for Purge and Prolu joining the mix, feels like a roster that should do pretty well, but off the break, good stuff here from In Control. They get the flip of the spawns for the most part, one player in the back blocking, but the flip of the hard point really solid for him.
Yeah, that's perfect because they found 3 kills in sync. You spawn 3 players from Omid all the way across the map, but they are already right in your face. This is not exactly what you want right there if you are In Control. That was just big plays coming in from the last player in Omid, who just simply played his life through the back end, gave his team another opportunity, and they did not shy away from it. So they're going to continue this lead, grow this lead, going to put themselves up by 50 points, and they already find themselves over the rotation after Awakening finds an insane 3-piece.
Yeah, really good stuff from Awakening. And Amit just kind of string together kills across every single member of the team. Holding on towards this P4 with a very significant buffer around the hard point. Cammy in particular, though, does need to kind of come back towards the hill. Kind of in a weird spot trying to play the cutoff man. Purge trying to follow up off the information, but the kills are not there. Prolute stepping up, and okay, there's the clearance, and with the spawn still being good, Omit will get back to the hard point. At least they should.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still a good 40 seconds here, so if you are In Control, you can't give this up for free. You got to try to at least clear it out. And Prolude is not slowing down. He now finds himself on 5 in a row. Cruise Missile just 1 kill shy. He's going to be able to pick it up on the Gus. Great shots out of Prolude. As now they are continuously running up this lead. If you are In Control, you got to try to cut your losses. Someone has to hit that rotation over towards Bridge side, but in the back of your mind now, you have to focus on that Cruise Missile as well.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Rotation for Amit. Going to be tested just a touch by In Control, who desperately need a shutdown and a hold here. Good start from Hollow mid-map. Purge just taking his time. letting the scrap time be earned up, and then Prolute on rotation, I'm sure, will try to isolate Hollow with him. Unless these nades continue to land, and Purge will just deal with it himself. That's exactly what comes through. So now here comes the break attempt over. Prolute does call in the cruise. Takes out one from either side, so we still have even numbers trying to contest the hard point, but with the priority going the way of Purge on the hop up, he finds himself now on 3 in a row.
Oh, yeah, they're starting to take over in this game. You can just tell that they're in that flow state, especially Purge, who now finds himself on 4 in a row. He's going to whip out that MCW. You saw it in the CDL. He's able to run both weapons, so he's familiar with both. And especially after the buff, who isn't going to want to use this MCW? It kills in 4 bullets, as now he is on 5 in a row. His turn to potentially earn a cruise missile does get shut down by Prada, but it's still Omid in control of the HP.
Indeed the case, although Mercules able to find a Semtex kill and Awakening, so a big flip starts to come through. Well, I say big, but it's a needed flip. Game is starting to get a little bit out of control, and the kills continue to rack up here for a minute. 3 down to the feed. Prolute already over the top of P1, so yeah, this lead will get back to over 100 points and then some, especially if Amit can actually lock down this first hit coming out of In Control from the Eski side.
Yeah, it's just In Control right now. They're just playing on the back foot. Every single time they try to find a couple kills off the rotation, none of them are going in their favor. So you saw Prada, he was the only one alive when his teammates got 3-piece, but instead of pushing to the new hill, he has to now wait. And hopefully that's going to turn out to some time, but more effective trades coming in out of Omid. They're still holding on to this P1.
Well, contest is good. Purge push up. SMGs clear the way. And I hate to say it, but for In Control, this map's already pretty much done and dusted. I mean, you lose this 25 points. I mean, I just don't see a world where you put together what would have to be like 4 hard points in a row to get yourself back into the mix here. And Awakening continues to still just make life difficult for this In Control squad on rotation. So, I mean, it's a tough ask, let's be honest. You know, this In Control team, they qualify for the Elite, but you find yourself playing up against probably the most veteran team that we currently have in terms of challengers, in terms of recent players who have seen the Pro League. So, tough ask to be sure, but it looks like Amit will have a chance to win the spawns for P2 and try to surround and overwhelm the last couple of players who are in control in the hill.
Yeah, Omen only need about 52 points to close out this game. If you are In Control, you basically got to chalk this one up, try to get the guns a little bit more fired up to go into this map number 2, because this is not how you wanted to start off your Elite Stage 3. Getting 50-point club just never a recipe for success. It's just going to kill the confidence in their back of their minds, but all the kills in the feed for Omid, they are just flowing. Another clean 4 dead. They can no longer win it here at this P2, but if you're In Control, you got to still hit it.
Yeah. I mean, otherwise the game, I mean, you just start talking about Search and Destroy, put the controllers down?
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at 50-point club territory here. Not what you want to see for In Control. And it's just the restriction of how many kills they're allowed to get. I mean, 9 and 22, 9 and 18, 10 and 19. It's just, they just aren't dying. They aren't getting traded out at all.
It's just the way that they're playing, man. They're so fast off their rotation. They're trading effectively as a team. They're calling out the spawns when they need to. And they are just aware of everything that's going on right now on the map. Now, even with the spawn slip In Control on the preferred side for this new hill, here comes that cruise missile from Kami, though. It's at least going to open up one avenue of attack for Omid to work their way up. But look at just the way that they are shooting, Alan. They're not missing.
Yeah. I mean, Awakening continues to be Mr. Do-It-All. Gig Awake, as our friend Nameless often likes to meme on and say, but 233 to 50 is the current tally. In Control will look to try to get a little bit more of this scrap time, but I mean, this is a beatdown. And that's the thing is, like, you know, I was talking about this, and I think we can kind of say it publicly on here. The expectations around this season, I think especially in this Group B, are that teams like Treaty 1, teams like In Control, just do not have the same sort of, how do we say, notoriety that the other squads do. I think just in terms of what their careers have looked like, not just this year, but just over the course of Challengers. I mean, yeah. There's a couple of players, like, again, Hollow and Gus, but Prada, Mercules, first time we've seen them in the Elite, and it's just it's a tall ask to step in, qualify for the last season of Elite in a year, and then put something together. So definitely going to feel like the teams that are likely to be looking down relegation at the end of this group stage.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man, especially when you come on and play against teams like this, because you said it, the experience is going to be there for Omid. Got a bunch of players who were in the professional league for a little bit, got knocked down in challenges and are taking full advantage of it, but that is going to be game number 1. Omid just taking care of business. If you are In Control, hopefully we're able to just chalk that one up. The memory has to be, all right, we just had that map, let it go, because we got to go into the Search and Destroy with a completely new mindset.
Yeah. So again, just as a reiteration, that's Amit GG, not to be confused with Amit Brooklyn, who is a very solid team. in their own right. So again, the Emit boys on all fronts, both EU and the two teams here in North America, just looking to actually give Emit something to write home about. Because honestly speaking, considering how good the rosters have been both in Europe and the two that have been here in North America, not a lot of success on LAN for these guys. It's been Lore Gaming and FaZe Black at every single grand finals to this point when it comes to the Open. So definitely interested to see if these new squads can find a way to try to improve upon some of the, maybe less than expected results that we saw in the Opens, and hopefully do some damage here in this Elite before we talk about things like champs and grand finals or challengers.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of time before we even get there. You just got to focus on the task at hand, though, if you're every other team besides all those squads. Like, if you're Omid EU, you've been having a lot of success online. We got to get to LAN, we got to figure it out. But for all these other teams, at least on the NA side, I feel like they always put up a good fight. In Control, on the other hand, though, they really let me down. 83 points of the opening hard point. A couple players trying to make a career name for themselves to start. This is just not the way you wanted to start versus this kind of team.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're able to bounce back in that S&D.
Yeah, and again, we've been surprised, let's be honest with one another here, in terms of some of the openings of the seasons 1 and seasons 2, teams that we just never really had, I don't want to say never, but we didn't really go into it with a lot of expectation in terms of, will these guys actually be front runners for their groups? We've been pleasantly surprised a couple of different times, but this would be a team that I would, I just don't anticipate being at the top of the group. Maybe a chance if they can steal a win away here or there to fight for like a tiebreaker to get into playoffs. But I mean, the rest of the group is just so stacked when it comes down to the players and the rosters that have been put together, that this In Control team I think is gonna be fighting for their lives in Group B.
Oh, yeah, it's tough, man. You got Force Space, which is Sam Welly, Vivid, Craze, Mock. And then you got SGP Syndicate. They've always been able to put on a show. Omid, GG, and Houston Spartans on the side of that B side. So all those teams are very, very tough to beat. Yeah. And so you have to try to figure out a way at least through one of them. And hopefully for them, it's going to be through these search and destroys, man. The respawns might not be it for them, but the 2, 3, 5, the Neslos might be calling their name.
Yeah, and again, that's one of those things we always look at. When a team is just getting flat out outslayed in respawns, you have to find a way to be a better objective team. And just in general, 2 and 5 have to essentially go your way every single time. So, tall ask, I think, for In Control. And maybe just while we have the time here, we can kind of talk about overall expectations. We say a lot about FaZe Black. They started off season 1 looking super solid. They won in Boston, came up a touch short in Miami after being reverse swept by Lore Gaming. But the roster continues to change out. It feels like half of the roster almost every single season because of CDL pickups. Now you're finally going to get the same team that played in Toronto back playing for a full season of Elite. Not likely there's going to be any other pickups across the CDL considering where we are in the season. So for FaZe Black, this is all about build upon that showing at Toronto, have a great Elite stage, and then win this whole damn thing whenever you see as Challengers champs.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that they have yet to win as an organization is this Elite. We're talking about events they are finding success, Challenger Cups they're finding success, but the Elite, they just continuously fall short. So hopefully with players like Asim back on the roster, he's got 2 championships underneath that belt on local area network, you should be really confident going into this Elite stage if you are FaZe Black.
And I think it's going to be fun just to kind of see if Lore Gaming can get their visceral revenge after their loss in Toronto. They will be playing each other in their first opening matchup. And I have to say, just, I put this out on Twitter at one point in time. I got to give a lot of credit to the Lore Gaming staff for finding a way to continually have to make new rosters and still be in grand finals at the Opens.
Yeah.
Like, that's super impressive, especially considering that you've got other teams that are out there. We saw it in EU, like, you got collab hybrid teams like Timor, Notorious, Clutch Rain, Timor. It's just everyone's trying to join up to find success as an org. You've got Emit with 5 different teams, it feels like, every Open. But Lore Gaming just kind of goes tried and true, 1 or 2 rosters, and their main one continues to impress.
And that basically tells me that the system that they have built over there has led to a lot of success, man. It doesn't matter who you bring in. Basically the same exact thing for FaZe Black you can say. That whoever you bring into this roster, you will be able to figure out how to play in this system and walk away potentially on top. But as we get into this game number 1 between these 2 top orgs throughout Challengers, FaZe Black already coming out swinging. But you can see those spawns for P2. You only have 1 player in back trying to play his life now for FaZe Black to have an opportunity to break early.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And this is going to be where do the spawns end up moving once this hard point opens up. We'll find out here in just a moment. And, ooh, Lore Gaming may not know that there's a player in the back with that spawn. Whoa, nice snap from Yuli. Takes care of Brack, and Asim now has to kind of exit the hard point and find a way to play his life. So kind of shoe on the opposite foot, but now with the FaZe Black hit from the front starts to gain a little bit of advantage. Arsene's left by himself, new guy up, and okay, good 1v1 win. Now he can play his life and wait for help from the front.
Yeah, but that was such a great heads-up play right there from Asim. He gets one kill into the hill and pushes out so he can block that back spawn for Lore. So now they have to spawn all the way across the map. And then at the same time, the players who were on that hill from Lore were trying to locate where the hell Asim went. But at least he stalled out enough time to allow the teammates to re-pinch to the front, which led to the break for at least a little bit of time. But Lore reinforced their way back in. They're going to be able to take the lead with the final 15. But Brack, again, missed the fundamental for this FaZe Black roster early off the rotation.
One of the things we've seen from FaZe Black, they are so good at playing the macro of these hard points. Two real can give something to think about. Nice shots, though, from Asim. That will open things up for FaZe Black just as the hard point creates some new time. Paul just contesting from the front, going to force a chow out. I mean, how does Paul get away with that one? Gets the kill, backs off the waterfall, and now the hit around the back starts to get tested in FaZe Black. Looking decent to hold on to the spawns, but Too Real nearly able to win the hard point for a time. Shut down, though, and FaZe Black regain control.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from FaZe Black to trade effectively. Maintain the spawns to the back end and continuously run up this scoreboard. There's now one more push from Lore coming through the front side. Too Real and Paulek, they combine for two. Yuli finds a third, so Brack's the only man here. He is going to fall, but the close spawns are still going to be here for FaZe Black. And this is the most ideal thing if you are Lore, because you can trap them in towards that back end, and someone can hit that early rotation while you have this setup still at ult.
A couple of trades through mid. It's going to force the rotation from Brack all the way around the outside, but he's in a good position to watch the crossover through U-Haul, and that'll be enough to take down Paul. Misses the player connecting through the outside, though. Yuli, Arsene's able to find a couple. Exceed going to try to force the 1v1, and he catches Too Real off guard. So it will be an opportunity for FaZe Black to lock things down as Exceed finds himself off a double. Trophy Systems trying to get in to assert some extra dominance, but it is just the kills for FaZe Black, allowing them the opportunity to gain more time.
Yeah, that's such a very confident play right there to BC, because if he loses that one-on-one gunfight, Lore Gaming currently have control of this P4, but now with him winning that gunfight, his teammates have the advantage in these gunfights. Just got to hold down your mid U-Haul. You're throwing the nades, they're throwing the stuns, even whipping out the Renettis to try to find this final kill. And now with only 20 seconds left, Lore have worked their way back in, but Exceed trying to make another play to potentially take him off for that time. He wins the one-on-one, and here comes the teammates.
Couple of the opening trades come through. Brack able to find Arsene's just over the top of the staircase, plus
Shots.
also the second out of Yuli, and this is where things start to get a little dangerous. It's a full wipe just as the hard points are about to move. Split spawn situation, though, for Lore, and I think Rex has actually seen the player over towards backside Aquarium. Looks to be the case. Yuli also getting shot at by Asim, but Too Real from the front with Paul X up the middle. They actually go 3 for 1 there. Looked like FaZe Black had the perfect read, the perfect setup, but Lore are actually the ones in for the early time.
Yeah, that was good plays right there from Lore. Someone to take that long water route in Yuli. Sets up a potential pinch from FaZe Black, and then everyone collapses at the same time to lead to that break. But as soon as I say a break comes in for Lore, FaZe Black find all 4 kills in the feed. They break it right on back. Now it's Asim's turn to potentially catch a couple kills right off the spawn. Doesn't miss a single bullet on 3 in a row.
Asim, a little bit of assistance from Rex there. Gets credit for the assist. But still, Lore Gaming doing what they can to stay in the hard point for the scrap. And you've got routes being hit by Yuli. A little re-wrap behind Brack will also clear out space. So the scrap time is good. So outside of the spree from Asim, FaZe Black really don't get much off of it. You got ourselves a 125-91 game. Lore will still get one more spawner close by, but the threat from FaZe started to come around the back here.
Yeah, threat from FaZe coming around from every single angle. 2 players attacking from water side. Now you have pressure through the back end. Players in the hill have to now be a little bit scattered. And unfortunately, Yuli is going to fall. Sitting at 4 and 16, but you're only down by 30 points. So you're still in this game. Just need Yuli to start to turn up a little bit. But the break comes in for FaZe Black. The spawns are in for FaZe Black. And the Exceed is still not missing with this Rival 9. Look at the spawns for Lore. They're all the way across the map. It's going to take about 10 seconds before they can even contest this again.
Yeah, I mean, it's been good for Lore trying to keep things mixy, but 4 and 18 from Yuli. That just needs to change. 9 and 16 from RC.
Oh, yeah.
Also kind of slowed down a little bit from after the first rotation. So credit to Paul and Too Real for keeping Lore in the game. But, I mean, you can't play the 2v4. You have to win some of these gunfights on rotation. Honestly speaking, that's largely where Yuli has been falling, is on rotation. He's only got 15 seconds of hard point time. He's trying to hit routes. He's just getting caught and getting shut down. And that will be another prime example of it as Asim catches him from behind.
And Now FaZe Black have those back spawns for the new hill. They're going to be able to execute the perfect rotation over towards this next hill. Just got to find this kill onto Paul X. Don't let him finesse the way he did last time around. Effective trade coming in from Dylan, but Yuli, there he is. He's able to catch a double, give his team an opportunity through the front side to try to hold on.
Nasim, it just seems like he feels more comfortable in this system with FaZe Black than what was experimented with that Vegas Legion squad. Just felt like
Even Boston.
Yeah, even Boston. Yeah, same point. It just feels like he was trying to force himself to do too much. I mean, we kind of said the same things about Pentagram as well. It's like he played so differently in Challengers than what we saw when he was giving his chance in the league. And, well, it's just one of those moments you kind of feel for both those two players. Do they get another chance? That's the big question for them in their careers. As, to be fair, Lord Gaming starting to, again, find their way back into this game. A lot of it behind Paul X. It's just a 20-point game as you rotate the new.
Yeah, it was an effective break in towards P3. TwoReal just flew on in with that Rival 9. Now he finds himself on 5 in a row. And Lord Gaming now potentially winning the rotation over towards next. So first opportunity for them to chain 2 hills together. Are 5 points away from taking the lead change into this map number 1. But TwoReal, you're more focused on, let me just get one more kill. I need this cruise missile going forward.
Absolutely the case. Doesn't get a read on where anyone from FaZe Black currently is. Credit to the ARs for getting shutdowns immediately, and TwoReal cannot slip away from Asim. So the shutdown is through. Lead for Lord Gaming continues to grow there, though. And Yuli down low in the Sky Bridge nearly completely dominates this back or middle part of the hard point. Could have led to some good scrap time, but instead FaZe for the break and a chance to regain the lead.
Yeah, and this is going to be their 20 seconds because the fact that Lord Gaming are going to have to attempt to hit this through mid-map, through mid-U, through the top side of security. This is not going to be easy to do, but you also want to make sure you're going back over towards that P1 time and maintaining a little bit of that mid-map control. They find 3 kills at the same exact time to execute the break, and also they flip the spawns on FaZe Black, so FaZe Black on the back foot. Lord Gaming, another opportunity to chain a couple hills.
And Paul Yuli finding the first 3. There's the full team wipe. Exceed through Aqua. Whoa! How has he been able to find that? Nade was cooked and thrown out and still finds a way to snap over, find the kill. TwoReal shuts it down, but here comes the hit from FaZe from the front. TwoReal, perfect position to get a read on it. And how about Yuli from inside the hard point? So slow start for the young man, but now starting to pick things up, and Lord Gaming could get really close to just stealing away this map.
And now if you are FaZe Black, you got to get a move on it because this game is starting to get away from you. You were in control of this game from start almost to finish, but 3 go dead in the feed. And now if you're Asim, you're put in a position where you simply have to play your life because the spawns for the rest of your teammates are all the way across the map. You have to give yourself an opportunity to potentially win this rotation. But look at all the time that Lord Gaming is soaking up here at P1.
Have to win this rotation if you're FaZe Black. Lord Gaming working on the backside stairs. Mercedes gets him with the beatdown. Still one more player nearby, but the pistol will catch Blackwell's sprint. One more player in the hills of Asim. He's got to do it all, and so far he is. Gets 2. Doesn't want to overchell his help nearby through mid-map, but Lore have the proximal spawn, so we're going to get a 4v4 on the hard point. Yuli for the opener. Exceeds nades, denied by Trophy. And that's going to be a second kill that comes through, but Exceed pitches it forward. Not enough, though. Lord Gaming with the proximal spawns. They will get another member in, and with one more set of kills, Lord Gaming, after being down bad, find a way to bounce back in 3 of the last 4 hills and rip the map away from FaZe Black.
That's beautifully played right there out of Lore. Like, you were down by 30 points with your teammate going almost 5 times negative. So that means whatever you were doing, you just got to get a couple kills to go in your favor, and you're going to start to walk away with this game. And that's exactly what happened towards the later half. Paul X was the guy that was keeping the minute from the start to finish. 2 minutes in Hill, almost 30 kills on the map. TwoReal alongside him. But you needed Arcides and you needed Yuli to start to step up. When those guys started to shoot a little bit, Yuli at least putting it down in the damage at 4,200. It made the game look a lot easier for Lord. They were able to chain that P1 to the P2, then the P2 to an instant break at P3, and then you win a rotation over towards P4. It was just an absolute takeover from Lord Gaming on the second half of that game.
And huge map from Paul. 30, 17, 26 non-traded. And you get to give, I think, some of the assist column over to his direction as well, because, yeah, Yuli and Arcides are having a real tough time in these first set of hills, but Paul kept giving them chances. I mean, he was the guy that would either reflip out spawns or at least block some out and then find a couple of the kills from inside the hard point. I don't know if we're going to see it here, but that little play from top waterfall where he gets a couple, backs out, it was right before this clip from TwoReal. It's just like, how has he done that? Like, he should be traded out. There's 3 FaZe members in front of him, and he gets 2 and gets out of there. It just continued to keep more gaming involved for the scrap time.
Yeah, and the way that FaZe Black came out and played in this map number 1, you could just tell that they're foaming with confidence. Like, they were just going out there, ego challenging a little bit. Now, they're probably going to get humbled after this map number 1 because Exceed was just flying around. Asim, he was doing everything he could off the rotation. Brack was rotating nice and early. Dylan Rex is always going to be able to get his kills, but it's just the teamwork aspect. A couple of situations where someone's not playing their life at this moment causes them to lose a rotation or simply get out-traded in a couple of these moments. Now going forward, though, with them losing this map number 1, all right, it's time to lock in. It's time to focus up and start to play our game.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Invasion Search, Invasion Control, then double dose of Rio if we need it, which, again, based on the history of these two squads, it often doesn't get figured out in a sweep fashion. Reverse sweep fashion once before, sure, absolutely. But never, I don't think, in the time that these two organizations at least have played against each other, has there ever been just one team blowing out the other. So,
yeah,
definitely feels like we should at least see one of those two Rios, if not maybe both, depending on how the Invasion Search goes. So, again, that's a Grand Finals rematch from Toronto, and both teams finding themselves in the same group. Again, kind of builds up some interesting expectations for Group A because you've got both of those two squads, of course. But like you mentioned, we also have the Admit Brooklyn team, which I think is also a team to kind of keep your eye on as we go through this season. Dak Looters, Eric Boom, and Assault is the makeup of that squad, which I think that team could absolutely slay. I think it just comes down to the chemistry work. I think that's kind of the only real question for me as we'll eventually see those guys down the road.
Oh yeah, I think the NA side for bracket A is way more stacked than side B because we got 5 teams who I think could definitely walk out and make it to that next playoff stage. But as we jump back into our second series, Omit, they're currently up 1-0 in the series, but here goes In Control. I told you they needed to have that S&D in the back pocket if they wanted to make a little bit stuff shake in this elite stage.
Yeah. Well, so far so good through the search. Again, scoreboard not correct. We'll get it patched probably the day before.
Yep. And the stuns won't work. Dude, flashes will be back. Yeah. I don't know. Something happened.
That happened last year where it's just like, I forget what part of the UI was broken, but they legitimately fixed it like a week before the season was over. It was just like, wow, what a difference it makes. So it'll likely be that way again. As Awakening actually nearly gets the collat with the pistol. Brought a last one left here in a 1v3 for In Control.
And the bomb's going to be down all the way across the map, but I think that Prolute does have a little bit of a read on it. He's going to put himself in a position and catch Prada off guard. So, Omid GG stay alive in this search and destroy a little bit longer. Trying to stop the bleeding. Now down 3-5. Obviously, we haven't been able to tune in since the beginning of this game, so I'm really curious to see how they are on their attacking side. But as you take a look at this replay, Awakening, he's just so delusional. He had that guy one shot, instantly whips out the pistol, is not worried about anyone watching over him. He said, I'm going to go get this kill. And he got that one done for his teammates to secure the round.
A little red dot chase. There's a bit more freedom to do that in Challengers than maybe in the CDL.
100%.
Yeah. Awakening over the top. Put tags at long range to Mercules, who's playing off of the Palace walls. Purge also, wow, gets slipped up, and Prada, who stayed down over towards the park, has lost his life. Not often you see an offensive hit come through dark around the back and find a free first blood like that, but such is life. Cammy's also just doing his own thing over B. Doesn't quite shut down Hollow, but the bomb has been planted. We go 3v3.
And now if you are Omid, you set yourselves up to walk away with this attacking round. Prolute finds Mercules, but Gus instantly there for the trade. So it's still going to be a 2v2. Both players from In Control completely scattered. Trying to gain info off of this split push, but they're at least able to spot one player in Awakening. That time is starting to get away from them. Someone's got to work that defuse eventually.
And Prolute, I think, has seen at least one, maybe a second. We'll go right back over towards this water street. Gus able to trade out Awakening, but it feels like damage has already been dealt. And yet, Prolute just kind of plays off the information that he went in towards Freezer. No worries there. What's your take on a player like Prolute, by the way?
I like the way that he plays. He's a very objective-minded guy. Always is going to play for the W. Fantastic search and destroy player. Can lack a little bit in the respawns, but the head on the shoulders that he has to go from Optic to obviously getting put down to Vegas and then fighting all the way through Challengers, he has a good reputation in this scene. He just has to get a little bit more consistent, at least in my opinion, in his respawn game for him to get that opportunity back up top.
It's one of those situations where he just kind of feels like a player who's been stuck in some weird situations. You know, to step in for Optic.
Yep.
entering the major. It's just kind of a weird position to be finding yourself in. Obviously, his time in the CDL as kind of a full-time member was also on some very questionable teams, put it plainly. But a good bounce back here for Remit. 5 in a row for Prolute. If you can get this cruise missile, we're talking about a brand new ball game here in the Invasion Search. And he's in a prime position to go 1 for 1 at worst here. Prada sliding over the edge. There's the check, and the drop shot will be good for the kill, and also the finesse to keep his life.
And it looks like, oh man, like the way that they started the search and destroy, that's not the way that they're ending the search and destroy. The aggression has been there so far in these last couple of rounds. Now they find themselves in a 4v2. You should be able to force this round 11 and keep that cruise missile in your back pocket because you already have players in Purge setting up that potential pinch. He knows that they have him trapped over towards Treehouse side. He strikes for the first. They get info onto the last, and he's going to snap for that final kill. Omid bring it back all the way down from 5-2, now to force round 11.
I'm going to one-up you here, Jay. Heard from our observer, Jay Pros, in this matchup that it was a 5-0 start.
Oh, hell no.
So we're talking full sail territory here.
Oh, hell no. What we doing in control?
it.
We got to lock in.
I know it. I mean, that's just, no, we can't have that. And Prolet's got a cruise. So,
You go B. If you're Omid GG, you go B.
Yeah,
you open up
absolutely.
that B side with that cruise missile. You back them down into ice cream. Make sure you get your trophy system down because you know those are going to be bombarded on that B side. But
Yeah.
at least the play call now is just going to be aggressive towards Cafe.
And Purge will get the first. It's just we're going to stun in and not even bother with the cruise initially. And the follow-up from Awakening is good. I mean, they read in control like a third grader's book. And they know, hey, they're going to play inside a cafe here. We'll just stun it. We'll just hit it. Who needs the freaking cruise missile? Gammy's also got the read on where the rotation back through dark is. And now the cruise is going to get called. Where do you go? You got to go into DVD. Bomb should be planted here. And this is going to be an A post-plant setup 3v2 for the full sail. Oh, no.
Purge is able to catch one. Now it's a 1v3 left up to Gus.
Not like this, Jay.
5-0.
I mean, yeah. Not like this. Well, Gus, can you save the embarrassment? It's not looking good. He hasn't seen anybody yet. Not even a whisper of where anyone's going to be. And he does at least shut down Prolute. But, again, you got to go quick. Purge is right there. It's a full sail. Nah. We can't. Perfect cam swap. Is stun is just a very sad, disappointed father right there.
That's unbelievable. We're up 5-0. I said that they needed to be a Neslo team. The 2-3-5's got to be a lockup when your respawn looks like that. But they get full cell in map number 2, and now if you're Omid, you're feeling fantastic to close out that series in 3. But back into the main game we go. Lord Gaming versus FaZe Black. Lord Gaming currently up 1-0. Arcitys finds one, makes it a 2v2.
Oh, boy. Got to just shrug that one off and get into this one. And, well,
It might be over for that one.
Yeah, well, I think it's definitely over for that one. It's like, Exceed, nice finesse to get away. Brack, not quite able to do the same. So it gets down to an Arcitys versus Exceed 1v1. And Exceed, backside Palace, cannot find the final shot to kill Arcitys. So he'll have time to collect the bomb and likely just stick for this plant at A. Maybe a small consideration if Exceed will to challenge this early, but he will take his time, wait, and maybe pop up off the exit. Doesn't fully see him. Chance for Arcitys. First shot in for Exceed, but Arcitys catches him on the wrap back. No worries there, and Lord Gaming will take the opening round.
Oh, Exceed, you got to play that one better, my friend. There's
saying.
only 15 seconds left. You got him trapped in towards courtyard. You know that there's not enough time for him to work that B objective. You were sitting right outside of courtyard. The fact that you allow that bomb plant to go down and then let him get away, that's just unacceptable right there out of Exceed. Arcitys is a 2-time world champion. He makes that one look easy. Catches him while he's still pulling bullets in the clip, but that's how you get it done if you are Arcitys. Secure the first round. Find 3.
Yeah. It's just interesting that he goes for the reload and the reposition at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Well, regardless, Arcitys finds himself on 3 with the round win. And for FaZe Black, a little bit of a split hit here. 2 players over towards B, a little bit of extra attention over towards the A Street as well. And I think Arcitys has seen the rewrap back from a seam, so the defense will be pretty privy to the notion that this very well may be a B hit, and Exceed down low sees Arcitys looking for a little revenge, but doesn't get a chance at it.
And if you're Paul X now, your hands are going to be full. At least you're able to take down one before potentially falling. But Brack knows that he's one shot. He's trying to commit on this trade. At the same time, Arcades finds one. And Paul X finessing around the cubicle is able to find a double single-handedly, shutting in that beat pressure. And Lore Gaming, with the aggression, this time on the defensive side, just take full control of the middle of the map. Trap FaZe Black over towards Treehouse side, and then it was all curtains once Paul X is able to finesse the way that he did. Lore up 2-0.
Yeah. Okay. Man, it's just... What is it about this FaZe Black team online, man?
I don't know. I truly don't know, because I feel like they can find success regardless. Like, it's not like the Challenger Cups or anything different
Exactly.
than in elite matches. Just right now, I guess they're not clicking.
Yeah, I don't know it. Well, Arcades is having himself a heck of a map. 5-0 start through 2 rounds. Stun checks the smoke. It does not hit. So Exceed and Brack will get forward. Arcades, of course, very well attentive to that this is a possibility. But he's essentially on an island here while everyone else is focused over towards the A side. Now Arcades is going to join them. They may just gut check hit A here.
Oh, yeah, that's the perfect play call, because you don't have any info of how many people cross over towards Treehouse side, so... You want to try to take that pressure somewhere else, and it's going up the middle of the map, but it seems he's able to find that first blood. So Lore currently with a bomb site control, trying to find a pick before working that objective, and Brack finds a second.
Nice shots from Asim as well. Back at the car, and then the help from Rex over through mid-tank. That works out beautifully. So, yeah, great stuff here from FaZe Black. The smoke just causing a bit of chaos over towards B Street, and then the wrap back over. I think it all starts with the fact that Asim finds that first blood deep through Park. If he doesn't get that crossing angle, that could have looked very different in terms of how exactly Lore could get onto the A site.
Oh, yeah, 100%, because if he doesn't find that kill, then Lore have full mid-tank control, and we know once you have mid-tank control, that objective is most likely going to get planted. So great plays right there out of FaZe Black to use that smoke to their advantage, keep Lore Gaming in their spawn for a little bit longer, and then catch them slipping off that rotation over towards A to finally put one on the board. Back to the offensive side they go, and for defensive side, Lore Gaming, at least 2 real. He's getting super aggressive up through Cafe.
Yeah, sure is. That's something we've often seen when it was the Boston Academy team he was part of. He loves to get aggressive up here. Yuli with him. Arcades also getting forward over towards Dark, and it is Yuli for first blood, and you have Exceed stuck. Has to try to force something, and he runs right into Arcades, who is very well waiting for him. Yeah, really good stuff here from Lore Gaming. This aggressive defensive play through B Street, executed to perfection, and now it's just Rex by himself.
Yeah, Dylan Rex now left in a 1v4, bomb down across the map. Information gained. Look at all the arrows from Lore, everyone attacking through mid-side. Don't want to allow anything freaky to happen. Dylan's able to take down one, but Lore Gaming just more about it. He's able to trade more effectively. It starts with Yuli putting himself in that position towards Broken, because the fact that Arcades comes through mid-cut, puts down a couple shots, that's everything that FaZe Black are focusing on. They're not thinking anyone to push up aggressively with the way that Arcades was playing it, but once Yuli finds that kill, everything gets shut down, because that was also your bomb carrier. So Lore Gaming now back in the advantage, up 2 rounds, 3-1.
And it's one of those rounds that, like, that's going to live in your head if you're FaZe Black going into your next offense. Like, see how they try to handle that in the future. Lore Gaming, same kind of break off. Arcades up top, just going to watch for that B cross. No smoke this time. Stun over the top does hit Yuli. So a little bit of information here for FaZe Black's defense, and that will call Exceed over a little bit more aggressively to play frontside ice cream. And yeah, Yuli has definitely been confirmed now, so he'll give up the angle. And this doesn't really feel like a bomb site worth approaching at the moment if you're Lore, unless you can somehow shrug Brack off this angle towards Cage.
Yeah, but just taking that positioning over towards Broken, now you get a read on what the setup for FaZe Black sort of looks like. But look at the aggression from FaZe Black, as they said 2 players, 2 DVD. Wow. It's going to catch 2 real off guard. Dylan finds that first blood, instant 4v2, make it a 4v-none as FaZe Black just pouncing them at the right time, catch the timing through the middle of the map to set up that perfect pinch, and find all 4 kills without anyone dropping. 3-2.
That is such a risky call if you're FaZe Black.
Yep, because it all comes down to timing right there, Alan.
Absolutely it does. You pushed off the entire approach for Lore Gaming getting into Broken at all. But you keep the focus towards Street. You get players around the back. I mean, that's just a bold play call to try to make that happen.
Oh, yeah. It definitely is. And you're probably going to need a couple more bold play calls, especially on this attacking side. But the way that Lore have been playing on their defense, just non-stop aggression up through the map. That smoke grenade is going to get invested by Yuli so he can cross over towards Broken. So now if you are FaZe Black, let's not even waste any time trying to locate where he is. Just instantly try to pounce through mid.
All possible lineup here. Exceed able to find one of the two. Damage onto Arcades, but Asim does not feel like he can try to challenge and find the trade, and that's why Two-Real was also a part of the picture. Brack continues to keep us back and forth, although now finds himself on his lonesome and does well to take a second, but cannot have a chance to find the third. So Lore Gaming continue to keep this cushion at about 2 rounds, and now we start to get to that danger zone of you need to put together back-to-back rounds soon if you're FaZe Black.
Yeah, and they just have been struggling on their attacking rounds with the way that Lore Gaming have been playing around mid. Every time that they're able to isolate one player, there's a crossfire being set up from Lore that they're able to trade effectively and then come on top in the engagement, which is the way that Two-Real and Yuli like to play. Like, Two-Real, he just turns that corner and instantly pounces. Not worried if someone's going to shoot him in the back. He's like, I'm going to go guarantee this kill, and then potentially, if I'm alive, I'm going to walk back to you guys. He's just taking calculated risks, and it's working for Lore.
Working out perfectly. 8-3 for Arcades. Heck of a map still underway for him as he is seen by Asim for first contact. Rex also assisting over the middle of the map, but not much to come of it. Nades are going to try to get over towards Tank, but there's trophy systems. Two-Real sneaks in through A. Looks for something a little bit more elevated, but that's being watched by Exceed, and then the follow-up from Arcades also gets shut down. So now Yuli is kind of stuck here. Tries for a long-range shot with the rival. Asim gets bold and tries to challenge it, and hold on a second. Damage for Paul. Yuli stays tucked and he stays safe. There's the jump out, but Exceed finds the kill. Paul left to essentially a bullet, and he will not find Sanctuary back in towards that front lobby cafe. And that'll be enough for FaZe to get this back to within 1.
Another successful defensive round, just maintaining that mid-map control. The fact that FaZe have 3 people playing around that mid-tank area definitely catches Lore off guard completely. Because they're walking out of cafe. They have a little bit of A street control. They are getting on that A site. It's just when you don't have that mid-tank control, it's very difficult to work that objective. Especially when you don't have trophies down. But now if you're FaZe Black down 4-3, show me something on offense.
Yeah, absolutely. How much will they try to feel things out after being kind of caught by surprise by this Lore defense in 2 straight defensive attempts?
Look at this one.
And yeah, same situation. Yuli up and under, does see Brack freebie. I mean, there's just no information early. FaZe Black are getting destroyed over through B Street, but Exceed does come forward, find himself the trade, and will reset 3v3 even status here.
Yeah, that's such a big kill right there from Exceed, because if you allow Yuli to get that double, that basically calls the round there. But now in the 3v3, it's still a manageable situation, but Two-Real watching that crossover towards the A site. You know that Paul X is going to give you any ounce of information of everyone attaching over towards B. So the double setup here from Lore, but Two-Real is going to put down a couple shots. Now he's forced to back down.
Yeah. And he look at it again. The boldness out of Two-Real. He's going to get so much information from this position. The problem is he doesn't see the player over towards DVD. Still sneaks through, though. Paul following up. He may catch one off guard. Sure does. And it just feels like you throw just a curveball out there, and Paul gets a second. Turning this to a 1v1. Information for Two-Real. First couple of shots are good. Forces the gunfight and wins it. And it's just Lore Gaming just... It's borderline like a we just don't care defense. Like, we're just going to run at you, man. It's crazy.
That's exactly what it is. Like, the mid-round adjustment is just like, okay, where can I find a gunfight? That's all I'm really focused on. And even in the 2v3, the fact that Paul X somehow, some way walks away with that second kill, yeah, shout out to the MCW buff for that instant kill on that one to force it into the 1v1. But Lore Gaming, flawless on the defensive side. That's 4 on that side of the round. And then 1 attacking round. Now puts them at game point.
Yeah, that's just... I mean, again, you would never see a CDL team make a commitment call like that.
No.
It's unreal how bold these guys are. Stuns and Nades do get some connections over towards B. Yuli also tagged as the smoke came through. I think that was actually a defensive smoke, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a little bit of question here in terms of how far forward Lore have gotten. Wow, bold shots from Yuli, and they largely connect. Follow-up stuns, though, keep him locked into place, and this is kind of feeling familiar again. FaZe Black are considering that DVD wrap again.
And if you are Lore, Let's just try to play for some info here because you do have Paulex slowly but surely working his way up through that A street, and they are going to set up the collapse. Double push through mid connector. Paulex takes control of that left side bridge side, and now in the 3v2, the bomb's going to get planted today.
Oh, and Paul's in your back line. Takes out another, so now it's just down to Exceed. This would be a 1v3 in technicality. Still has 2 to deal with. Bomb planted today. Sees 2 Real on the hop back over in towards what he thinks is Freezer, but once again, 2 Real just comes out and chows it. I mean, this guy just lives for finding gunfights. RCD's top of his head has been seen over towards the tank, but with no connections, no damage from Exceed. Going to be a hard-pressed follow-up into this site, as this is just playing on the outsides on either side for Lore. Watch the crossfires. Exceed has no chance to get this bomb defused. No way.
Oh, yeah, this is GG. Like, the way that Lore Gaming set up off of that post plant. You have mid-tank control, you have street side, so Exceed cannot cross through any angle without you spotting him. And Lore Gaming just getting it done in the search and destroy. Flawless on the defensive end, only needed 2 attacking rounds to clutch on up. But FaZe Black just simply did not have an answer on their attacking side for Lore. Every single time it was all out through mid-map, the aggression. More attractive, more effective in the trade situations. Lore Gaming, I was expecting before this map 2 started that FaZe Black, you know, just coming off of the Toronto win, same exact roster, we already have the chemistry. I thought that they would have the S&Ds locked up, but Lore, they shut me right up, and now they're up 2-0 in the series.
It's just like one of those things. It's like you can't prepare for the unexpected. Like, I think the way that most players say it, like if you're used to like screaming against CDL teams, it's like these are just dumb plays that are working out. Like it's borderline, like you said, it was timing things. Like I think we maybe combine the two and say it's almost borderline dumb luck plays for Lore. You're in a 2v4 situation. You push around the play from FaZe. They just don't expect it, and they catch you off guard. Kind of the same thing. 2 Real, 3v3 situation. Gets a couple of bullets in and then says, I'm on the hunt. And he just chases down kills in ways that FaZe Black are simply not expecting him to. And that is just enough for the surprise element to continue to pan out time and time again for Lore Gaming.
And if they continue to play like this, without question, they're going to be a very difficult team to beat because if all the timings are going in your favor, and keep in mind, that's not a consistent thing to do unless you're like a Beezy or something, the king of first bloods. Somehow, some way, the timings always go your way. But it's just not really a consistent way of playing. If those timings go the opposing way, FaZe Black walk away with this S&D. Yeah. They tie the series up at 1. But as long as those timings, again, are going in your favor and you're clutching them in your one-on-one gunfights, that's what the map is going to look like.
Like, I can only imagine that there was a calm at one point or another late into the search and destroy for FaZe Black. Be like, bro, he's behind me again?
Again. Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Like,
and it's got to be so frustrating, too, Alan. Because, like, you're thinking, I got all my bases covered. There's no way in hell they're just going to find this split second of, like, 2 seconds to work their way up through DVD because that angle was originally being watched. But just that split second that you give it up, they were hitting it every single time and took full advantage of it.
It's kind of like Brack in that clip that we saw with him over towards top Treehouse. It's like, I got Treehouse, I'm watching Cross. Yulich behind me? Like,
how? Like, he's sitting there. How the hell is he behind me? It doesn't make sense.
It's unreal, man. So, Lore Gaming taking edge here after the first map was a close one, at least until Lore had something to say about it. Again, those last 3 of the, I would say 3 of the last 4 hard points really went their way. And the search and destroy, they kept a cushion. They're looking good for a potential 3-0 for the first time. Speaking of 3-0s, this one feels like we're probably due for one as Omit find themselves on a defense up 2-1 already against In Control. And with only 27 seconds remaining, it looks like In Control have been put into the spawn trap. And again, this is not a match you look at if you're In Control and you say this is a winnable one for us. Like, we got to just come out here and see what we have built against some of the stronger teams that are out there, especially in this group. And, well, they're going to have a lot to look back on, especially considering that they were up 5-0 in the search and still lost it.
Yeah, so it definitely could have been winnable for them. Because if you walk away with that search and destroy, you tie it up. It's different vibes, different energy going into this map number 3. But when you get full celled, you best believe the next map that you spawn into, you're probably not going to have a good time. And Omid GG, they took full advantage of that as they're able to close out that high-rise control 3-1, close out the series 3-0, and started this elite stage 1-0.
Yeah, clean stuff. Yeah, and again, just to kind of frame it, I think you're looking at teams like in Group B. I think the 2 that are going to really stand out as being, you know, fighting for their lives are this In Control Gaming team and Treaty 1. Just based on the career history that they've had, whether being in the Elite before or not, it's a heavy stacked group with the teams that we expect to be at the top, with the Houston Spartans being your champions from last season. This Amit GG squad looking pretty clean, pretty solid, very complete. And then you still have Fourth Space in the mix and the Singapore Syndicate, who have a long tenure as a group of 4, making it through elite after elite and doing well in it. I don't think they've needed to requalify at all this year.
No.
So, they're finding their way into playoffs every single season, and that's just, a tough group to jump into if you're a team coming out of that elite qualifier against this type of a stack.
Yeah, it definitely is tough, but you did give yourself a couple opportunities if you are in control, and you have to be looking back at that search and destroy. Anything can change, and especially because Call of Duty sometimes is so day-to-day. You walk away with that search and destroy, you tie the series up, it's probably different energy. Again, like I said, going into that higher rush control, but at least you were able to force that map number 4. Who knows, if they were filling themselves on sub-base, we could have potentially seen that map number 5. But when you fall short, especially in a full sale opportunity, in that game number 2, it's just a tough pill to swallow. Now going forward for them, you definitely just have to work on your hardpoint game, because there was multiple times where they were just laid off the rotation. A couple kills are a lot more difficult because now the other team knows exactly what's going on the map, and you are completely clueless because you're just a step behind every time.
Yeah, and again, that's their first match of the day, but their second, they'll play up against the Syndicate squad. So, again,
okay.
it's just, there's not an easy matchup anywhere out here. I think it's one of those things that is probably your next opportunity, maybe a smaller window to try to win a series, because you're really looking at that head-to-head matchup versus Treaty 1, and then maybe the matchup versus Fourth Space, depending on which form of Fourth Space we get in this particular league, because there have been a couple of roster swaps up. But we do know that Welly has been a great, solid player. It's just a different mix because he's got Vivid, Mach, and Craze with him, and so it's the first new roster here for Fourth Space, and you don't know. That's going to be a question mark. Are they going to surprise us, kind of like Welly's team with Exotic did in Stage 1, or is it going to be more of a kind of middle-of-the-road team like we saw in Stage 2? Hard to say.
Well, they already surprised us, man, being the only team so far throughout the season to get full set on a search and destroy. So hopefully going forward, if you are in control, just got to get better everywhere. I'm probably a little bit of early jitters for a couple of new faces who entered the elite stage this time around, but first match underneath your belt, got to forget about it and just continue to move forward.
Indeed the case. So that's at least results of one of our series. Still waiting on the start of the Invasion Control between Lord Gaming and FaZe Black, where Lord Gaming find themselves up 2-0 at the moment. Again, that Stick Star was a lot closer than the score really reflects, up until Lord Gaming, again, just kind of walked away with a couple of hard points strung together in a row. The Search and Destroy kept a cushion of around 2 rounds pretty much throughout until the very end right there. So the Invasion Control coming up next is really all about finding a way to steal this one away and get us to at least that map number 4. I would not lay out the potential of a reverse sweep for this FaZe Black team. I mean, this has been a closer series, and I think the score reflects on both the maps.
These guys have been winning a lot throughout this year. You can never count this roster out because they have a winning recipe for success. So hopefully they can figure it out on this Invasion Control. And I think the biggest thing that they have to focus on is the teamwork aspect. Like, where's the FaZe Black that was just at the Toronto event that was barely losing maps, was dominating all throughout the whole side of winners bracket, make it to the grand finals, and walk away with that one in a clean fashion. Just got to get back on that same page, because even though, Lord, this is sort of a new roster with RCD's coming in for Major Maniac after he got the call up, they looked more in sync than FaZe Black do, and that's been the difference so far in this series.
Indeed the case. So that's what we're waiting on here. See what will happen and who takes an early edge in terms of possibly being a Group A favorite. Just to kind of speak on it a little bit, because we talked a little bit more in depth about Group B. This Group A is an interesting one because, again, Team Acrylic, the expectations are pretty low. You've got Prospect and Ryan, who I don't think either have made the elite in the past. Ryan definitely has not. Prospect maybe once. Hard to say. But Chris Radial, it's been a long time. I mean, he actually announced his retirement, I think, at the beginning of this year after Boston, so he hasn't played since then. And then Moch, he kind of just comes and goes every now and again. They found their way to qualify for the elite, but I think the thing is, like, the expectations of a team that's recently put together, not a lot of play time. They're probably looking at just trying to stave off relegation. But I'm actually really excited about this RKNX team. It's KB, Rupert, Noisy, and Exotic. They put some noise out there when they played in Toronto. So I'm excited to see what KB has to offer with a little bit more formidability around him. I think this is also a roster where Rupert can really shine after being kind of a part of being subject to being in the shadows of a Snoopy in the past and things like that when he was playing on a more Latin American-based team.
So what you're telling me is, Alan, there's 5 teams that could potentially be number 1 in that group stage. I completely agree with you, and I still don't even want to count out Acrylic Esports because you still got a little bit of veteran presence in Mochilla. The guy was a professional. He knows exactly what it takes to at least find himself around the top couple of players. And now with this new roster, everyone not having any expectation of them, that might be the perfect thing. No one's having an eye on you. Everything is going to be an upset for you guys, so you just got to come out here and play some good COD.
Indeed the case. It's just one of those things of what were you going to see? Because, again, that combination that we saw earlier in this year with Welly and Exotic and Pro Amar, that team has kind of fallen apart pretty quickly after being significantly impressive. They finished second that season. So, I mean, this is one of those times it's like you look back at that squad and it's just like, where do they come from? And then they all fall apart. It's like, can they find success either individually or as duos or whatever it happens to be? So question marks there, I think, in terms of how good that team is going to be. And then the other side, the Singapore Syndicate squad, it has a brother team, if you want to call it. That's the Singapore Midnight. That's Classic, Capsule, Temp, and Neptune back in the mix after having played the last couple of cups after not playing the large majority of the year. He also did play in Toronto, if I'm not mistaken. So kind of getting himself back into the mix. I'm curious to see what Travis has for us.
Oh, yeah, I'm very curious because I could have swore a couple months ago he quit COD to go play Halo. So welcome back, Travis. Time to get back into the pit. And at least you got some familiar names alongside you. Classic Nicky D. We saw him at that second Miami Major where he just went absolutely bananas. Was able to complete a reverse sweep. So the guy knows what it takes to win. Capsule, he's going to be 30 per all throughout challenges. And Donnie Temp, a fantastic player. So you got yourself a great roster on your way back in.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, like, I remember seeing Temp tweet about it. When he, like, they had finished off in Toronto, then, like, they immediately started making roster changes, and he was like,
That's how it is.
I got dropped. Like, I don't know what I do now. And I mean, that was after stage 2 playoffs for Elite, and ended up still putting together a good run. It's just there's so much talent that's out there in Challengers right now that I think it feels easy to make good teams. But I think it's difficult to hold and trust the process and be something better than good and be great. I mean, we really haven't seen a team take over and dominate this year as much as we have had in the past. You know, looking at like the Westers, the NYSL academies. Yeah, we had like Boston Academy for a time, but then, you know, that team got ripped apart because of the CDL pickups, and it only lasted maybe about a month. But historically, we've always had at least one team in North America that seems to dominate for 2-3 months. Like it was Decimate last year, Modern Warfare 2. You had Texas Nation and Vanguard. At the beginning of the year, there's usually one team that like dominates. We really haven't had that this year, maybe except for this FaZe Black squad here and there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was like, FaZe Black, okay, you win a couple Challenger Cups. You have a couple LAN wins underneath your belt. I feel like this team has been putting on a little bit of dominance, especially because the last 3 LAN events, they have at least been in the grand finals.
Yeah.
So they've been putting on a show, but now you need to put on a bigger show because you're down 0-2 in this series versus Lure. You're on the attacking side, and at least you're able to complete one segment over at B, but Dillarex is playing the life the way that he is. He's going to give his team another opportunity to attack from this side.
Yep, clock will stop at 59 seconds. Secondary stuns and nades starting to come through from the Lure defense. Does tag a little bit, but for the most part, FaZe Black still have a chance to stay at least near the zone. But they do need kills. Second tick being worked on. Here comes the pinch. Arcity shut down through mid, and then Rex takes care of Yuli up top. Trophy system earned and placed, and the follow-up trade is good. Second tick going to get locked in unless Paul can surprise both members on the zone, which almost he does. A little bit of help from Yuli gets the last FaZe Black player off, so there will have to be a re-aggression towards B, but FaZe off spawn will be right back in the zone.
Yeah, FaZe will be right back in the zone, but Yuli's still in a great position to contest it. Finds that kill on a Dylan Rex, but Asim, he's worked his way all the way from right side street back over towards Treehouse side, just trying to give his teammates a little bit more cover fire as that B capture is going to get complete. Time has now been extended. And if you are Asim, did he just run out of ammo? That guy's shooting.
Yeah, I mean, he's on 4 in a row.
There you go.
Be a weapon pickup, and almost takes number 5 on Paul X, but trade good for Brack. He'll get the top side blue, which Yuli will make sure he doesn't stay at it for long. Transition for Rex also shut down. So 19 plays 17. Minute 10, a little bit over that on the clock here, but this next wave of gunfight's important as Lure are trying to get mid-map control, but it'll just a 1-for-1 exchange. Keeps FaZe right in the picture in terms of trying to set up for A.
Yeah, FaZe still have an opportunity, potentially, with a couple kills, make their push over towards A, but 2 kills going in favor of Lure, almost 3, but Dylan's able to take down Arcides. Now you have Turo trying to instantly play for that trade. He's able to find that kill with a little bit of help from Paul X. So now everyone from FaZe Black has been accounted for. 40 seconds left. You just got to put yourself in a position to cut them off with these long angles, and that's exactly what Arcades is doing.
Yeah. Trying to make life hard of the OE. Cut off here from Paul as well. Wow, he's stepping into this. Bold, to say the least, as Lore Gaming are really trying to assert some dominance here on this B Street. It does well for now. Follow up for FaZe Black with 23 seconds. Now has to cut all the way through Water Street or the middle of the map, and that's being watched on both fronts. 11 now plays 8. Numbers and the clock favoring that of Lore Gaming. It doesn't look like FaZe Black are going to have much of a chance to even see the A zone, let alone try to capture it.
Yeah, only 10 seconds left. Everyone's still in the back of their spawn. It's going to be a GG in this round number 1 as Lore just holds strong on the defensive end. Probably didn't want to give up all that B progression, but 3 ticks, you're not going to be too mad about it. Now you're going on your attacking side where you can at least complete one segment over towards A. That's going to be a job well done. But FaZe Black just a little bit late to the party. Hopefully going into this defensive side, they can start to show that dominance that they had at Toronto.
Yeah. And the control, I will say, I feel like has, in certain regards, been kind of a difference maker in terms of like comparing the veteran squads that have largely stuck together to the new ones that are trying to find the right formula, you know, kind of put themselves together before an elite or before an open. I feel like the map 3s, as we often talk about even in the CDL, is like a huge difference maker mode in terms of kind of separating, you know, the great from the outstanding. And for FaZe Black, setting the bar at 3 ticks of progress. They're a little outside of this B zone. I say that with hesitation because the seam is wiggling his way forward. Just doesn't get quite seen by Arcades, but the follow-up around the back, Arcades seems to know that there could be a threat around him. But Paul actually deals with the vast majority of it. They do lose track of a seam, though, and FaZe Black will recover ground over towards B. Now the focus, though, has to go to Yuli, who finds himself on an island at A.
And I don't even know if... Oh, I thought FaZe Black didn't have the awareness that he was going to be on that A point. They're able to eliminate him before that first segment gets completed. Now all of Lore stuck in the back of the spawn with nothing to show for it. Have to now work their way up through this B Street side, but you first have to get past the seam. Big trade there coming in from Yuli, and now they're giving themselves another opportunity to potentially stop that game clock.
Can they get the extra ticks needed, though, to get an extra 60? So far, looking pretty good. It's Too Real through the middle of the map. Shuts down the long wrap that was trying to come through for FaZe, plus the cross on the pinch through Dark. So now all of a sudden with Yuli pushing forward, FaZe Black maybe just need to chalk and set up their defense at A, and that's even being tested here. Paul with a sub in hand. Over through front cafe. Gets a look at one, swaps back to the AR. Little turn, almost, but doesn't fully get the lock on to Rax. No worries for Too Real to confirm the trade, and now we've got lives advantage to Lore. Just need to get this extra 60, and if Too Real can maybe find 1 or 2 more kills, maybe there's a chance for a quick transition, but FaZe get the elimination, they isolate, and now we get to a pretty even setup with the B rotation being tested by FaZe.
Now how long can they potentially keep Lore trapped on this right side of the map and not allow them to get out of their spawn? Dylan Rex comes from the backside of Treehouse, able to take down Arcades. A seam effective trade in through DVDs. Just got to make sure that you're maintaining the map. And that's exactly what FaZe Black are doing, because they also have one person all the way in the back of their spawn and Exceed.
And they have no idea where he's at. So a little chase out from Exceed. Takes care of Paul, no worries. And now his defensive efforts may be needed over through A Street here. Yeah, he took a look at it. Arcades on the hunt. Quick isolation, but break from the front. That's a big win. If he loses that to Yuli, Lore Gaming are on their racehorses over to A immediately.
Yeah, they be sprinting up that Water Street just trying to help Yuli on that cross. Brack with some great shots, able to single-handedly shut down that push, but still a lot of time here to work with if you are Lore. Trading effectively, slotting out, baiting and switching in towards the cafe, at least finds one, but FaZe Black now all coming off spawn. Have to iron up through back gas, because here comes a rock from Yuli.
Yeah. Spawns for FaZe. Should be back all the way deep towards the B zone, and they are. Brack, though, for one, and wow, full team wipe comes through. I mean, you take a screenshot as soon as Yuli comes around the back at Garage to the setup, and it's like 2 players for FaZe Black are on an island just fighting for their lives. The fact that there's not a single kill for Lore is very unpredicted, and it's a huge save for FaZe Black as the ticks are simply just tied up after everything's all said and done through one offensive each.
Yeah, good plays right there from FaZe Black, especially to read the route coming in from Yuli, because Yuli still had enough time on that game clock to not instantly give up his positioning to try to get to the objective to pause that game clock. But once he falls, I would have liked to see him just play it a little bit slower towards gas. Potentially cut off a couple players. You know that at least one player from FaZe was still on that objective. But if you can catch a couple kills, allow your teammates a little bit of an easier route on the way to that 8 point. Could have potentially got the job done, but FaZe Black secured. All tied up in seconds at 3. So if you are FaZe Black, yep, let's just go over towards B. Let's add a couple more.
Absolutely. And the early stack has the clock stopped at a minute 20. Yuli just over towards Treehouse side. Good win versus Rex. And Arceus also gets his presence involved as he takes shots from the top side at blue. Wow, what a push from Yuli. Asim, I'm not really sure what he was intending of watching from up there. And now all of a sudden, Lore will cross over to the middle of the map, double push into Brack's position at Broken, and not even a single tick of progress had been earned at B. But careful on this rotation. We've got a player in the zone in the form of Exceed, and Asim is trying to move quickly to try to assist wherever possible to stop these defenders from crossing in.
Seems just spreading right down the river.
Wow.
Unfortunately, can't find any kills, and that's 3 in favor of Lore. Great finesse out of 2Real. Better wall bangs out of Brack. But now you have to get past the line of sights out of Yuli, who picks up the MCW. Not the best respawn in map number 1, but 20-9 on the 6th streak. Kuz missile already earned. It's time to hit that go button.
Does get shut down. Same can be said for Arcades. But FaZe Black not going to take the risk of moving over towards A with only 40 seconds on the clock. They'll just work through mid, feel things out, and team nade. That could open up the door over towards A, but Yuli right there to shut it down. I mean, it's really slow first 2 matches from Yuli, but 21-10 with still plenty around to play with here in round 3 is unbelievable for him.
Oh, and he's going to invest that cruise missile. You do not want to give up any segments over towards B, because you did unfortunately give up one at A. So you want to just try to at least let this game clock continue to tick on down. It's only 24 seconds left. That first segment is going to be complete, and Lower Gaming now with a couple players falling are probably going to put in a situation where they are forced to give up that B point. Time should get extended as long as FaZe Black just stay on it.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Maybe one effort here for Lore, but they don't get there in time. So the extra 60 does get tallied. Can they find kills off the exit? Uh-oh, this could get dangerous. Exceed trying to step away from the follow-up engagement. Not going to be able to keep his life, but Brack gets a pivotal spot deep through gas. This is how this happens, Jay. Brack needs to find one, keep his life, and he even gets a read on the 2Real. Wants the gunfight. You know 2Real does.
Oh!
And that's 2 for Brack. Here come FaZe off Water Street.
That's perfect plays right there at the back. An individual has to make that kind of play, especially on a map like Invasion. But now the double stack is going to be in towards that 8 point. Yuli finds one through the map, but we got to get a move on it. We got to get past Brad. We got to get in the objective because that third tick is getting away from you.
Seed. Oh, Shaky trying to deal with the defenders that are making their way in. So the third tick does get contested and it will get depleted. Still plenty of time to work with here, though, if you're FaZe. Arcades, mid-map. Caught by nades, may not have made much of a difference. He still finds one nearly full 2 kills, enough to keep at least Rex at bay from running this rotation back into A at least.
And now with 40 seconds left, FaZe Black only basically have one more opportunity at this 8 point. And you have to stay alive if you're the player sitting around the middle of the map, but unfortunately Dylan Rex does get caught. So now with only 25, only all of FaZe Black coming off of the respawn, a nade over the top at least gives themselves another opportunity. One more final push here today.
Yeah, exactly the case. That kill keeps the door open. Paul watching on the cross. Teammates deeper through gas trying to aid. Trophy system placed. Here comes the push out, but Paul good for the first. Trades are decent. One player trying to sneak in, but Yuli not going to allow that to happen. And I don't know if he gets credit for that last kill or not, but the snap was impressive nonetheless. And Lord Gaming will hold on to the defense, but it does come at a pretty steep cost.
Yeah, it comes at a cruise missile getting invested, thinking that you were going to shut down that B point. You also allow 5 segments to get away from you. So if you are FaZe Black, you are in full control of this as long as you stand strong on defense the same way you did in round number 2. It's now Lore. Even if they tie it up in segments, that's where it gets a little bit scary because then it comes down to kills. And the way that Yuli is playing, he might be leading the entire lobby. So if you are Lore, yeah, let's try to go for an early A pressure play.
Yeah. Okay. Can you find something cheeky here for Lord? It's just one member on B for now. Any kill through the middle of the map will lead to an opportunity to potentially push over towards A, but Rex able to confirm a trade. Semtex will do so. Yuli, only man in. Stun denied. A little bit of damage tallied off of the trophy system, though, and Yuli is feeling the danger. Trying to hop and stay alive, but no, defense right there for it. But on the other side of the map, good news for Lore. It's a stack over for the B zone. Second tick looking good.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from Yuli, even though he's not able to complete that first segment. Just pulling a couple players from FaZe Black on that side of the map opens up that B point. So allow his teammates to potentially extend his time, but Rack pushes all the way up through Water Street. He now finds himself in a position to potentially catch a couple players off spawn. And that is just going to allow the rest of his teammates now to push up that mid-map and still contest on that right side.
Yeah, exactly the case. And if Brack can earn himself a cruise missile, that could be massive, but shut down. Paul continues to just show up when you need him to most. 16 and 20, not the greatest map from him, but he's done a lot of work so far this series. It's Yuli who's finally having himself a mammoth game. 27 and 13, that seems to be accurate. Over towards B. Focus will finally allow a trade and an opportunity to get the extra 60 seconds. 2Real nearly able to double up, but shut down, and FaZe will once again have to trust their A defense.
They have to trust it for 1:40 now because that time does get extended. You already have Yuli trying to potentially find himself an opening through that pinch area. Gonna get the trophy down to keep him safe from the attack usage. You still have Brack holding down that Water Street. If you are Lore, if you're gonna go for this overextension, you have to make this one count. You have to force FaZe Black behind you, take control of gas, and then basically leave Brack as the last man standing for FaZe.
Absolutely the case. Yuli, boy. Yuli. Kind of the same thing told over towards A. At least gets 1 for 1. Trophy system's down. The hit from Lore around the back looking decent. Plus the kill from Paul is good. This is how it could possibly happen. You've got kills all over the map for the side of Lore Gaming. First tick is essentially done. Second player will try to join. Paul will lose his life, but Yuli's still spreeing over towards the backside of Garage. Arseny's good help from 2Real. Second tick of progress on the way in. Yuli continuing to find damage and kills. Allows Arseny to pick up a kill. Second tick good. 2 members on, but the tick lands before the trophy system does. And FaZe Black will work their way back in on the defense.
And there's still 12 to 8 lives remaining. So if you are Lore, if the round ends right now, you have round 5 defense because you've been able to outslay with the best. But you're still giving yourself enough opportunities because FaZe Black don't have a lot of lives to play with.
Yeah.
They have to make sure that their setup is going to count. And now Paul X already putting himself in a position to potentially catch a couple players off spawn. I don't know if he's going to be able to read Exceed in this top gas positioning, but RCD is going to spot him. Unfortunately, not a single one of his teammates find a kill, so you got to slow down.
First wave shut down. Exceed and RCD still doing battle. 2Real able to finalize the elimination. 25 seconds on the clock. Rex going to be tested here as the DVD push starts to transition over through mid-map. Rex good for the first and second. Oh my goodness. What a heroic play that is. Arseny's catches a stun to the chest. Exceed finds the kill. Aseeb also has a look over towards 2Real. And oh my goodness. With the ticks of progress being tied, these late kills may play a bit of a difference maker into who gets the round 5 defense. I just don't know if there's enough to make up for the whale of a game that Yuli's having.
Yeah, I think Lore got it. Locked him in the bag because I know at least for the both defensive rounds, they've been able to outslay. Even in that attacking round, they were able to outslay. And Yuli, it's 33 and 16. Unfortunately, the trophy system, it gets down, but it's not able to open up. And that allows that Semtex to blow up right in the face of RC's and Yuli. Just some insane COD timing that simply does not go their way, but they did just enough to put themselves in a position to have round 5 defense.
Yeah. Unreal, man. How close did that get? But may not make much of a difference. Here comes Lore Gaming on their defense. Getting a read of FaZe or 3-man stacked here through mid-tank, and a lot of it has been pushed back. So no early pause of the clock. The defense finding success controlling B. 2Real's got Brack heading the deck over towards A. And this is not a solid break off at all for FaZe Black. They will drop 3, only finding a single kill. Paul also getting over towards Cafe, but Rex continues to just impress with these what seem to be unwinnable 1v1s, finding ways to convert on kills. And now here comes a transition, desperate in nature towards A. Not gonna happen.
2Real shooting like that with the MCW. And now all of FaZe Black, that A push instantly gets shut down. Now with only 35 seconds left, you are forced to commit over towards B. And you have to make this opportunity count because time is starting to get away from you.
Wow. 23 seconds. Whatever this is has to be good from the side of FaZe Black. Yuli, 36 and 19. Looking to be the first and maybe only defender here. Actually, a couple of good kills here from FaZe Black. Real going to try to give this a go, but Rex has no business with that. Yuli trying to make something happen, but I mean, that's just the throwaway because now Exceed's over at A. You have no defenders that are here initially. Exceed is getting pelted by utility, so at least for Lore, you get some control over the A zone, but that seemed like it was near missed opportunity, or maybe just an over challenge generally, as Lore are going to continue to try to play right into this B zone. Real gets one elimination. Wait a second, a little bit of a pinch from Arcitys over through Dark. May work out. Did FaZe Black get a little bit too cute with the split offense?
They might have. They might have, but at least you're able to put at least one more person on towards that B point. So time should be able to get extended. Lore Gaming definitely want that situation back. So now you give them a little bit more time to still stay alive in this series. It's now a minute to work with. A lot of map control for both teams, but trading effectively is the game plan right now. If you are Lore, and if you can catch a double, that's a cherry on top. Paul X with some clean shots. Oh!
3 in a row for Paul, keeps his life. Defense also find the elimination onto Exceed. 15 plays 12. Paul.
Okay.
Absolutely gutting FaZe Black at range. Yuli still looking for kill number 40, by the way. In what has been an absolute masterclass from him. And there it is. 41. Sure, why not? May be able to get this back to a 2.0 KD. Arcitys steps up to at least keep him safe. And FaZe Black looking like they're going to get 3-0'd by Lore Gaming unless they can find one more player to desperately touch A.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it. With only 10 seconds left, you have a route being hit by Brack. But this play has to come in quickly. Hopefully your teammates are able to catch a couple kills across the map. But you have to work behind enemy lines, and he might have found the perfect timing. He's going to be able to find a double. 1 second
Not
left.
like this.
Point forward. They get on it.
Not like this. This is all of FaZe on it. 4-man.
Oh my God.
They've got trophy systems that are down here. Lore Gaming are still spawning so far out. Second tick of progress is on the way. Asim guns one at range. Arcitys and Paul from the front, though. They get in for the touch, and they get the kills. Oh, for a second, you thought you were going to get another round 5. Less than a second banger. But Lore Gaming from the front find the kills they need, and FaZe Black are going to get 3-0'd in their opening match.
Whew. I thought that was going to be a breakdown, but thankfully Lore were able to work their way back off the respawn, find the initial kill, turn that into 2, and then instantly get onto that point. If you are FaZe Black, I guess a little bit of, you know, not really taking the guys too serious. We're just coming back off of a LAN event where we were the #1 team. And unfortunately, they get caught slipping in this first series versus Lore. They came out and played some good Call of Duty, though, if you are Lore.
Yeah.
It was teamwork, teamwork, teamwork at map #1. You were able to chain 3 hills together to pull away there. Search and destroy, you were flawless on the defensive side on invasion. And then the same thing for the control. Flawless on the defensive side on the invasion for Lore. Clean 3-0. Arcitys with a new roster. That's how you start this elite stage.
Absolutely the case. Missed opportunities all over the place for Lore Gaming, though, it feels like. Or for FaZe Black, pardon me.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, flat out, it just felt like the first hard point was going their way through and through. The search and destroy, a couple of rounds that you just get caught off guard. And maybe it's just not watching the proper spaces, or maybe it's just, again, just good timing. You know, luck of the draw for the side of Lore Gaming. Got a couple of those push-throughs, but here on the control, I mean, neck and neck. 3 ticks for 3 ticks, and then 5 ticks for 5 ticks, and one last desperate push towards A, which nearly goes your way. So thinnest of margins here in map #3, but yeah, it's just something about this Lore Gaming squad, and maybe even more so something about this FaZe Black team online is cannot replicate the same success they get on LAN, even though this was a tight series. Lore Gaming get their revenge.
Yeah, Lore Gaming get their revenge. You know, Yuli had himself an unbelievable map #3. We're talking about instant takeover. Puts up 41 kills, and then right behind him was 2Real, the other SMG, who now with that MCW off, they are more than happy to pull it out on a little bit of invasion and run 4 ARs. And now with them starting up 1-0, that's only going to give them a lot of confidence going forward, because if you're Yuli besides that map #3, you're probably saying, I didn't play to my best today. I had a slow map number 1. I had a slow search and destroy. You guys really helped me get through this series together. But now going forward, I'm just excited to see how they can develop as a roster. Because keep in mind, this is still a fairly new team.
Yeah.
You get more strategies in search and destroy. You get a little bit more consistent on your play calls and your crossfire setups or mid-round setups throughout these maps. They're only going to get better as time goes on.
Agreed. Wow. Clean stuff. And again, just an absolutely career map for Yuli. Got it done with the SMG, got it done with the AR, all things looking solid for Lore Gaming. So that gets us through our first block of matches. Again, we started things off by finishing, oddly enough, our Bravo matchup, which saw, unfortunately, In Control Gaming lose that pretty quickly. 3-0 for the side of Omit GG. This one, FaZe Black and Lore Gaming, another 3-0, but in a much different fashion. The maps obviously lasted a lot longer. And also the series started a little bit later. So that's our first block of matches done and dusted out. Not sure what the results of the other games are. We'll hopefully be able to kind of keep you guys updated as we get into the second stretch, just at least kind of take a look to see, you know, what the results looked like across the board and where our groups currently stand. But for now, it's just all about seeing what our teams are able to do, whether they need to bounce back or try to continue the hot start that we saw here as we jump into the second block of matches.
Yeah, second block of matches, they could be very important for some of these teams because, you know, if you're a top dog, you fall short here, we can have a bounce back instantly in our second game. But for some of these squads like In Control who have to play back-to-back today, just starting off 0-2 might be the scariest situation possible because you know that next week you're still going to play another very difficult team. You go 0-3, you're basically knocked out without a chance at making playoffs. So second match is very important for a bunch of these teams today.
Indeed the case. As far as I know, that should pretty much do it for us here right now. I imagine we're going to be going to just a brief break, get everything set up for our second slot of matches. So make sure you stay tuned both here on the main broadcast as well as with the second one of the youtube.com/COD Challengers kind of portal page for YouTube. And we'll be back with our second slot of matches at the backside of the break. Don't go far. it wouldn't be a day of North American Challengers if there wasn't an hour break between matches. So we're just going to make sure you guys have a consistent experience. We've got our second set of matches ready to go, though, after a 3-0 set of matches in our first block. Now we jump into our second matches of the evening, and this is how the standings have shaken up until this point. The Houston Spartans did drop the map number 5 that they were playing. That's what we were really waiting on to get into this next match set. On the other side of things, Lord Gaming, we watched the 3-0 over FaZe Black, and here are the other results on top of that. Admit Brooklyn, SGP Midnight all had their first wins, and then the SGP Syndicate and, like I mentioned, ForceSpace find wins in their games. Any initial thoughts here, Jay?
Well, ForceSpace, I'm happy that they were able to clutch up in around 11. My good friend and Craze, he never has success in these elites, so finally he was able to walk away with a Game 5 victory over the team that just won it in the last elite stage. So got to be feeling good if you're ForceSpace.
Sure is the case, but this matchup is going to be the Houston Spartans going up against Treaty 1. No, it says FaZe Black at the top. That's incorrect. But our map series set will be Vista, Rio, High Rise, with then potential of a Rio and a 6-star. So a little bit Phalanx here. The only repeating map will be the Rio for map 2 and potentially map 4. And I think the thing here is that the expectation, Jay, is that the Houston Spartans should wipe the floor. Treaty 1, a team that, you know, has been in the league before, at least in pieces. But generally speaking, these are your Houston Spartans and your Season 2 online Season Elite champs. So the expectations should be pretty high that they are in a good position to continue to be good.
Oh, yeah. The expectations are really high because obviously they were our Elite 2 stage winners. They have been fantastic. They did not end up being one of those teams that made a roster change. So the same roster they came in the last stage, but they are coming off of a very difficult round 11 loss. The good thing for them is that, like you said, they're going up against Treaty, who haven't really been big names all throughout this season so far. So hopefully they're able to get a bounce back and a quick bounce back at that, because when you're one of the teams on top, you're not expecting to lose to a team that was just fairly formed.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think the thing on top of that is it's not even just that you shouldn't be, you know, looking to get tested here by Treaty 1. It should also just be that this is just a way for you to kind of continue building out your map pool and you get yourself into a position to try to repeat here in Season 3 and be better on land. Try to get to a grand finals. That's the kind of big goal it feels like for all of our top teams in North America that have yet to actually meet the level of FaZe Black and Lord Gaming, no matter what the rosters look like when we eventually get to these opens. Now, no open at Major 4, but still the pursuit of champs likely still on the way here for all of these challengers teams. So this is probably one of the last major type of qualifiers, if you want to talk about it, leading into champs to earn yourself points, which is important, but also one of your last trials in terms of testing your mettle before we eventually get to a long period of just scrims and maybe cups before we look at things like qualification for champs.
Yeah, and this is the best test to that mettle that you were saying, because when you're going up against these matches, you can scrim. Some people might lack off, but no. Throughout the Elite, there's money on the line. There's points on the line. Everything is known, and everybody is watching. So you want to absolutely put on your best showing every single match that you spawn in. So if you're one of these squads that you know you're going to make it all the way to champs at the very end, like you said, work on that map pool, get more consistent as a roster, work on some new setups, and just make sure you're as prepared as you can be for the later half of the year.
Indeed the case. So now we're just waiting on map number 1 to get started here for you guys. Again, not much else for us to report at the moment outside of the fact that there are a couple of other games that are happening. You've got the Bravo stream, which will be starting at the same kind of pace that we will be, considering that Houston Spartans and ForceSpace Esports were the two teams we're waiting on. We have Houston Spartans on one game, ForceSpace on the other. So they'll be kind of locked step with what we're doing here. And it looks like we are ready to go. Houston Spartans taking on Treaty 1. Vista, hard point to get us kicked off. And I'm just kind of curious, I think here, you know, for the side of Houston Spartans, you know, can you dominate? You know, can you get pop-offs from Fire and Wiz, your SMGs? Can Spartan Hamza continue to be impressive and continue to move at a quick rate as your more flex style and main ARs here for this squad? We're on the other side. Juju the Don keeps finding his way into elites here and there. He's got Abe, Llama 2 times, and Mirage that are playing with him this time. Abe and Llama, this is their first Challengers Elite. I believe Mirage may have played once before, or at least he's played a lot of times with Juju in opens and things of the nature. So they're very familiar with one another.
Okay, I'm excited to get to know these players because I was able to take a look at the new breaking point stats. Shout out to my guy Easy Mac, who was doing it all. CDL, Challengers, does not matter. The guy loves to crunch the numbers. And at least for Treaty, in their last series, this was the only map that they were able to walk away victorious in, with everyone dropping over a 1.0 KD. So not really off to the best start here as you're running into one of the Titans in the Houston Spartans. They walk away with at least 23 seconds here at P1. They know exactly where the spawns are coming in as well for Treaty. So they should put themselves in the best possible scenario to win that rotation over to Nex.
Ooh, Fire was one maybe bullet away from getting himself a cruise missile, but the kill was stolen away by Spart, who turns that into 3 in a row in this life. So Houston Spartans off to the races. Treaty 1 spawning in the worst possible position when it comes to trying to break over towards P2. So in terms of kind of forcing the spawns out, they are absolutely making the right plays. Fire middle map, not losing gunfights, no trades anywhere to be found. And I hate to say it, this is going to feel, I think, a lot like the In Control team from what we saw in the first stage. I mean, this is the Houston Spartans should dominate this matchup, and so far they're providing.
Yeah, so far they coming out firing. I was able to at least, at the end of our first 2 series, watch a little bit of Fire stream, see the way he was playing. Like I said, unfortunately, he did lose in that round 11, but the guy was shooting in that previous map number 4. And already off to a 9-1 start, 4 streak again to his name. He's just simply not missing bullets with this round of 9, but a big 15 seconds here for Treaty if they can walk away with it. They had the first spawn as well over towards Neck, and all the kills do go in the feed, so an opportunity to trade 2 hills.
Yeah, great cleanup in the middle of the map for Treaty 1. They do lose the secondary set of gunfights, though, so before the hard point opens, Houston Spartans will have a look at the hill. Juju tries to slide behind cover, not going to work out. Spawns are still good. Yep, sure are. Juju will spawn bottom side of the map, so he just runs the cut off the mid. He gets shut down there, but Treaty 1 doing well inside the hard point for now. Fire's able to win 1 versus Llama that could throw things into contest. And Abe, looking for a little bit of pre-fire, will just wiggle away around from these Houston Spartans that are lurking at mid.
Yeah, and this is the same plays where I had a Treaty because they're technically in the 3v4. Llama has yet to spawn in.
Yeah.
Sitting at 0-9, and you're only down by 20 points. Still a lot of time here to contest here at this P3 HP. Treaty still in control of the hill for now, but Llama, there you go, able to get on the board now with his second kill. An early break does come in for the Spartans, but it's only for 15 seconds, but they're more focused on maintaining this side of the map and eventually pushing out the back to try to flip those spawns for Nex.
Absolutely the case. Small contest over the scrap time. Juju thinking about it. Good angle. Able to take down Sparty. That will reduce this rotation from the Houston Spartans, and then he follows up with a second. So, well done here for Treaty 1, kind of crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and making sure that they've got themselves at least some sort of a safe setup around the backside at 4. Question marks, though, in terms of where Houston are coming from. You see a couple of players on the minimap looking down towards Burger. Abe in particular trying to lock that position down. Juju on the backside of the hard point also getting involved, and it will be a 3 for 2. Treaty 1 still not fully spawning in, but at least there's a bit of a block around the back.
Yeah, and at least they're still holding onto the hill as well, even with the Spartans spawning in towards the backside. Wiz tries to play the cutoff. He at least finds 1. Effective trades coming in from Mirage, finding a double onto the HP. As Treaty are going to be able to take the lead for a little bit, but here comes Spark for the top ropes. He finds a double fire through the middle side, and there's only 1 player left on the point. Wiz takes care of him, and that's going to be the Spartans taking the lead right on back with the final 15.
Yeah, looking good for Houston on the scrap. Fire trying to cut off mid-map, but surprised by Llama, and the scrap time also gets at least neutralized for Treaty 1. So good fight back here for T1G. Opportunity for them to kind of flood across the map in a multitude of ways to try to get a look over towards the top of 5, but this does mean everything is going to turn into individual gunfights. And outside of Juju finding 1 kill, the trade for Glowfrost he's in, he also gets a read that the spawns in the back over here are a bit under threat. So the Houston Spartans inside the hard point bunker up and turn their guns that direction as they wait for the next break attempt.
And now this is a great hold, at least a setup for the Houston Spartans. You have all of P1 control. You also have pushed out towards bridge side. That's why they found 3 effective kills to still hold on to this HP. And now if you are Mirage, you just want to play your life, but that's insane shots right there out of Wiz to take him down. Now there's still a lot of time here remaining at the bridge hill, but if you are Treaty 1, you have to put a lot of focus on trying to flip these spawns, or at least getting out of this trap, because if you allow the Spartans to chain this P5 to P1, which is very doable, it could be the killer for you.
Indeed the case. Have to find some sort of resiliency here for Treaty 1 to kind of keep themselves in the picture. That works out well. Unfortunate team nade, but at least T1G can keep themselves inside the hard point and at least have a look at the middle of the map as they try to rotate over to P1. Houston just kind of bunkering up inside this cafe. Wiz on 4 in a row. Gets himself kill number 15. Not able to find 16, though, as Juju slides forward, and T1G will get a little bit of a contest. Not a full break, but at least a chance to find a way to limit this Houston Spartan setup. Will Frosty test it up close and personally, and a forced team kill will just leave Wiz by his lonesome, where he will be overwhelmed. Abe and the rest of T1G find their break.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from T1G. Now with them having full mid-map control, Houston Spartans have to find their avenue of way in. And it's looking like they're going to send a couple players over towards the catwalk side, 2 players through mid. Trying to set up a proper pinch here, but Treaty have sort of gotten a read on it. They just haven't gotten any kills. Juju and Mirage, they combine for 2. Now falls into Juju in a one-on-one versus Spart. He falls short. Another final 15 seconds in favor of the Spartans. Now they just lose those spawns over towards Next.
Yeah. Well, back and forth affair here. Outside of Fire having a 23-12 game compared to Llama's 6-19. You would think just the overall slaying would have this game be a little bit more out of hand, but not the case. T1G still finding their way into the hard point. Good objective focus, especially from Mirage, who's getting close to that minute into the hill mark. Glow Frosty trying to feel things out down low. Looking for the player in the hard point, but Wiz will find him first. Trophy system goes down, and now it's just T1G trying to re-break this from mid-map.
Yeah, and they have to break it quickly. But when players are shooting the way that they are, you have Wiz at 20 and 14, the other SMG at 24 and 14. They are just setting the tone right now around this mid-map area. It's been an all-out battle on that side of the map, but it's still the Spartans holding on to this HP. 25 seconds still remaining here. You can already see on your mini map a couple players from the Spartans hitting that early rotation. They are so happy of just giving up the final 15 and walk away with the majority, at least 35 seconds every single time.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that the Houston Spartans are playing to the kind of expectation in terms of the speed, the tempo, the pace that you want to see on the map. But the thing about it is, they're losing a couple of individual fights late in these hills, and Treaty 1 are just stepping in saying, okay, we'll just take this 15 plus seconds or so and keep ourselves in the picture. But I think you're absolutely right. That's going to have to change at some point in time because the SMGs for the Spartans are looking pretty darn clean. And this may be the moment right here. An opportunity to flip the spawns. It's just down to Fire inside the hard point. He gets gunned by Abe. So that's exactly what the doctor ordered. T1G back to within 30 points. And more importantly, they have the setup for not just this old time. They could also look over towards new.
Yeah, they're slowly fighting their way back into this game, but you have to make sure you're aware, or at least accounting for everyone, because a couple players with the Spartan attack in the front. Wiz trying to flip these spawns to the back. That's 2, at least 3 dead in the feed. Now Abe, the sole man alive, has to simply play his life to allow his teammates to try to break over towards the old hill, set up that repitch to flip the spawns right on back. And with him just playing his life the way that he is, and also finding the kills, that's job well done from the entire team.
Yeah, absolutely great here. The bounce back for Llama starting to come through, getting some good hill time. Him and Abe together trying to keep pace. What we've gotten from Wiz and Fire. Little scrap time battle here for Llama, just trying to finesse and see if he can hold the Houston Spartans a little bit further away from this new hard point. But where will he spawn? That's the big question here, especially with kills coming the way of the Spartans, all 3 of them in fact. So now Abe and Llama are the only 2 that are largely left. Glow Frosty through the middle of the map, shut down, and Abe in the back, good stun, but can't finish the kill versus Wiz. Neutral hard point. Tight moment here over the top of P4's Llama gets another double, but Wiz responds in kind, and the Spartans will hold control for it.
And now, if you are Treaty 1, you have to break this, and you have to break this quick, because you're going to send a couple players to at least control the majority of that mid-map, or at least attempt to hit that rotation. They're just going to full-on send it. Every single player is going to go, and every single player is going to fall to the hands of Spart. It's now 3 in a row for him. Final 15 again in favor of the Spartans. They're continuously just running up this lead, but back over to the bridge side we go. Treaty, you have to try to flip these spawns.
Yeah, have to have it. Time is running out on this. A full surround around the hard point. It'll open up, and it'll be Abe who retreats back to get into the hill. But the problem is the Houston Spartans find 2 kills through mid-map, and now all of a sudden, Juju spawning way out. Cruise missile's going to get called in, and this is neutral time that Treaty 1 would have loved to have been able to tally, but instead, all the kills and all of the pressure start to amass for Houston. Fire right back down into the hard point. Couple of kills this time, though, for T1G. They stay alive to the cruise missile and turn it into a 3-for-1. So again, Treaty 1 doing exactly what they need to keep this game tight.
This is beautifully played. The fact that the cruise missile doesn't connect on anything, Treaty knew exactly where all the pressure was coming in from, but they are still holding on to the spawns and still holding on to the hill. Now, if you are the Spartans, everyone just rally troops. Everyone take a deep breath, because this can be a very, very scary moment into this game. As it's only a 20-point difference. Abe starting to turn up with a couple kills in the feed. Mirage over the top keeps him alive. And now that's an effective 4 dead again. Treaty are going to win the rotation over towards Next.
Yeah, looking good for it at the moment, but still some battle to be had here. Treaty 1 outside the hill for now. Llama looking for some sort of an entry off the Semtex. Trophy system denies it. Big gunfight win through mid-map. A chance for Treaty 1 to try to surround, but again, not really a full structure here. Houston just kind of reading where the pressure is coming from and at least giving it some resistance. So we stay 215 to 199. Treaty 1 still trying to work for some high ground control. Fire able to shut down 1/2 of it, but Treaty 1, it's teammate. I was about to say they've got numbers in, but the pressure is starting to come through. And as Llama drops, Houston will get into the hill.
Yeah, Houston's going to get in the hill, and now they know where they have to put their focus on, and that's going to be towards the middle of the map. If you are a Treaty, just continue to trade effectively, and a team kill unfortunately comes in for a fire, but now you're going to hit a route to try to set up the Stu break.
Yeah. Have to have something here. 11 seconds of scrap time. This is not an insignificant amount of time. Fire's going to give this a little bit of a finesse at the end. Pistol out, but no. Too many members for Treaty 1 here. Spart is also outside this rotation. So it's just on Glowfrosty right now. And honestly, Spart dying there may be good news, because he could probably get to the hill a little bit sooner. Glowfrosty wins one from inside the hard point. Wiz from mid-map, able to at least restrict some of the motion over through mid. Steps and almost gets the turnover towards Abe. Glowfrosty, around and around we go on the hill. Stays alive, gets enough help from Spart, and now Treaty 1. This is one of their last break attempts.
Yeah, this is their last break attempt, and that's not a good way to start. 2 kills go in favor of the Spartans. They only need 15 seconds to close out this map number 1. All lot pressure still going to be here for Treaty. Mirage finds a double, though. An opportunity for them to still try to stay alive.
Spart, Abe trying to go back and forth with one another, and it is going to be Treaty 1 who will win this scrap time. They can get this just over the 240 mark. Rotation on the way for Houston. Glowfrosty thinking about trying to make life difficult on the exit. All the gunfight wins over mid-map are also good. Abe has stayed completely concealed, though, from Glowfrosty. And these trades on the back of the new hill will leave us with a 50-50. 236 to 233. Mirage, help from top coming on the way over towards the hill. Houston staggered and split. Gunfight won by Abe, who's now on 4 in a row. And Treaty 1 have the numbers, but they can't take down Wiz, who continues to pop up. And with Glowfrosty's help, Houston will have the numbers in for now.
And they only need 10 seconds. They're finding every single kill in the feed. Even if you're Treaty with those back spawns, you're just not going to have enough time to get over towards the HP. That is going to be the Spartans taking map 1.
Wow. Definitely a tight affair, to be sure, especially considering
Oh,
how quick the Houston Spartans were playing the map and how many kills they were finding. I mean, the kill differential was immense through the first set of hills, but Treaty 1 continued. I think the biggest thing about it, like I was saying, was, you know, last 15, 20 seconds, they would win a 1v1, 2v2 or something like that on the old time, and they say, okay, we'll take this. You may not be getting to the new hills as fast as you'd like to see normally, but you're going to give us time, we'll take it. And that kept them in the game until they eventually found good rotation wins, especially thanks to Abe popping off there at the back half of the map.
Yeah, they were in the fight the entire way through. I think if you're the Spartans, you definitely want that to be a little bit cleaner because your SMGs were having an all-star performance. Both of them were. It's just the only thing sometimes about with them going completely off the way that they did, you can be aggressive, too aggressive in certain situations where, all right, we're challenging the final 15. We're going to walk away with this final 15, but we're going to lose the rotation over towards next. And you're probably feeling yourself saying, all right, we look across the stage or at least look on the monitors and the names, they're not really up to par with the guys on Houston Spartans, but they definitely almost got caught slipping by not really playing completely fundamental towards the end, at least winning a 16-point hardpoint game versus a team who, at least in the beginning, when we looked at it on paper, we thought, especially in this group, it was definitely going to be tough for them, but they gave Houston Spartans a fight in this map number 1.
And, I mean, I didn't get a chance to do the math because it was happening so quickly, but that looked like maybe 20-plus eliminations. That was a differential in favor of the Houston Spartans, and it still
only went by
turned out into
16?
a loss. I mean, that's not usual.
No.
pretty atypical to see something like that happen. But yeah, I think a lot of it was Llama started to kind of get back together, second set of hills, and Abe really started to really keep pace to make sure that Fire and Wiz, who were doing a lot of work on the rotations early, were not finding as much success. And I think that's probably the bigger part, because then eventually Juju and Mirage got themselves set up, and a lot of 50-50 fights on rotation and the midway points through hard points also allowed Treaty 1 to jump in and contest more time than you would have figured.
And now if they're going to play like that, just with the aggression and the teamwork that they were able to display, it should be a fun series going forward, because obviously we know what the Spartans are all about, but we thought that these guys were going to simply get ran over by this kind of team, and they keep the fight into them. So now I'm really curious to see how they look in Search to Destroy, because based off of at least their first series, that second map and Karachi Search and Destroy did not treat them too well. Thankfully for them, I don't think that Karachi is going to be that map number 2. We're going to jump into a Rio. So hopefully you get Llama to shoot a little bit better, because on a map like Rio, you need your SMGs to be alive.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So we'll see what kind of comes through. That's the game flow for you. Very tight, small moments of separation, but outside of the steep gap early, everything else stayed pretty tight. So typical for that T1G squad to come through and at least make a go of it. But here we go. Rio Search and Destroy, and then High Rise Control, at least guaranteed here for us. And we did watch the Houston Spartans play quite a bit of High Rise Control, if I am not mistaken, back in Season 2. So definitely feels like a map that they're going to feel pretty comfortable on, especially considering that they're one of our only rosters that made no roster moves. So Rio Search should also be, I think, again, another little bit of a playground for them in terms of them being able to build on their Search and Destroy playbook.
Yeah, I feel like that we watched them play a little bit of Rio Search and Destroy last stage, and one thing that I remember is the way that Spart loves to play around that bridge area. He's always trying to be that island player to give the info to his teammates to eventually set up the play call. So hopefully he's able to have that same impact that he had in the last stage. But into the game number 2 that we go on the Bravo stream, Omid, who walked away with a clean 3-0 in their first series, and Fourth Space, who did take down the Spartans all the way in round 11. This one, map number 1 ain't looking too good for Fourth Space.
Yeah, not so good, not so fast. Well, Awakening fighting back here as he's able to lock down some of the scrap time. 20 seconds on the fight for. Moment from Vivid to at least contest, but being held on the re-break in as Awakening and Cammy will hold on to some of the scrap. But ooh, big Semtex does come through. More fighting happening here for Fourth Space. They need it. They need it badly. But Purge steps up and finds himself the double, and that may throw things into a bit, again, awry when it comes down to Fourth Space being able to find a comeback of this gratitude.
Yes, 16-point game until Omid take map number 1, and you can already see in the kill feed they are dominating in that department, at least trading effectively. Now it turns into a one-on-one. Prolude's able to execute that kill and execute the break. Now you just got to put someone on the hill with the trophy system to try to stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's not looking good here. Welly at 16 and 22, Maka at 16 and 21. The ARs are not finding a lot of good ground to work with. On the opposite side, Cammy 25 and 20. Getting it done.
Yeah.
I mean, how often do we say his name and a very positive stat line? It feels like every time we watch him.
Yeah, he's very consistent. I don't know what it is. Obviously, he was a professional for a really long time. Gets dropped off the LA Thieves roster. I was thinking it wasn't really due to his gameplay. It was due to the system that they developed over there. But he's just been in takeover mode ever since he entered Challengers, and he's not going to slow down now as Omid are going to be able to take that map number 1. If you're Fourth Space, you could just tell by that scoreboard, Alan, that they were getting out-rotated in certain situations. They were just simply behind. Like, it was probably like a P2 to P3 chain that eventually went to a P4 chain that allowed that score to get the way that it did. So Fourth Space, unfortunately, started off slow in that series, and Omid continuing their hot streak today.
Yeah, looking really solid. I mean, we talked about their ability to just kind of take advantage of a lesser opponent. This is not feeling like a matchup that you could say the same things about, though. This should have been one that you look at on paper and say, okay, this should be a barn burner. Not on the first map, at least. That much is for sure. So they have a 6-star Search and Destroy and then Invasion Control in their series. Again, this is going on in the Bravo channel if you're looking for it in full, but we'll give our look-ins the best that we can as we continue through. And yeah, here is a look back at the overall scoreboard. Yeah, the 18 and 24, I mean, the damage is fine, but just couldn't find any kills. It looked like for Welly to finish things off on maybe on rotation, maybe Moso, but you also have only 16 kills for Mach, only 8 non-traded, so it didn't really seem like off that stat line he was putting himself in the best spots either.
Yeah, you're definitely not putting yourself in the best spots. The best spots because you're playing from the back foot the majority of the time. We're talking about 8 non-traded kills out of Mach. That means that he's late to the engagement, or at least late to the party every single time, and that tells me that you just simply were not winning your rotations. When you're spawning all the way out, the gunfights for the opposing team who have the spawns or are in control of the map, their gunfights are a lot easier for them. And you can just tell, at least for Fourth Space, they were just a little bit slow in the fundamentals in this map number 1. Hopefully they're able to bounce back in map number 2.
Yeah, indeed the case. Okay, so that's kind of this build-up for what we had in map number 1. Tighter affair than what we expected on our matchup. Not as tight of affair as we expected on the other. But the Search and Destroy could obviously change those storylines pretty much immediately. So we'll see how that all unfolds as we start to get into the Search and Destroys. Again, we've got a full day of games tomorrow as well. Keep that in mind. We got through the full day of EU with a couple of squads that are still undefeated over there in Group A and Group B. That'll start off our day tomorrow, and then we'll have more here in North America. Any other thoughts in terms of what we kind of saw, whether it be in our first block or what we saw in our first maps here in this second block?
I feel like teams are, just sort of looking over these opposing teams so far. Like, if you're FaZe Black, there's no way you should come out in your first series and lose it the way that you did, even though every single map was close. I expect them to be a lot more polished because you are our most recent champions on the local area network at Toronto. Fortunately, they'll fall short there, but I think for Omid GG, they have been playing fantastic. Awakening, he's been putting down damage every single map. He's been the guy on takeover mode. But also, yeah, no, I think that's it. I think it's FaZe back losing and Omid GG just playing so well today so far.
Okay, like that. Well, here we go. About ready to go here with map number 2, Rio Search and Destroy. Getting the call that we are loading on into it, and here we go. Curious to see, I think, what this T1G is going to be made of, especially the Search and Destroy. It just feels like a team that, looking at the names on paper, you know, that's where they've really had some success in the past, especially looking at like players like Juju in the Elite. Feel like Search and Destroy is always a map you can never take Juju lightly for. He also just seems to just turn up on LAN. I don't know what it is about Juju on LAN, but he's usually good for at least knocking at least one good team down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I respect it, but he also is known for getting absolutely turned on LAN as well, so hopefully he's able to right the wrongs there. As it instantly turns into a 3v3, Abe finds one, Wiz finds the first blood, but the trade is instantly going to be on. There's now still a minute left on the game clock. Glow Frosty, he knows that the pressure's going to be on him. He has no trophy system. He has to try to make a play.
Well, Glow Frosty takes down Abe, pistol out, sees the second player on the corner, and almost gives a good look at that one. Spartan finishes off in the damage, plus he finds the second on the cross back over towards the bomb. So the Spartans will grab the first round, but that's just a nice little finesse play from Glow Frosty where, I don't know, maybe my reaction, maybe it's the same as yours, of someone should have probably traded Glow Frosty sooner than that.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking the same exact thing. Like, the guy gets a kill through top mid. The fact that he's able to walk away with this kill and stay alive for a little bit longer to put down shots into the next player, that's what sets up Spart to find that final two-piece at the end. Because if you're Treaty, someone's got to peek. And I know you said that they have names of some pretty good Search and Destroy players, but in their last years, they got 6-1 in S&D. It wasn't even close. The maximum kills that they had was someone with 6, but everyone was a .60 below. So, got to get on the same page if you're Treaty.
See what they can provide here on the Rio. Bomb being planted. Long flank on the way that Glow Frosty will not see. And Wiz gets caught trying to wrap back over towards it. Houston trying to at least go 1-for-1 on these kills, but it doesn't really work out to their favor. And Glow Frosty's so far out of the picture that Juju's just going to hop and say, can I get this defused? Llama playing bodyguard, and Glow Frosty will not get here in time. So yeah, just a little bit too passive on that flank watch leads to the smallest of windows to open up, and on the exit, the Houston Spartans get caught.
Yeah, Glow Frosty was playing the flank angle all the way from the back spawn building. Yeah, he can only watch one side, and that was a super overextension through the back alley. Everything else was uncovered, and thankfully Treaty, with the complete blind counter, to just give up that B site, instant push on the flank. It works out to perfection because they come out on top in the trade fights. So able to tie the game up at 1. Houston Spartans back on the defensive side. Still no trophy sips to work with on either part. But the Houston Spartans are getting close. Oh, there goes the trophies. All right, I don't know what that is.
Well, nades are landing. Trophy systems are actually dealing a lot of damage to this T1G offense. Fire's able to take advantage, find first blood. Spart Wiz combined for a second. Juju trying to find some ground to work with, but just no room whatsoever. And yeah, those trophies get down, but it felt like they were actually hindering them more than helping them. Everyone was down to like 100 HP after the opening nades got deleted.
Yeah, it's just very difficult to go up against this Houston Spartans team, especially on the attacking rounds going over towards B, with the way that they play on their setups. You have someone sitting on Eskies, someone sitting on spiral steps, and you also have bridge control. So they have multiple different angles to set up crossfires through top mid, and that's what leads to Fire finding their first blood, and then the rest of the Spartans just joining the party for the effective trades. Able to now put themselves in the advantage. Back to the attacking side they go. They found early success putting that bomb down, but now you got to read the setup from Treaty on the retake.
Well, it's Abe down low, just kind of hiding behind the planters. Good help from Llama. They're going to walk away with the first 2 kills relatively cleanly. Small push through here from Juju, and oh boy. Him staying alive means that Glow Frosty is just going to be swarmed. It's like a zombies mode right there. You got SMGs flying at you from every angle. And now it just leaves Spart into a 1v4 situation. And, well, this is one of those good luck, have fun type of rounds.
Yeah, GG. All good. 2-2. It's all right. Treaty just hit you with the same exact thing that you did on defense with the all-out pressure through top mid. Thankfully, not a single player drops from Treaty. It was Abe that starts off with the first blood. Instantly gets some teamwork to watch over him to find that second. Then in a 1v4, Spart, yeah, simply stood no chance. Treaty tie the game up.
Quick round. That looked like it was at least 3 SMGs, by the way. There may have been a 4th. That looked like
Yep.
Treaty 1 were just absolutely planning on overwhelming the middle of the map. Also, I don't know, Mirage is packing a dog and the puffiest winter jacket you've ever seen. What is
Is
this
that German
skin?
Shepherd?
It's
Like,
a German Shepherd on his rear end right there.
how is he walking this fast?
I don't know.
That dog weighs at least 70 pounds. Like, it's an absolute beast. But into this round we go. Wiz finds the first blood. They completely change up the aggression from top mid and rotate it over towards A. And these rounds are going faster than the flash. It's been all defenses so far in this game number 2. And the Spartans currently leading the way.
Dude, I just gotta say, like, that is a ridiculous skin to put on for a competitive match where you can
Right?
for
Like,
sure
you're getting
see that
seen
dog.
everywhere. Yeah.
Your character
You better
model
get him
3
some
times
dog
the
food. Tell him to
size.
stay put.
That's a crazy choice. I don't think I've ever seen anyone run a character. What is this skin? He's gonna stick out like a sore thumb if he's trying to hide a
Imagine-
corner.
Imagine being that dog too, Alan. Like, your whole world is just rocking. You're losing absolute composure just hanging from the backside of your owner's behind.
Just getting whipped around, heads in the corners of walls. Hit towards A, though, will lead to a quick plant fire. Going to challenge the contestant across. Nice slide through, though. Completely avoids the gunfight for the most part. Wiz able to clear out boxes. Leaves another angle where the post plant can set up. And he's actually just going to take the quick route, rewrap this. Juju's watching for it. Abe is going to hop on. Wait, Abe is going to hop on for the defuse. And Houston don't have a good look at this. Holy smokes, do they get the kill in time? They do. And that'll be enough with the final kill to secure the round. But wow, they got close to defusing that bomb.
Oh, yeah. That one got a little bit scary. Thankfully, Wiz stays alive through the backside because if he falls in this one-on-one gunfight, you allow Juju to go assist the rest of his teammates on solely putting his focus toward the top side of P2 at this Humvee area. That round would have definitely been successful for Treaty, but that's very, very close. Great plays right there with the Spark. A lot of Glow Frosty, actually, to find those last couple of kills. And there goes our first attacking round of the entire map.
Yep. And not just to find the kill, but to find it as quickly as he did. Maybe a little bit of a shout out to the MCW buff right there, because that was
100%.
as close as it gets for a field full defeat with the main. Spark first blood, hanging over the top of the A-bomb site with an AR. And all of Houston are committed to trying to hold on to this B site. The quick wrap back, though, for T1G, I'm telling you, the commitment, the decision-making, all very split second, and it's being read nicely for T1G. They would have an opportunity to plan if they wanted to, but instead it's about trying to cut off Fire, who sees the intel and says, I'm not interested, but I know you're here.
Yeah, that's perfect plays right there to Fire. Get the info back out, regroup with your team, and now execute a push. Make sure you secure this A site. Unfortunately, Glow Frosty was not ready for that gunfight. Llama gets the better of him, makes it a 3v3, but it's instantly a 3v1. Now a 2v1, Mirage trying to clutch.
Decent shots over the top at boxes, but can't finish the kill, and now here comes the double shell. Good on the first, does not slide away to reset for the second. So after a lot of back and forth in the first 4 rounds, now we've got ourselves a 5-2 gap, and it's pressure time here for Treaty 1 to get something going.
Yeah, Spartan's been flawless on defense, the same way Treaty have been. It's just they have found a little bit of success on the attacking rounds to start to pull away in this. It was the adjustments that they made to not full-on send it up to B. Just hit that rotation over towards A, because Treaty have been doing the same exact thing the Spartans have been doing on the defensive side, and that's all out aggression through top mid. So, do the Spartans decide to go back to the only play that's worked for them so far over towards A, and that might be the play call.
Yeah. Seems that way, but look at Treaty 1 looking for an aggressive push through. All stuns are landing. They also know the trophy system is down, so Houston, who looked to go quick, now going to try to throw extra nades on top, and there at least will be a 1-for-1 exchange here. Wiz finding a connection with the Semtex before dropping. And interestingly enough, Houston are going to just hold their ground here. You've got Glow Frosty watching on the quick pinch to see if anyone's going to commit, but without any forward pressure, Juju's kind of saying, I'll do the same thing. I don't have to hit this pinch yet. I can just watch to see if you wrap back. Good trigger discipline. Does he get the second? Little dance with the devil, and the pistol wins it out. We go 2v2.
Juju thought that the pressure was definitely going to be on him. He had the advantage in that one-on-one gunfight, but Glow Frosty able to walk away with it. Now a 2v2. The ARs on the side of the Spartans versus Mirage and Abe, as they have wrapped their way all the way back. through the enemy lines. Now going to work that objective over towards A, and Treaty should be able to get a read on it now because you got 45 seconds to defuse that bomb.
Yeah. Well, how much does Spart see, and does he get himself into a good spot to actually get a read on this? There's info on the first. He also sees and gets damage onto the second, so now here to help is Glowfrosty. Resetting, though, is Treaty 1. One actually goes to backside gate, and Mirage catches Houston off guard, so double for him. He's got that dog on him. Maybe not in him, but he's got at least his dog on him. Let's wait for that one.
That dog is giving him a little bit of extra auto aim. He's able to line up 2 headshots to close out this round. But I just think if you are the Spartans in that situation, you get the bomb down, you gain the info that they were applying pressure through the flank area. Say we just back down and play from White Truck. No need to force those engagements when they have to still work a defuse. But it might have all been decided for them when Juju makes this play. At least makes it a 2v2. Glowfrosty there for the trade, but Treaty stay alive a little bit longer. Again, strong on the defensive side. Just haven't had an answer here on attack.
Yeah. Well, lots of nades over the compound mid. And it's a late frag from Llama that will land on Spart playing the opposite staircase. Nice follow-up, though, from Wiz. Quickly traded, but Mirage keeps the numbers and the sight control in favor of Treaty 1. Glowfrosty's got a good angle here, but he can't just stay here and wait. That's the biggest thing. And as Fire tries to get pushed out, he will go 1-for-1. Glowfrosty right on the window, finds the first. Not that cleanly. Llama looking to try to confirm the kill, but now the regen is in. Glowfrosty, does he get a read on the re-wrap around the backside of the truck? No, he does not. And Treaty 1. Again, after some tribulation here in the middle of the search, they find a couple in a row, and all of a sudden, we're still cooking here.
Yeah, they're still fighting in this game. Just the same way they did in map number 1. This time off of the first blood on Llama with the nade. They're able to take that top mid control instantly and then push on through, isolate a couple players, turn it into a one-on-one, and Llama catches the timing. So first successful attacking round right there at the Treaty. Keeps them alive. Back to the defensive side they go, where they have yet to fall short. Just need this one round here to force round 11.
Yeah. And then, who cares what the score was a couple rounds ago? It's all about what is winning one in front of you. Trophies placed and deleted. It's a very different interaction than we're used to. But with all that opening pressure, Treaty 1 will kind of stay statuesque over top of B, and Houston will quickly re-wrap after essentially all that utility was just a fake. They will get the plant at A. But here's the question again. Does Houston have a good read on this flank? We've got Glowfrosty kind of looking at 2 things at once. Spart gets a read but has to hold his life over towards Bananas, and now here comes the next hit.
Oh, and over the top, and nade takes down Spart. Glowfrosty in the perfect angle to at least find one, but does fall short on a great ride out of Abe. What? Now Llama flies on in. It's Wiz left in a 1v3. He gets taken down. Treaty 1. I thought they were going to be late because right off the rip, you're seeing all the attacks come through top mid. They're hitting your trophy systems. You're expecting them to try to be aggressive through the top mid B site. But they were just a little bit late off the rotation. At least it still works out for them because everyone commits on the flank. They cover all their bases. They check every single corner. And then again, the teamwork and the trade efficiency is good enough now to force around 11.
I just don't know why Glowfrosty plays tucked in a corner behind gate with an AR if he's on the flank watch.
Yeah, me either.
That just doesn't seem like the spot you want to be, especially if Spart is supposed to be there to kind of be your first contact, and then he should just get away. Like, it feels like Glowfrosty. I don't know. I didn't like that flank watch setup. Nades for Houston will land early over the top of B. No trophy systems down yet for Treaty 1. Trying to throw nades of their own, and this is actually the Houston Spartans trying to play quickly off their pitch, not even waiting for the plant to come through. And first blood does come through for Houston. Now it's just down to, do you back up and play the rest of the defense 4v3, or do you continue on your pursuit of the flank? And they will continue, where Wiz will take down Juju, laying prone behind the truck. Sparty traded out through, but the bomb is down, and that's a big issue here for Treaty 1.
Yeah, so now Abe and Llama have to work their way back to spawn to recover that objective to still stand a chance in this round. And I don't know if the Spartans got a read that the bomb is going to be down onto Juju, but yep, there goes Wiz, the S&D mastermind for this team. Gains that info, gives the comm to his teammates, and now they just got to hold strong on this setup for 35 seconds, and it's theirs. Yeah,
this is such a tough battle for Llama. I mean, he's stuck just trying to hold on to this truck. Wiz comes up the back staircase, and now he even knows where Abe is positioned. Good follow-up from Glowfrosty. Okay, so the defense for Houston bails him out. kind of the same thing can be told about the hard point. I mean, this was a 5-2 tally at one point in time. It gets all the way to around 11, but unfortunately for Treaty 1, their offensive woes not able to be corrected, trying to steal this map away.
It's just like right there, again, another situation where Treaty, you have to be quick on your decision making because you're throwing tax over the top mid. Nothing is connecting on trophy systems. You have to realize that they're not putting themselves in the same exact defensive setup that they were in the previous couple of rounds. Like, nothing is hitting. We have top mid. Where are they? Just no one turns around to check on the flank, and when Mirage decides to, you're already in their face. Just great plays right there out of the Spartans to make the adjustments, especially in that round 11. Completely catches them off guard. You get the first blood. You catch the second player, which is the bomb carrier. Big shout out to Wiz once again on gaining that info that the bomb was down, because now Houston Spartans don't got to do nothing. You got to walk right in front of me, recover the bomb, work that bomb plant. Just not enough time, not enough players on the map still. And unfortunately, if you are the Spartans, you're feeling fantastic. Just not all the way in around 11. You're up 5-2. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, that's 2 straight maps where you're like, we should have closed this thing out way sooner than we did. But I think it's one of those things, you know, we're, again, sitting here and looking at this Treaty 1 team, and the initial reactions to them qualifying for the Elite was like, cool, awesome, great to see new names, but it's such a tall ask as a team that, let's just be candid, the average placements I would be willing to wager for any individual on Treaty 1 throughout Cups, Opens, and Elite qualifiers is probably sitting around like top 16. Like, generally, I'm sure there have been a handful of placements like in top 8s, maybe once or twice in the Cups to get the double elimination portion, but it just is not a team that has, you know, moved mountains, you know, in terms of, hey, new guys up, you know, the Crazes, the Neums, the 04s, the guys that we saw at the beginning of the year. It's just like, wow, these guys are new and they look good. This is more of a, okay, we, you know, trusted the process. This is a newer team, so to speak, but you've that's a twisted replay. But you've got the, you know, okay, we've grown together and we finally earned our way in, but it's still a tall ask and a huge hurdle to try to, or an obstacle to hurdle rather, to make it through some of our favorites when it comes to Challengers Elite seasons.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get through these teams, but they're giving themselves shots. We're talking about a 14-point game in map number 1, a round 11 in the map number 2. So, based off of their first series where they got blown out after that map number 1, they have been making the adjustments. They have came to play. It just comes down to a couple late decision-making. Those mid-round adjustments are just not fast enough on making it, and they're just simply getting caught off guard. Like, that's the only thing about it. They're playing great Call of Duty. It just, in those final moments, in crunch time, the decision-making is not there.
Well, that puts us into a 2-0 count after 2 tight maps and a high-rise control, where it does feel like, again, our more veteran rosters will hold, at least early in this season, an edge when it comes to what their control looks like. But before we get into that, we have a round 11 over on the Bravo stream, so we'll see how things are going there. 4th space, down 0-1 to Omit GG. So it kind of feels like, you know, not must win, but wow, you'd love to be able to tie up this map count here, but it's going to be their offense here on 6-star J.
Yeah, they're going to be all out aggressive over towards B. They might be able to work the objective as Crazes worked his way up through the pool side. He is going to get spotted by ProLoot, and now the gig is up. Omen know exactly where the pressure is going to come in. All the reinforcements now here to try to contest it.
And Kame is able to see the elbow of Mock. Craze also trapped. Kame gets 2. David's been tagged. Oh, no. I mean, that all just starts with the initial check. Like you said, Craze wanted to go for an early plant, and he gets spotted on the cross. Stuns confirm it, and then Mock just finds himself caught on an angle that he probably doesn't even know he can be seen on. Flat out. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, that's tough right there. But Omen, they took full advantage of it. I thought once Craze worked his way around the Tiki Hut, or at least through the pool side, you get to the backside of the bomb, and instead of throwing that shoulder through top mid steps, that was the ounce of information that allows Omen to know they're at B. Like, you just work that objective, you probably are able to catch them off guard. Stuns and nades come over the top, but at least you got the bomb planted. You're forcing them to now make the play. But when you allow them to walk away with that first blood, already knowing where the play is going to come in, and then just set up the collapse, it's just not the best play right there if you are 4th space. More specifically, Clays. Work that objective. You already had 3 plants, my boy. Get another one.
So in that case, I mean, it definitely felt like Craze is sitting here saying, like, I've been seen, I can't plant. Do you think he still should just commit to that plant right there, knowing he's got support around him then?
Because when he works his way around the side of the pool, he's not spotted. The only way you're able to spot him is if he contests a little bit towards the middle of the map, because the guy on the top of P3 on the balcony, he can't see him on that side of the map. He wasn't sitting on the outer steps yet. So just try to get that objective down. Even if your teammates' positioning getting known besides yours, the objective is planted, and now the play has to be a little bit more faster because Omid have to successfully try to retake to win that round 11.
Okay, that's fair. Again, young kid, learning the way of the road here. Don't want to make a mistake in round 11 where you feel like it's a map that you could, maybe should win. Unfortunate situation, but hey, you live and you learn, like you said. Okay, so with that, we saw it for a moment. Looked like we were about to load into the high-res control. Must have been a small issue or a ping check. And yeah, we just heard from production they are going to remake the lobby for that. So 2 different 2-0s here in this current stage of blocks. Interesting that we've had possibly nothing but 3-0s in the day. It's just the fact of the matter is, outside of our first series that we watched into with the In Control team, all of the maps have been relatively, if not extremely close. So even though the score lines may read 3-0s, the maps have been tight, and it looks like the competition is still going to be really high throughout this season.
Yeah, it's a tighter battle. Obviously, we go through 2 stages so far. You get to the third, everyone now knows rotation. Everyone knows the maps. Everyone knows the spots. Everyone's so well knowledge on the game right now that we're probably going to have the best competition we have seen all season long in this elite stage. So as long as teams continue to play, obviously In Control, even though we watched them get blown out the water in their first series, I was watching a little bit of them in the second series. They were able to contest Syndicate, or at least all the way down to the wire in that map number 1. So hopefully everybody just starts to hit a whole different level.
Looking over the timeline, it does look like Cruz has tweeted that SGP Syndicate have started 2-0 in the Elite. They have a 6-2 map count, so really good stuff.
Okay.
They will play Fourth Space and Emit GG tomorrow by the look of it. Lord Gaming also 2 3-0s on their night tonight, so that's good news for them. And hey, you got kind of one of the big giants out of the way. You 3-0'd FaZe Clan, so now you're in a spot to where you have to be thinking a 6-0 map count, a 2-0 with a win over FaZe Clan Black. You got to be looking at first seed coming out of Group A without question.
Yeah, as long as you don't fumble it. You beat 2 of the top teams in your division, at least in your group. So, feeling fantastic if you are Lord. But into this game number 3 between Treaty and Uses Spartans. Treaty did have the opportunity to play this in their first series. They fell short all the way in the round number 5. It was Abe and Mirage both sitting at 1.33 KD. The other 2 guys in Juju and Llama need to be able to make sure that you're a slang on a map like High-Rise, because if you go 4 dead, you're instantly put into that trap.
Yeah. Fire, good double coming through. Stunned up, though. Juju's able to confirm a trade, but it's a Semtex that takes him out of commission. So just the first tick over towards B has been worked on here for Treaty 1. Coming out of spawn, focus over towards the helipad where Wiz is seeing, ooh, this is not where I want to be. So he'll back up for a little bit of safety. He's got help nearby, and a couple of trades continue to come through as we slip underneath the 50-second mark.
Yeah, but a lot of focus for Treaty is over towards his blue side. You eventually want to work over towards B Street because we know how difficult it is to work at this A objective, especially with Fire shooting like that. He's even wall banging. Oh, trying to find 4 in a row. Unfortunately, can't find that final kill onto Llama, but that's already job well done. 30 seconds remaining. Treaty now already working out of their spawn. Have to try to work their way to B.
Yeah, Wiz. Whoa. Start, but still finds the kill into Llama. Abe holding on to be as best as he possibly can. Mirage nearby. Wiz having a tough time with the mantle. Abe backs off the windowsill. Down to 20 seconds. You got to commit in. And unfortunately, for the side of Treaty 1, Houston are finding kills everywhere else on the map. So now it is really just on to Abe to make a play. 10 seconds on the clock. He will step in to stop it at 9.7 and out of spawn. A couple of kills do come through for Treaty 1, but it's all being surrounded by the Houston Spartans, and Fire will finish off at least the second kill. One more in front, and damage will be provided to allow an easy pistol finish for Houston to only give away 1 tick of progress.
Yeah, that's good plays right there out of the Spartans. I thought Abe made such a great heads-up play on being the sole man alive. He also found a kill, and at the same time his teammate found a second, but he just couldn't get past 40 again. Mr. Fire, 8-4 start, getting it done with the MCW in hand. Only allowing 1 segment to get away from you. Almost a perfect defensive round out of the Spartans, but now what can you show me a little bit on your attacking side?
Any trickiness towards A? Something you want to try, maybe? Trophy
They have
system's up,
trophies.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
One will be placed. That at least eliminates one set of utility. And there is an idea towards A, but Llama will shut that down. So got to kind of reform, restructure, head back over to the middle of the map, and Wiz will keep the play alive here. Wow, clean shots to Juju. So he'll get to work stopping the clock for at least a little while over on A, but his full focus is, can I get under the defensive windows here?
Yeah, that Rival 9 buff is insane.
Wow.
Oh my god, he is just tearing people to shreds right now. So he finds himself on 4 in a row. Doesn't matter if he's one shot, full health, does not matter with this Rival 9. It's basically a shotgun, and as he finds 5, unfortunately he's not able to earn that cruise missile. But he causes so much mayhem behind enemy lines that his teammates now work up towards that B objective. First segment already been to be complete. Abe gets shut down before picking up a cruise missile of his own. It's already a job well done if you are Spartans, because you have 54 seconds to still work on this objective.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Mirage, decent work from the heli stairs, but cannot finish off the second contestant on the B zone. So a second tick of progress locked in by Wiz. Fire here to join for the stack. Abe up the back stairs. Hey, how are you? Comes over, finds the headshots, but still the kills for Houston are decent until Juju finally eliminates the last threat over towards B. Glow Frosty, get into work, trying to find spawn kills, but the thing about that is your teammates need to get kills first before you can start trapping them at spawn, and those 2 eliminations will now have Glow Frosty looking to open up the farm.
Yeah, that's going to assist. Now you can potentially put these last 2 players into a little bit of a trap. Hopefully your teammates around the middle of the map can find the remaining. And that's exactly what they do. It's a clean 4 dead. Everyone off the reset. If you are Treaty, that B capture is going to come in at the same time. You already have 1 segment done at A. Not the most ideal situation to be in if you are Treaty 1 Gaming.
Well, here's the issue. There's still players watching the cross. 2 members on will get the second tick of progress at A. Have to go, have to get there. And the nades start landing. Flat out, pistol out. Ooh, bold challenge for Fire, but he gets himself onto 4, plus he stays on the zone. And Houston will confirm all 3 ticks on both zones, getting them a 2-0 advantage. 1 defense away from 3-0ing here.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a GG. That might be just enough, because you walk away with a complete 6 segments. You only allow 1 to the opposing team, and don't know if anyone was able to earn themselves a cruise missile to try to keep them trapped on this defensive side, but do have a couple players working on a little bit of a streak. Fire on 4, Wiz on 3. These guys have just been taking over in the respawn so far for the Spartans. Because now they're just 1 round away from another 3-0 on the day for us.
Yeah. And danger could also come through if Fire finds himself a couple of kills to get a cruise missile. Wiz is not out of the question of earning one of his own, depending on what timing he finds on a route through the backside at B. Fire does get his 5th. Wiz up and over. Has Mirage in one side. Progress made for the first tick. Fire gets kill number 6 before dropping. Wiz the one taking him out of the picture. So now all of a sudden, you've got a cruise missile you have to battle up against. A second one possibly on the way if Wiz can get a couple of kills, which at least there is a mitigation of that one. But minute on the clock, even lives, and you got to work not just B, but also A in the face of cruise missile. Not great news here for Treaty 1.
Yeah, it's not great news at all, because they still have yet to at least light up the kill feed a little bit. It's been a majority of red, means the Spartans are keeping you in the trap for as long as they possibly can. And that time is starting to get away from you. Mirage, Llama, and Abe now finally give themselves an opportunity as they find 3 in the feed. Game clock is going to get paused at 38 seconds, but here comes that cruise.
Yeah, and A may be the best option for them because they can just dodge right back into blue. And Mirage actually gets a kill. He's trying to get into the front shack. Bold call to be sure. Oh, and a team kill comes through. All right. Plus you had Mirage finding a kill forward. He just steps back over towards the A zone. Double stack at B at the same time. Nades are starting to land. Clearance comes over towards A before I believe the second tick gets locked. And the same can be said about B. Oh, so close was Treaty 1 to getting a second tick on both zones, but now they've got 23 seconds to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, it would have been cool to get the second ticks done at both zones, but it would have been even better if you can at least complete one of these segments so you can extend this time. Because you had them trapped. You withstood the pressure coming in from that cruise missile. Another 3 dead in the feed for them. The double stack is going to be in on B. And I don't know if Houston Spartans are going to have an opportunity to even contest this, because Spartans the only guy here.
Well, he gets the first one, but not the second. So an extra 60 gets added. That second tick at A was, again, close to being captured for a second time. Didn't happen. So Fire now depleting. Wiz continues to slide in style with this Rival 9 here on high-rise control. And for Houston, they're just trying to rework the middle of the map back, and that win from Fire gets him an angle and now really puts some pressure on the offensive spawns. But a good battle back from Llama 2 times makes Treaty 1 at least have some sort of a way to get out of spawn. But you're down to 45 seconds, and more importantly, you're down to 9 lives.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. You're down to 9 lives. You cannot afford to trade in this scenario. You have to try to come out on top in a majority of the engagement. To clean 2 to 3 dead might be the opportunity that you're searching for. But with only 30 seconds left, if you allow the Spartans to win this gunfight battle between the 4 players, then they're going to put you in that trap and basically call game.
That looks to be the case. There's 3 dead. Llama, the last one left. Good win. But Wiz holding off the reinforcements can now track back. Llama getting some individual work done, but again, not enough to get the second tick of progress. That second tick has been so elusive for Treaty 1. It's like 5 different times it's been a whisker away from being secured. And now it's just a 3v8. Spark, Glowfrosty, no worries, lighting him up and knocking him down. And that will likely do it. Mirage, last one left, cannot stay alive behind the barrels. So, Houston Spartans, a little bit cleaner here on the control, find the 3-0, both in the map and in the series.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about before the series started, before the Davis started for us, is that the biggest difference out of all the game modes compared to Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Control is the one that shows the best team is going to win. We're talking about completely outclassing in the teamwork aspect, knowing exactly what everyone needs to do in the individual moments. Like, even when Glowfrosty knew, like, all right, there's no one coming off the respawn, but I'm trusting my teammates to find a couple kills off of our respawn. They found one. Eventually, he strikes to find a second. The final 2 players find the last 2, and then that's what allows Glowfrosty to put himself in that ideal setup of a spawn trap. It's just so much different when you're watching one of these teams in control, because you can just tell which team is better with the way that they play it. And Houston Spartans, obviously a close map number 1, a very close map number 2, but just simply being the better team, dominating in that control, allows them to walk away with a clean 3-0 here.
24-11, 20-11 for both the SMGs. Wow. I mean, Sparty and Glowfrosty are just got their feet kicked up.
Yeah, they're chilling. They said,
SMGs
boys. Said, boys, we lost a really grueler over round 11 in that last series. I was pretty much trying to do it all. That's what it was. Sparty and Glowfrosty must have been going off in that first series. And then this time they said, nope, it's all you guys. Fire and Wiz, you guys got us.
All right, well, the highlight package will likely showcase a lot of that SMG gameplay. Other updates, though, across the rest of this second set of matches. We kind of already reported on a couple of matches, in particular, that Omit GG squad find themselves a 6-0 day overall, winning both their matches 3-0 fashion. FaZe Black did get a 3-0 win versus RKNX, that Rooper, KB, Noisy, and Exotic squad, and they lost their first match as well. So RKNX will start their group phase off 0-2, only winning a single map. And then on the other side, SGP Midnight, we had questions about, you know, where would they stand. They played what we anticipated to be the kind of, you know, the bottom side of their group. They had a 3-1 win and a 3-1 win. So they went 6-2 in map count today. Same for the other SGP Syndicate squad. They 3-1 in control in their second matchup after 3-1ing this Treaty 1 gaming matchup. So with that, 4 of our 6 matches here in this back block have been completed, but that means we still have at least one more that we can watch, the one over on the Bravo stream. We saw this one early. It was a bit GG, looking pretty clean for the most part. Obviously some residual contestation from Force Space in that last map, but here it's all about trying to extend the series, and so far Force Space have won their first defense, and in an 8v14 they just need 1 tick of progress a day.
Yeah, they're dominating on this attacking round so far, so I'm really curious to see how many segments Omit were able to complete on their first attacking round, because 5 is already job well done out of the Force Space. You have Craze working his way behind enemy lines, MCW in hand. And great movement to put himself in this positioning, but not able to find that kill on the Cammy. Now his positioning is going to be given up. But ProLoot, hello? He's shooting on the mini-map. We got to turn and look, and he does it.
Vivid, last one inside the zone rather. Does well to get one. Tries to turn and burn, not going to happen. 30 seconds. This is still doable for a 4v11. Just comes down to, can they find these residual kills for Force Space, who are still lurking over towards Laundry and here at Cafe. Cruise Missile gets called in for Welly, so he's having himself a great third map. That will not connect on to anybody, and as Craze wins the gunfight inside the zone, that will likely be the round. Force Space going to go up 2-0 here.
Yeah, and I love the plays right there out of Force Space to simply not play the kill, but Omit said, nope, I'm not going to allow you to complete this 6th segment. I'm just going to blow myself up with a frag. But Force coming out swinging on this evasion control. You can win an attacking round. That basically calls it GG as long as you don't choke on the defensive side. But up 2-0. You should be feeling really good to at least force map 4.
All right. Here we go. Can there be some sort of bounce back? Purge 5 and 16, my guy. That's not good. Don't love to see that for 2 rounds.
Not good at all.
Nope. ProLoot kicks us off for first blood, and no more contest for Forespace over towards B. Lots of attention over towards the A zone. Purge just kind of watching from where the bomb site would be. And he says, hi, how are you? Okay, Mach will drop, trade for Vivid, but that's the B zone done and dusted already.
Yeah, that one's going to be over with. Time is going to get extended. You're going to have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work. Anything over towards A. Awakening with some great shots. I told you he was going to be able to find that double, but Mach with the headshot takes care of that. Now, if you are Omit, a little bit of map control still in your favor. It's just going to be very difficult now because your only avenue of attack is working this overextension because you have no water street control and Vivid is contested over towards Bridge.
Yeah. Okay. Can there be a smooth rotation over? Kills are looking good from the Water Street side. And ProLoot inside of Rugs could get some work done here. Monkwell, he found a couple of kills, but ProLoot, oh, not able to get away with his life. Follow-up from Cammy's decent, and now he becomes the next problem. Although, oh, wow, what a spawn. Mach, whoa! What a spawn indeed, Cammy says. Good to see ya. Tries to hop the wall. Cammy gets the kill off the regen. Good for another. But the follow-up from MetGG, not as fast as you'd expect. And there's really no one on the zone. Purge is still watching the cross. He hasn't committed to getting into the zone yet.
Yeah, he's just hoping that his teammates can find a couple kills to the mat to make it easier on the cross, but he said, screw this, I'm just going to try to send it. He's able to at least find one. He notices that the player currently on the objective, trying to wrap around with the pistol, and that works out to perfection. So an opportunity here for Omit.
Well, they will get on the zone, pause the clock, minute 19. Still valuing the kills more than necessarily the stack. First tick of progress is done. But again, the thing is, you have to win this offense. You've got Craze looking to hit around the back throw. Luke is responsible for it. Vivid finding not one, but 2. Oh, boy. So now all of a sudden, the recovery of the zone is decent. Second tick does get confirmed, though. So plenty of time. Don't have to do anything crazy here for your mid, especially with the 4 life advantage.
Yeah, that's big, that the second segment does get complete. So all you need is one set of kills, work that objective, get a little bit of a stack going, and you can extend this map a little bit longer. Now you see Forespace on your minimap starting to turtle up a little bit, and this is not the ideal thing. When you're playing control and you start to do this, this is where if your setup doesn't work out to perfection, it can come back to bite you, but at least Mach, he's able to jump the corner, find a double, well, he finds a third. Now your sole focus on is, we got to take down ProLoot, and everyone's coming off the respawn.
And Mach gonna watch the cross through Dark. The timing here, if he just gets behind this play, that's devastating for him at GG. Vivid, tested, backside parking. Gets a little extra lease on life. ProLoot up the ladder, Emit. Find the elimination. Lots of teamwork to work out Vivid's position. Craze watching the cross from the backside of spawn. He gets seen first, and he has to back off. But still, you have to cross into the zone here if you're Emit GG. Good first kill from Awakening. ProLoot gets a second to the backside of the zone, and now all of a sudden the third tick of progress is being worked on. Craze, Mach working together. Couple of tags in the mix. Pistol's gonna work out as Cammy gets shut down. And now it's a 7v3. Lives can still become a part of the problem here, but Purge is going to have to find the kills and touch the zone. Slides around the back. Pistol out. Finds one, but not the second. Can anyone touch in time? No. And the kills will also not be there in time. Forespace will take the control 3-0.
Oh, that's big plays right there out of Forespace. It almost went down to the wire there, but I think it was just enough when Mach finds that double to shut down that initial push coming in. Gets the job done for them as they are able to extend this series a little bit longer. Keep in mind, it was a blowout in that map number 1, a round 11 in map number 2, and then a nice swift 3-0 for Forespace here. So realistically, they could potentially have been up 2-1 in this series. Now you're forced to try to complete the reverse sweep, but that's a great start there in the control.
Yeah, convincing. I think that's the biggest part about it. You had all 4 members as well. Looked like they were putting together some even participation. So that's great news, I think, across the board in terms of how Forespace can start to regain a little bit of confidence jumping into whatever their map 4 happens to be. So that's kind of what we're looking forward to there. Karachi is what you said? So
Yeah,
wow,
Karachi and High Rise, final 2.
Time to see Craze pop off. I mean, you've been wanting, I know you've been wanting it since they got into the first elite. Are we actually going to get it? 2018, not bad, though. I'll say that much.
I've been calling that guy a one-hit warrior, you know? At the Boston Major, he gets second, and then ever since then, it just hasn't been treating him well on local area network. A top 16 the following event, a top 8 in the one after that. Just hasn't really found himself back into that top form, but I know he's got the talent to definitely do so. He's just got to be consistent a little bit more in his gameplay. And I'm super excited, like you said, to watch him on a map like Karachi, because I've always known this kid ever since, what, he was 13, 14 years old. He's the gun that he's always run was an SMG. You put him on a map like Karachi, he's going to have an absolute field day here. So definitely looking at Craze to potentially be the pop-off man.
All right. Well, can they keep pace, I think, is the biggest question against a long line of veterans. And I'll be the first one to admit, I know you're going to love to hear this. I don't know if you knew I said this at one point or not. But back at the end of Modern Warfare 2 last year, watching Craze play with a bunch of other young guns, they made a hell of an electric run trying to qualify for Challengers Champs last year. I was like, wow, Craze is the guy that I'm excited to see at the beginning of this upcoming year. And at the beginning of this year, after finding a bunch of success, making his way into a grand finals in the Boston Open, it was just like, this guy's got to be next up. Like, surely he gets picked up. And then, unfortunately, Season 2 doesn't really go their way at all. And it's just like, oh, well, maybe never mind. Kind of feels bad. But he definitely, you watch his POV, it's like one of those, like, Snoopy POVs or 04 POVs where it's just like, the guy clearly has it in terms of the individual ability. It just comes down to making sure all those skills are honed correctly, that he's in a prime position to obviously be a more figure-headed approach for a Challengers player becoming maybe a CDL pro.
I think it's just a little bit more different for him, though, because he didn't come from the original S&D scene.
Sure.
I feel like all the SMGs that we see nowadays come originally from Search and Destroy. He was more bred into the respawn aspect. So right now, I think when I watch his gameplay, I know for a fact that his weakest game mode is Search and Destroy. You even saw it in around 11. We're getting picked off First Blood. I call him Mr. First Blooded because he's either going out there and getting the first kill or he's getting First Blooded and costing his team the round. So if he can improve his Search and Destroy game, that's when his gameplay overall will hit that next level. And that's what I've been trying to preach to him. He just don't really want to listen to me, Alan. I don't know why.
Sometimes the teenagers rise against their parent fathers.
Unbelievable.
Father figures, you get it. Here's a look over our standings with some updated results here after the second set of matches have largely come to a bit of a conclusion outside of just a couple of matches that are still going on. Fourth space and a bit GG, of course, here on this one. On the other side, Amit Brooklyn and it looks like FaZe Black have actually finished their match. So this is actually the last match we're waiting on now. FaZe Black able to find the win versus Amit Brooklyn. So they finish off 1-1 overall. Lore Gaming, also again, that 2-0 is massive. That's good news for them. Sorry, I messed that up. It was Lore Gaming was playing Amit Brooklyn initially. Yeah. FaZe Black was playing up against that RKNX team. So I hate to say it, but after our first day of games, regardless of the results here, it is shaken out pretty much close to what, you know, we were talking about before the show and even at the top of the show, where Treaty 1 in control, they seem like on the roster paper on roster that they're going to be at the bottom of the Group B. That's been the case. Acrylic also bottom of Group A. RKNX, not good news for them either at 0-2. Kind of sets them up for tomorrow to have to win at least one of their two games, if not both.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's very tough for them, though. I don't know if they have played Acrylic Esports yet. Hopefully they're licking their chops in that series because the return to Mochilla obviously wasn't the best performance today. They're sitting at 0-2, but remember what we talked about at the beginning of the show, how all throughout challenges has been Lore Gaming, it's been FaZe. But look at the top of the standings. We got Syndicate on both sides, so already at least playing great on day number 1.
Yep, indeed the case. So in terms of this matchup overall, just try to find a little bit of a wiggle room in where you find yourself in the seedings. One of these teams is going to be 1-1, the other going to be 2-0. Looking pretty solid in terms of how a start could go. I guess technically speaking, one could fall a little bit lower than that depending on the map count, but you know, that's kind of neither here nor there. So I think, you know, you look at what we've already had versus what we have to come. I'm not sure what the schedules look like, but I am curious here for tomorrow. You've got RKNX have to play up against Lore Gaming and Amit. I mean, it does feel like they very well may start 1-3 at best.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's tough. Acrylic has to play up against FaZe Clan Black and Lore Gaming, so they're probably starting 0-4, unfortunately, based on the expectations there. In Control plays up against Houston Spartans. It did feel like maybe there was a chance for them to beat Syndicate today, or at least have a chance at it. They did take one map, but then their second match is against Treaty 1, so that's got to be a must-win. And then Treaty 1, obviously, they've got that second matchup, and they play fourth space in their first. Any hope you think in any of those 4 teams that are currently at the bottom of maybe working their way into 2-2, or do you think 1 and 3 is probably the best they have in front of them?
I feel like the team that showed me the most of it, and I'm probably going to put my bank on it, is probably going to be Treaty 1 Gaming.
I
We're
agree.
talking about the teams who won the Elite Stage 2. You push them to the brink of the end in that map number 1. Around 11 in the Search and Destroy. Obviously, the control wasn't even close, but when you lose 2 maps like that, composure's probably losing. You're probably just losing composure. You're sitting there talking about one mistake like here, 1 mistake there.
Yep.
We could have still been in this series. So I'm thinking, like, going into tomorrow, they probably stand the best chance of at least putting 1 on the board.
I like that. And here's a look back over that series as we were talking about it from just earlier with Houston Spartans and Treaty 1 Gaming. Like you mentioned, the Vista Hardpoint closer than we expected. The Rio Search was a 5-2 count at one point, gets all the way to around 11. Could not quite close things out. And then, like I said, yeah, the control definitely something to look over and work on going into tomorrow. That's the thing, though. With a quick turnaround, you still have to play 2 games. Do you even like try to work on the gaping holes in control, or do you let the flood keep pushing through and then work on cleaning up the small mistakes you made in a hard point or a search instead?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest focus. Like, because you get 2 hard points, you get 2 searches in every single series. The control, all right, if we're a little bit shaky there, at least we're going to show improvements in the other 2 game modes, because obviously there's 4 of them in the best of 5 series. So if you are a Treaty, just make sure we focus on the little things in hard point, setups, rotations, things of that nature when it comes to the teamwork aspect. That has to be improved. And then in Search and Destroy, it's just being fast on your decisions. Like, if you're getting the info early on that they're not showing any presence towards top mid because nothing is connecting with your son's grenades, someone just simply turn around and pick up that cut.
What the call? Little things like that could definitely be seen on the VOD. That's the other important part, too, is when you've been
100%.
on broadcast, you got the ability to not just see it, but you can also hear Jay break it down, which is always
I got you.
A little bit of a coach hat gets put on sometimes for my boy. Here we go. Karachi hardpoint. 4 space after a good invasion control. Looking to follow up here. Lots of focus towards Craze and Vivid in particular. Can they keep up with the SMGs for BitGG? Good opening route here. Awakening just predicts and pre-fires Vivid down to oblivion. And that will lead to a BitGG finding a lot of free time here on the first hill.
I swear to God, I watch Awakening shoot sometimes, and if he continues to shoot the way that he has it recently, like, there's no doubt in my mind he's going to get that call back up. Because he's got nicknames like Giga, Mega, Ultra Wake. Like, we know what he is capable of. Just, like, in his stint with Minnesota, it wasn't really the best. It looked like his confidence was shot a little bit, but you know what confidence does to the players who get knocked down from the CDL to the challengers. They instantly bounce back up, and already off to a 3-0 start. Great start from Awakening.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Lots of time here for BitGG, plus the rotation benefiting them at the moment. Craze executing on a little bit of trigger discipline. Catches the first on the scrap time. Loses track of the second, but Welly able to at least track down the player topside red. Now it's just down to, can you find the route to actually deter some of this setup here for BitGG? Over the jump wall, everyone gets through. Trophy systems are down, but Vivid, how about this route? Cuts off a couple of players, allows Welly to jump in, but cannot lock down the kill in the backside corner. Mock will also drop, and BitGG will hold on to the hard point, at least for now.
And now it's Crazy's turn to try to make an individual play. Unfortunately, he's not going to read that pinch coming in from Cammy. Kept the opportunity alive for Omen to still hold on to this setup, and now with 30 seconds left, 4 space, looks like the decision is going to be made for them, where they are forced to now give this one up, hit that early rotation over towards New. But okay, I was going to be like, there's no way Perch should be able to sneak behind enemy lines when you're fully set up off the rotation. But Omen, they're going to put themselves up by 60 points. 4 space, still trying to not at least give up all this 10 seconds here, but they're going to be set up for the next one and try to respond.
Yeah. Have to. Well, not have to, but be nice to. Good zone across the map as well. You've got Vivid kind of hunting out kills. Same can be said for Welly locking down the market side. Yeah, well done from top third. Purge also gets seen and damaged over the middle of the map. Welly, no problem to finish that one off. And yeah, perfect start here for 4 space over the top of the P3. Craze going to get to work, putting himself in the way of this rotation for BitGG. And nades will be seen. Trophy system will be placed. And Craze is in a perfect spot to help out Mock for a couple of kills. Yeah, perfect first setup. Perfect follow-up from 4 space. And they're off to the races with the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is absolutely perfection. Like, we're talking about the first wave of kills, all go in their favor. The second wave of kills, all go in their favor. Now it's only 25 seconds remaining here still at P3. BitGG know that they're going into a P4 where it's very difficult to get time. They still want to try to contest this to potentially flip the spawns for 4 space. But Vivid, unfortunately, cannot earn himself that cruise. But who needs a cruise when your setups are like this? 4 space take the lead.
been a little bit of you take 60, we take 60 to this point. And now over towards the shops, things will be a little bit more 50-50, as you'd figure, with a Mixie hardpoint in front of you. But Vivid makes a little bit of a mess of it. GG set up early. Nice Semtex. That'll make that kill real easy. And Reese will get to work just being a pest over and in around this backside market position. Oh, oh goodness. 10 and 5 for Vivid. And with Mach finding kills over the top of the hard point, Force still have a chance to do more damage on the hill, but off the respawn, Amit GG find the kills they need, and the hard point stays neutral the entire time.
Dude, I need to get back on ranked. Like, using the MCW, using this Rival 9, it's got to be so damn fun with the way that they kill now. Because I'm just watching people get absolutely deleted. And Force delete 3 people now for this final 20 seconds. So they're going to be able to grow the lead by a little bit, but Vivid now the sole man off the rotation by himself. Has to now play his life, wait for the teammates to get near him, but Prolude's able to sniff him on out. Now it's Omit's turn for a perfect setup for a potential 60.
Yeah. Wow, that was different. Purge just cannot find the aim assist. Welly pistol turns around and also finds a little bit of elimination there. Actually, Welly came from behind, so good team shots coming through. Cammy trying to hold on to top third again, just restricting this fourth space rotation, but he gets dealt with relatively quickly. Purge will be the next one up. Spawns will be decent here for Cammy spawning behind the old P3. And fourth space are still hunting for the next set of kills before they can really even approach the hard point. And with Vivid, Craze finding a couple, that will be enough to get Craze in and neutralize some of this Obit setup.
And because you also got a player going on a pinch as well. And Mach, he's just searching for Ghost through the backside. That player that you're looking for already rotated over towards the point, but finally I think he's gotten the realization that I got to assist my teammates at this hold hill. Omit, they've been doing a great job of holding it from the front side, so the final 20 is going to be theirs. They take the lead right on back, but off the rotation to P1. Look at the power spots that Force currently have.
Yeah.
They have top 3. They have Fountain. They're also contesting the old. This is the most ideal situation to be in.
Have to hold. Win your ones. Don't do anything crazy. Prolude trying to do something crazy. And it gets denied completely. Force absolutely perfect on this power setup, like you mentioned. Purge, good prediction that Craze is looking for a trade from the backside of shops. Cammy also deals with not just Welly, but also Mach leaving Vivid by himself inside the hill. And oh boy, Cammy just blows up the setup with a couple eliminations. Awakening now making life hard off spawn. Only finds one, but damage on a Mach will slow him down as Amit will find a little bit more time here on the first.
And it's a good time to take away as well because you did lose those spawns over towards next. You can't allow Force spaces to double the trouble. Take this time and win the rotation over towards new. That decision already might be made for them. There's only 10 seconds remaining here at P1. They're trying to fight for top 3 story, but Craze is here at least only able to take down 1, but puts down shots until Awakening and back him down for now. But a tie game, Force now in control of the new hill.
Well, one of those moments where it feels like this could be a swinging point in this map. Lead goes the way of Force for now. Wow, what the body bursting dolphin dive was that from Purge? He just belly flopped his way from top of yellow. Vivid on the pitch, reads everything perfectly, and just completely blows up the break for GG. He's still alive though, and wow, he almost wins the second versus Vivid. But not to be. Force with the close spawns, trying to jump the wall, get here to set up again as the next hit for GG are on the way.
And this is where if you are Force you need to chain these kills with taking more ground on the map. This is where you have to be aggressive over the red side. You can't allow that spawn to come in. Why are we rotating over towards 3-story to try to break? It's like you don't take advantage of the map. You don't take advantage of the kills that you were able to find. Now you need to find another set to try to spawn them out. But that has been a flawless hold over towards the cafeteria. Going to put themselves up by almost 50 points. Craze trying to hit her out. Unfortunately, does get sniffed out by Purge. And this is where Omit now have to make up the game. It was Force with a full 60 first go around. Omit, your turn.
Oh, and Vivid has seen Purge on this broken apartment building over towards market side. Did not see him drop down low though, so Vivid is on the hunt and Purge is already out of there. Re-wraps back over towards mid. The threat towards Junk also has been dealt with. Craze able to get one off the Semtex. Vivid on 4 in a row. Deals with the trade, and now Welly and Mach are going to be pinching as they are from opposite sides, and they also find the kills they need to flip the hard point. Big moment here for Force.
This is perfect moment right here for Force because this is some good time to walk away with. You were banking on a full 60 hold, and now Vivid finds himself on 5 in a row. Just trying to put down shots, not able to find that final kill to earn the cruise. But GG do just enough to break their way back on in, walk away with the final 20. Still keep this a very nail-biting game. Because now we head back over to P4.
And a little bit of hesitation here for Force-Space. They don't know if anyone has already rotated over or not. And he's trying to watch the top apartments. Yep, that'll work. Prolute also catches one down low. And it's just trying to find the trade onto Craze and Welly. Okay. There we go. There it is. Prolute able to find the elimination. Cammy over the top. Has Vivid in his sights. Decent stun, but it does not dissuade the lockdown aim of Cammy, who also sees a couple of footsteps from Mach up top. But the hard point still stays neutral, all things told. It's going to be another 4v4 here, Jay.
And this is where Force-Space need to be ahead of the game. You do not have the preferred spawn for the next hill, but you have a lot of time to hit a route and potentially catch a timing. But it looks like a majority of the team, actually all of the team, they're playing for this remaining P4 time. So they're going to give Omit the rotation over towards New. Prolute's still trying to do the best he can. At least get him off of this hill for now, and he's able to find a double. Great place from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Now he can just sit here and finesse his life, well, for as long as he can, which isn't very long. Good kill from Craze. Purge, not able to find the double up. So now here we go. This should be a spawn out for Purge. Oh no, he actually spawns backside P3, so that's pretty fortunate considering that Craze looked like he was in a position to maybe block it. But Prolute has the read. Frag gets thrown. Craze on the hunt. In the corner, Prolute gets the read. And GG deal with a lot of this first break attempt from the backside of Tires.
And now Force-Space need to work their way on in. They just haven't found a kill. And now you have those front spawns. It's not very easy to break through that front end, but when Vivid finds a double the way that he did, Welly finds one, and then Vivid finds three. The spawns instantly flip out. Another mistake right there to Omid GG. And now you're allowing Force-Space to continuously run up that score.
But Force-Space get out of the hard point just as fast as they break into it. So 15 seconds of scrap. It could have been closer to about 25. And this is still not even comfortable enough for Vivid to stay in the hill. That is not insignificant time there, friends. It looked like Force-Space was going to be maybe at, if not above, 220. Welly kind of saving the day here. Just reload, my guy. You don't need to try to force a pistol fight. He gets it. Cammy trying to force a gunfight. Denied. Welly on 4 in a row. Has Purge in his sights. Slide back through. And Vivid will just get to work staying in the hard point. Amit need a break.
Yeah, they need a break, and they need it quick. They're trying to fight for 3-story control, but Welly has been able to hold it down for 6 in a row. Cruise missile in the back pocket now. Just got to find this trade onto Cammy. This might be also an opportunity to call in that Cruise.
Yeah, it could be.
Because you're just going to force Omid GG indoors, and that's going to allow you to soak up more time here at P1.
Yeah, well, he may consider it right here, right now. He's got help on the way, but the problem is Amit are also looking to set up their break attempt. Have to have it right now. 240 plus to 190. Cammy still finding kills, but cannot work away to get Welly out of the hard point. Finally, Purge does, and he gets himself too. So the game will go on a little while longer, pending that there's enough help over the top. And honestly, a cruise missile trying to rotate over to 2 may not find the value that you want. So over 200 point goes Amit GG. Purge making sure that no one else can get into the old time, and now you're trying to break the new hill, but Vivid goes by himself. Prolute finds the first, but Welly and Craze get 2. Now it's on to can they break through Cammy? The answer so far no, and Amit and GG are still holding on as the Cruise gets called in.
Here comes the Cruise, but is it going to connect on anything? It's actually able to catch one player off spawn, but now you have to get past Cammy, who's been the sole man just holding down this HP. He finds another double. Omid GG, now the reinforcements there to assist them. Just need to hold on for one more push.
Oh, but Purge gets tagged, has to slip in for the contest. Awakening from the front, only finds one. Mox still hiding in the corner. Purge will drop, trying to get into the hard point. His fourth space, 248. 248 is where it'll stay. There's 249. Pistol out. Cammy gets shut down. And Welly, who goes big over the top of the first hard point to earn the cruise missile, very poetically also wins the map for fourth space in full. And we're going to go 5.
Whew. That one got a little bit scary. If you're Force-Space, yeah, definitely go back in the pod, listen to Jay Stud, invest that cruise missile at P1 because you can close the game out there. Not get a little bit scary as you get over towards the cafe, but they played fantastic from start to finish of that game. We're talking about a flawless 60 hole right off the rip to tie the game back up. You keep P4 scrappy. You also keep P5 scrappy. And every single time Omid were looking to have a clean rotation, to put themselves in the most ideal setup, all it took was one opportunity for Force-Space, and they took full advantage of it. Were able to keep every single hill scrappy that Omid were thinking that they were properly set up on. And unfortunately for them, they were just always playing catch-up, and now Force-Space forced that game 5.
Wow. What a play from Welly. 31 and 19. 6K damage. 25 of the 31 go untraded. Guy was everything, especially there at the end. 26 and 19 from Vivid as well, finding a minute of hard point time. Mock more than even, just barely, but 2+ minutes in the hill. So we've got ourselves a banger here, flat out. After the first 2 maps, the first map in particular felt like it was maybe, you know, a little out of hand. Second map definitely tight. Third, Force Space walk away with pretty cleanly. And then here in the Karachi heroics to get us all the way to the distance to number 5. Great series.
Yeah, it's been a stellar series so far. One of these teams trying to be 2-0 on day number 1 of Elite Stage 3. And thankfully for them that they both are respecting our passion for Call of Duty, because I hate 3-0s, Alan. I really do. I love when series go all the way to the wire, because obviously the heartbeats for the players are very, very intense. The momentum, the energy, everything is going to be there. And there's nothing better than in esports than a Game 5 or a Game 7, depending on how long the series ends. With Force Space, they have brought it all the way back with back-to-back respawn successes. Just thinking about that map number 2, where they get to around 11 and they fall short. They could have potentially closed the series out in 4. But now a high dry search and destroy is going to stand between both of these teams and a 2-0 start.
Wow. Huge stuff here. Both these two teams. And the standings across this group still feel pretty up in the air. I mean, legitimately, you just have teams out that you may have expected to kind of be at the top, but with Houston at 1-1, being up 2-0 with SGP Syndicate puts you in a great spot to at least guarantee yourself a playoff spot. I think that's the biggest thing here in day number 1. You start off 2-0, you're likely guaranteed playoffs, or at least a chance at a tiebreaker if you do happen to lose your last 3 matches, which I feel like doesn't happen all that often.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen at least. Like, if you're a team that goes 2-0 on day 1, the momentum, everything was clicking on that day. You just got to find a little bit of that for at least one match to guarantee yourself that playoff spot. Here we go, Alan. Into this game number 5. Force Space and Omid GG. Who's going to be flawless on day 1?
Case, Craze, look at this route. I mean, look at this route. Oh, misses a window there. Prelude stun, Semtex does get the kill, but Cammy confirms the trade out. So we go 3v3 early. Amit GG's defense, I will say, bended but not broken. Can have to just get a read on where the rest of this hit is for Force Space. Are you still worried that there could be someone forward still?
At least the way that they're spread around the map, you're able to at least cover a lot of your bases. But Vivid is going to be able to pick up that info onto Awakening. They knew that Cammy was playing over towards the right side of A Shack. So 2 players accounted for, and now Willie's trying to take advantage of this deep pinch.
Cammy gave it a look for a moment, but has since given it up. Welly just making sure he's safe to make this play happen, making sure no one's working on the backside. And he's going to see Cammy on top here. Yeah, clean shots. Awakening also drops. Purge now by himself. Good initial set of gunshots, but no worries on the trade. Force Space take the opener. That's a bold route from Craze, flat out.
Oh, yeah. A very bold route, but at least it plays a big part in the success on this round. Because he finds that first blood. He gets Cammy to put down a couple shots, and so it's already info gained onto the second player. Your spot Awakening now. All you were looking for was a final, but that allows Welly to hit that route through underground, find that first kill onto Cammy, and then close out the round with the final onto Purge. So great plays from Force Space to take the first round.
Any trickery from Mit GG here after losing the last 2 maps?
Don't know if they earned trophies yet.
That's true. Purge tagged up by something over the top, but largely fine. Fourth space. Just kind of holding over towards BL, and now they're getting aggressive. Here goes Craze again. Up close on this little small generator, air conditioning unit, whatever you want to call it. He could catch someone off guard here if they don't check, which, let's be honest, who's checking this spot?
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough angle, but with that player putting on a couple shots, yeah, it's your time to go, Craze. There's another first blood for that young man.
Wow.
And he's not going to slow down. He's able to find 2. Yeah, this time you play your life. You don't have to go for the 3rd child, Craze. But it's okay. At least the team is there to assist you. Those are the things right there, Alan. They get me mad about his gameplay. He always try to do too much. You don't need to do that much, my friend.
You're like the most respectful bias caster in the world when Craze is playing. I freaking love it.
So I gotta let the people know. Like, I've been trying to teach this guy COD for a long time, and he's still making plays like this. All right, good double, but the triple is not necessary.
Yeah, this isn't ranked right here, my guy. Vivid's right there to follow up, but Still a little bit of damage. He'll get credit for the assist. Welly on 3 in a row as well, carrying over from that first round. Pops the window on the left-hand side. That'll lead to a quick route for Mach. Nades will go across the map as they often do. Awakening will get tagged by one, but still holds his ground. There's no trophy system there. I'm surprised Awakening's still alive, let alone the fact that Pro was able to help him in time. But here comes the quick wrap. Yep, Mach able to finalize the kill. Welly as well involved, and Craze shuts down Pro Loot. Force Space looking good for a third round here.
And now it's Cammy left in a 1v3. Puts himself in a very good spot, but Craze somehow, some way gained that info that he was going to relocate to that position. But Force Space just playing this like it's a respawn game.
I know it.
They're just running down. Over on the defensive side, they push up East Street. On the offensive side, they're going through bottom pit. They're also pushing through the middle of the map. These guys are just playing with the utmost confidence right now.
And that's the thing is, like, we saw this happen with, like, Two Real in particular earlier in the first set of matches tonight. When a team does this to you, it almost feels like these long-lasting, very veteran, very recent CDL pros are like, what are these guys doing? Like, no one does this. Like, why are they, like, what? They don't, like, it's so unpredictable. And it forces you to, like, really change the way that you play your Surge. You have to throw a lot more utility early, maybe take, again, aggressive angles earlier than you want to, which maybe punishes Awakening here. But we still get to a 3v3, and Cammy will eventually lock down the lane where Craze is trying to push. So now a numbers advantage for the first time for a minute.
And now I'm going to have B Street control as well, but Mach is going to gain that early info. Just not going to be able to do anything with it. He's just hoping that Vivid can put himself over towards Heli Steps, potentially contest the bomb carrier, and as he does that, Pro Loot, you can never catch him slipping. Finds that kill. Now the objective is going to go down. Mach left in a 1v3 with positioning, no.
Yeah, no way he gets from behind the propane tank there. Okay. Good stuff coming through there for a bit, GG. And I think a lot of that is, again, just like, hey, let's just make sure we're covering our bases early here. Let's not let any crazy stuff happen because, yeah, that's the one thing about challengers, man, compared to like we get in the CDL is risks are taken often because some challengers players that are up-and-comers are just like, I'm just everything. I can do this because I'm him.
Yep, you ain't got to tell me twice, Alan. That's how the way that you make a name for yourself down here is by at least being the flashy guy to potentially get your name called up to the pros. But still, 3-1 is the score. Omit trying to stop the bleeding. This time they're changing their defensive look a little bit. They're not just sending one player over toward the B Street. They're early contesting it as a team. But Force Space a little late to the party as now just leaving their spawn.
Oh, Purge caught. Keeps his life, just only barely, though. Maybe looking for a little bit of aggression of his own. Craze still in the mix. Whoa.
My God.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell he wants to spend, but here comes a bit GG. Just going to isolate him completely. Vivid on the cross, though. I mean, hey, if Craze doesn't find the kill, at least you can use him as bait a little bit. Vivid says thank you very much for the double. Pro Loot up and over through the smoke. What a route this is. And still, Fourth Space do not get a clean look at him, but eventually they do finish him off, no worries. And that brings us back now to a 4-1 tally and a 3-round cushion for Fourth Space.
Yeah, Craze just being the ultimate bait man right there in that situation. Sets up Vivid to find 3 on the round. You saw that play out of Pro Loot, though? He pops the smoke at his feet, jumps on top of the generator. Vivid sitting there like, where the hell did he go? And he was just jumping around over towards that B site, but not able to secure the round. At least a couple of kills to give Omid a chance. Force Space now pulling away in this search and destroy. Vivid finds himself on 3 in a row. Back to the defensive side they go. Is trying to find another opening for a split because they have found 4 so far on this map.
Yeah, again, here are the same nades, but this time there's a stun that gets thrown over towards blue to see if Craze can take advantage of somebody trying to get aggressive over towards Heli Stairs. And he's even got something for Cammy before Vivid eventually takes him out of the picture. So again, the quick gut check aggression working out beautifully for Force Space. They get the first 3. Awakening just trying to hang on to a piece of the map in a pistol down B alley. Oh my goodness, Force Space taking us to outer space with the speed they've launched off this map.
I feel like this is basically what we saw in our first series of the day between Lore and FaZe when it came down to a lot of Call of Duty timings. Fact that Craze just no hesitation pushes his way out through bottom blue. It was a player watching that positioning, but I guess he must have gave it up at the wrong time, not able to completely get the kill, and that leads to Craze finding another first blood on the map. It's now Force Space at game point. 1 round away from completing the reverse sweep in a very dominant fashion, to say the least.
Yeah. Well, at least through the control and possibly here, the heroics in map 4. Credit over to Welly. First blood plus a teammate. Yeah. I mean, wow. Purge and Awakening are still in spawn, brother. And look at this force space say, what are you guys doing back here? Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
I mean, that is legitimately like the most disrespectful way to play a high-rise search against a team like Commit GG, and they say, we don't care what your setups are, we're just gonna stunt on you. Wow.
Lily came on and said, I don't care if you're a vet. I don't care if you've been around the scene for a long time. I don't care if you guys have been playing high-rise search and destroy for a long time. We're just going to do exactly what we want to do every single round. When you find in that much success early on in the first blood column, that was 6-1. They dominated on the side of force space. And then when you're just gaining the confidence that you have off the last 2 maps, perfect in the control, a very nail-biting map number 4. But that's 2 maps in a row now where your team has full momentum. You do not slow down. You continue that pace. You continue that aggression. And it works out to perfection in that map number 5. Force Space just came out swinging to complete the reverse sweep, to be the team that goes 2-0 today. And Craze finally does not let me down.
I mean, I don't even know what you say about that. I mean, legitimately, that is... We don't care what the normal setups look like on a map like this. We're going to hit you with some wild, wild west guerrilla warfare. I mean, that's a rundown. It's because, like, we've seen blowouts on maps, whether it be CDL or challengers, where it's just like, yeah, you know, 1v1 went their way, or like, oh, just like really good break off here, great setup that didn't get really tested. This is different. This is like, we're just holding down the joystick and running at you.
Yep.
It's a very calculated way. I mean, it's more sophisticated than that, don't get me wrong, but there is this level of Craze in particular saying, let me just go and pop off real fast. And even if he doesn't find the kills, he's got a teammate nearby to take advantage of the information and the damage he deals.
Yep, that was the biggest thing, is that Craze can play at this pacing, but we watch players, especially in the CDL. Perfect example is Boston. When Snoopy goes out and he's doing those things, he's doing it by himself. The difference is now with force space is that, all right, Craze, you can go, but I'm going to be right behind you. I'm going to be ready to trade every scenario. I'm just going to always use you as bait, and Craze has always been that player where he doesn't really mind being that kind of role. Like, it works out perfect. It's got him to this situation. And if he's going to continue to play like that, at least a teamwork aspect from force space in that map number 5, that's going to be a very difficult team to beat, because what do you play them on? Search and Destroy, they're running right at you. Controls, they can whip out 4 yards. They can slay with the best. And then you also don't want to play them on small map hardpoints, because then you're allowing these SMGs to really be who they want to be. Force Space definitely looking like one of the teams that are going to be tough to take down this stage.
Yeah. Well, with that said, they will improve to the 2-0 mark alongside the Singapore Syndicate. Again, 2 teams for them, and for the Syndicate, they find themselves 2-0 with the Midnight, their brother-sister team, also at 2-0. Lore Gaming, though, maybe the more impressive start, as they had to go through a very rigorous opener, found the 2-0, or pardon me, the 3-0 win versus FaZe Black, followed up with the second 3-0 in their second matchup. So they're also right on up there in terms of teams that are throwing their weight around the rink. Whereas for FaZe Black and Houston Spartans, 2 other teams that we're really looking at to see, will they be able to kind of solve some of their online woes, especially for FaZe Black? Whereas for Houston, it's can you recover and find a way to reprise what you did in Stage 2? They find themselves in the middle of the mix, 1-1, surrounded by both Omit teams. And for RKNX, Acrylic Esports, Treaty 1, and In Control, it's all about finding at least 1 win tomorrow. You start 0-4, you're pretty much out, and you're pretty much already looking at relegation.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun. Every team obviously is playing for a W tomorrow. For the teams that start off 2-0, you get a W tomorrow, guarantee yourself playoffs. For the teams that are 0-2, you get 1 win tomorrow, at least in your first match. You still keep your dreams and hopes alive at making playoffs. So a lot of everyone's gameplay and everything falls into tomorrow's hands.
Well, and that's all we have. We'll go on a little bit of a hiatus and a break before EU comes back tomorrow again in the afternoon right here on youtube.com/COD-Challengers for their second day. And North America will be right back at the 6:30 p.m. Eastern mark immediately afterwards to kick off the Match 3 and Match 4 in this round-robin group stage. We'll catch you guys then. Until that point, make sure you keep holding it down. Sub on your way out. Bye-bye. Have a good night.
to power burn inside of me. Beating past 1,000,000 degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you wanna start this with, cause when I do that will be nothing that can pardon this. I set the flames to get blooded like an arsonist, and I have to work up until I'm hand a part in it. Hey, you can get down and lay down, leave them calling you evil, leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smoke, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground. No, this ain't no playground.
You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me